first talk this morning will be about sustainability, and I'm really happy that Vivian Johnston could join us. Vivian, you have over 20 years of experience in jewelry and sustainability. You started in 2006 with your own brand. I think we met in 2007, so it's been a few years as well that we've been talking about ethics and sustainability and other topics. You've been a consultant to major brands, also smaller brands, in mining, in cutting, in jewelry manufacturing, and many other things. And the reason why we invited you was also to get a little bit of a review of everything that has happened in ethics and sustainability over the past 2 decades and where the future might be heading. So thank you so much for coming, Vivian, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much for joining me today to listen to this talk. I'm looking forward to sharing a little bit of history, as Laurent mentioned, and also a capture of the changes that I've seen in the past 10 years in sustainability. I've subtitled this as Looking Back on the Ripples of Change and Sailing Ahead Towards New Horizons. And I think that some of the changes are small yet significant. So some are like small ripples, but then there are others that are more like great big waves. So I'll also take stock of where we are today and on some of the topics that I'm asked to work most on as a consultant. And then I'll share some of the emerging changes, some of the things that we might see changing in the future, and then hopefully by the end of that, your brain will feel nice and hot, and I hope your heart will feel happy. So first of all, a little introduction to my consultancy. I work all along the supply chain to convene and support those who are working in precious minerals in any form. And I help to align businesses with the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, so that they can be part of a bright global future. In particular, I recognise that the jewellery and precious minerals industry represents historic and far-reaching professional relationships, and they touch every continent and millions of lives. And with this heritage comes a deep appreciation of the importance of inclusion, diversity, and the desire to leave a sustainable legacy for future generations. So I'm going to go through a list of some of the topics that I've seen as the most picked over the past decade. And these are the sort of big themes that were championed and for which, as a consultant, I've been asked to support. And then on the other column, I want to go over what I've learned about these. So even positive aspirations can have unintended negative consequences, or they can just be plain confusing to get to the heart of these complex problems. So first of all, traceability. Well, over the past decade, I think we've heard a great deal about that. I suppose one of the negatives that came out of that is the recognition that it can create a two-tier system. It's not always entirely inclusive. And then certification, well, again, it's a sort of honourable desire in some ways, but it can be expensive. It can be viewed as excluding some of the startups or micro enterprises. And I think as well we have to recognise that there can be a reputational risk for the brands or for the members associated, which actually can come from the standard setting body, should they find that they are not beyond reproach. ASM, I'm sure you're familiar with the term artisanal small-scale mining, and it's been used a lot. It can be misleading. It also includes migrant or itinerant miners who can be involved in gem or gold rushes, for example. And that scramble for resources can, at times, result in conflict. Because of that, it remains considered often to be more of a risk than it is readily included in some supply chains. There can be some quite practical challenges of sourcing from ASM for some of the larger production in the industry. Conflict minerals, again, I'm sure you're familiar with that, but it can again create a two-tier system. It can result in excluding legitimate products sometimes through excessive de-risking strategies, which can exclude intermediaries and shorten supply chains, and that's not always desirable for those livelihoods that are impacted. I've put in due diligence. it's a term as a consultant that I have to use frequently, and it's a term I personally hate. I think it's really off-putting to a lot of businesses. I think it sounds very bureaucratic, and a lot of businesses just dismiss it, unfortunately, as a box ticking, although it has value. But it's a term that I think is best moved away from if we can. Stakeholder engagement, again, important. Meaningful engagement can be quite challenging, though. And in my experience, I've even seen some countries or producer groups that will politicise their involvement in those sorts of engagements, and some individuals who've even used it as an opportunity to sabotage an initiative. I've mentioned localised value chain here, and that's something that is a powerful tool to change the sort of economic impact, but it can break down. It can be quite volatile if the skills or the equipment aren't available, or the infrastructure fails, and that can be something like having access to affordable water or a power source. So there are concerns really just to factor into that. And then moving on to sort of what I'm working on more today. Well, these are perhaps more the current topics than the previous slide, and they relate to the past ones, but they've maybe evolved a little bit, maybe with better outcomes and with a bit more granularity. So one of the things now, maybe more than going for full traceability, we look now for transparency, and that's an opportunity to use know your counterparty strategies, really, addressing anti-money laundering, corruption and bribery. Looking perhaps as an alternative to certification in every case, looking for a system of continuous improvement. And that involves setting goals, offering support and guidance. And that's really about capacity building. Inclusivity and diversity, well, that's really important to make sure that all voices are heard equally, and to really encourage participation, especially from those who are most vulnerable in the supply chain to disruptive events, and that could be conflict or it could be natural disasters. I think what's really valuable today as well is the move towards making measurable impact. So that's where you're setting specific goals, designing a strategy and the processes around that, and then actually reporting on the end results. Peer-to-peer learning, this is something that's really quite close to my heart, looking really at promoting trust and openness, a sharing of information, a community really, which improves practices and results. And it could be something like the yield from a mine or the yield from gem cutting standards. There's lots of different opportunities for that, but that's a really valuable part of our industry. You're familiar, I'm sure, with net zero, and this focus to be carbon neutral is lauded as the sort of only goal in some cases. But we must be careful that the environmental priorities don't impede social development or good practice in its wake. The Sustainable Development Goals I've mentioned already, and that's an umbrella of aims for universal improvements on all environmental, social and governance aspects. And actually, what is important to me as well is that there's a recognition that these are interconnected and that there's greater collaboration. So stepping back to the very first topic I mentioned, which was traceability. So there certainly are some cases where this is both possible and desirable. There's an opportunity for producers with a particularly strong ESG claim to go beyond compliance and to ensure that the value of their product is enhanced really by proving the origin of that and preserving it, validating it as it moves downstream so that that final product preserves a truthful claim about its source. And those sources can have a powerful point of connection with consumers, especially in the markets that we're in, sentimental markets, gold and jewellery and watches. And those consumers might pay considerably more for a romantic provenance that's associated with their product. But there are additional costs involved in verifying that origin. In most cases, those can be absorbed. That can be an additional premium or a fee, and that's chargeable to the purchaser, which then passes to the consumer. A portion of those fees or premiums might be reinvested into community initiatives or into development. And the chain of custody itself can be proved by several methods, and that can be physical, digital, or a combination. The consumer markets, to me, have quite different expectations of levels of traceability, but I think they're worth just briefly noting because there is a cost to delivering a full chain of custody, and in some cases that makes sense. It will generate a return on investment, but perhaps not in every case. So these are just my observations. I won't labour this, but basically sustainability is still most prominent in my experience as a luxury value, and then it's less visible in price-sensitive consumer markets. I want to give you a few case studies, examples of what I'm talking about today. So this brand, Hamilton & Inches, it's a luxury jewellery brand in Scotland which holds the royal warrant. And they were able to secure a supply of Scottish gold from the initial production from the mine Scott Gold. And they created this one-off exclusive collection of fine jewellery. And some of these pieces feature the quartz itself, and that's the host rock for the gold. So they're using the host rock as part of the feature. The gold itself was bought at a premium over spot price. And this item retails for £6,500, which I think is about 7,400 euros. Interestingly, Hamilton & Inches chose to make all of these in 22 carat gold. And that's interesting because in the UK it's usually 18 carat gold, other than maybe in the Asian markets. But doing so allowed the goldsmiths to demonstrate their fine craftsmanship in handmade products. And they've created some quite distinctive and exceptional pieces, probably that appeal as quite a conservative collection to consumers, but also sort of covetable heirloom status pieces. I've mentioned here the gold's verified, the chain of custody by the Edinburgh Assay Office, and I know that it varies in different countries as to the obligations for an assay office or for an assay. In the UK, all gold jewellery has to go through the assay office. So in this case, they also provide an additional service for actually being the verifier of that chain of custody. Now, I mentioned Scott Gold. It's a junior mining company in Scotland. It operates within a national park. So that's a highly sensitive area for the environment, for both land and water. So I think it's worth noting how mining has changed and maybe speculating how it might even look 20 years from now. Already the mines have better accuracy when they're prospecting and in the exploration phases than they did. The instruments allow a high degree of data to be gathered without actually breaking ground. So when the bulldozers and the heavy equipment are required, it's later on in the process, and then it's very specific locations and depths. And I think we're going to see this just progress further, resulting in more higher tech, more detail, more accuracy in pinpointing the deposits. And what does this mean? Well, I think it means there'll be less digging and blasting at prospecting phases, which means there'll be less waste. We're going to see, we're already seeing a move towards renewable energy, and that can be hydrogen, geothermal, or hydropower, and in some cases, maybe even some small nuclear reactors in place. And I'm talking in some case about micromines, those that because of this now could be allowable in environmentally sensitive locations. And on the other hand, frontier mining, so mines that were previously just considered in too high a risk location or just non-viable. Processing minerals, whether it's gold or gems, can still be considered as high risk. So refining often relies on mercury or cyanide, quite commonly in larger mining. Mercury's been associated with artisanal small-scale mining as a primary method of processing gold into a form that that miner can sell to a trader. Cyanide's common. Actually, it's not so difficult to avoid harm with good management and procedures in place, but it does need the workers to be really well trained and well protected, and obviously ensuring there's no spillages or contamination. Some other methods are used, and we might see a greater shift towards some of these, especially if there's a business case that can show them to be cheap, efficient, and less risky. Gravity and flotation is the method that Scott Gold uses, and I'll come on to electrolytic methods later, but that happens more towards the end of refining. Looking at the risks really that are presented in the trading routes. So it's the movement of relatively low volumes, if you compare it to something like building materials, but very high value goods. So gold is fungible. It makes tracing it very difficult. Diamonds and gemstones can be carried in your pocket, and so for criminals, that can make smuggling and illicit trade quite attractive. We do have some governing bodies, such as the World Gold Council or the London Bullion Market. And buyers might offer incentives as well in exchange for guarantees about the legitimacy of the provenance. Certain countries might even establish preferred trading routes with each other to ensure that they meet demand. And governance also deals with transparency, a really important factor for operators in the supply chain. But while we're using this data gathering to prove the validity of a claim about provenance, or just to demonstrate that stakeholder consultations have taken place, I think we need to remember that this information can be valuable, and perhaps it's necessary to consider how we protect that data as well. I've noticed that geopolitics can impact this, and in some cases there can be fears that it can lead to resisting globalization or to protect domestic value chains or have basically restrictive trading conditions. That leads to concerns of trade wars or restrictive import procedures. We might see a move from governments to support mine sites, for example, that weren't considered viable before, and they might even start to become more involved in the processing industry. I think vertically integrated supply chains might be pivotal in this change. I think domestic markets can benefit from keeping the value chain in certain circumstances. So if the cogs in the wheel exist, if there's a consumer market that's suitably developed and there's an economy that can allow for that. Market access is one of the biggest challenges for some, and especially for marginalised communities. So consumer values are quite important, I think, as well, to changing this. And that brings me on to another case study. This is a CVD diamond laboratory. They're working in the UK. Now, the UK's national grid has about 43% renewables. So this brand Bring also have solar panels, they have a heat recovery system, and they're working to UK labour standards. It's quite a sort of easy win, if you like, for sustainability in their case. But what I think is really interesting about them in particular is that they're also bringing new downstream employment opportunities. Diamonds have been noted as heritage craft status. There's very few people cutting diamonds in the UK. So they're actually bringing about a new generation of training diamond cutters. I think on LGDs, we're about to see a real raising of the bar in the market with greater transparency and evidence-based marketing claims that can really build consumer confidence and tap into those new values. So what I see as the next emerging trends or developments, well, I'll share just a few of these. So this is the first one here, hyper niche. The rarity and physical activations within well-defined boundaries, hyper-local, hyper-personalised. An example of this just could be a lab-grown diamond. It's grown to order, a bespoke cut for a client, laser engraved. Maybe it's accompanied by an NFT, or maybe there's GPS location for the types of trees that have been planted as part of its carbon offset, for example. Or pearls that are grown around a unique seed, maybe linked with a digital passport, and some form of measurable positive impact on the marine ecosystem. Well, I promised I'd tell you more about electrolytic separation in refining. I know it's what you're all waiting for. But basically, it avoids chemicals, but it uses a great deal of energy. So this quest for alchemy, which avoids toxins, is already well underway, and it's taking on a new, more biological form. Well then, so hopefully your brains are now feeling warm. This is where we start getting into nanoparticles. Peptides are amino acids, chains that are the building blocks for proteins. So instead of using a solvent chemical like cyanide to separate and extract gold, we could use these methods perhaps in urban or very sensitive mining environments. Specific strains of E. coli bacteria have been used to recover gold that's found in e-waste, for example, and this is called biomineralization. Bioleaching of gold by using the metabolic products of microorganisms is being trialled, as well as biooxidization using microorganisms. And by those, I'm talking about yeast, fungi, algae, crab exoskeletons, and that they can be used to remove specific metals from impure ore. So there are some well-known treatments for converting gold into soluble metal. Of course, I'm not a scientist. We have limited time together today. But I do have one more case study that I hope you'll find interesting, looking at geochemistry. Phytomining was first described for nickel in 1994 by two scientists from the US Department of Agriculture. And I'm sure you want to know their names. They were Larry Nix and Michael Chambers. And they grew a nickel accumulating plant in nickel-rich soil, predicting a yield of about 100 kilograms of metal per hectare. And then throughout the 1990s and the 2000s, scientists were investigating the feasibility of nickel phytomining in Brazil, South Africa, the US, and Mexico. They took out several patents, but nickel phytomining is still not really in operation as a commercially viable activity as yet. Nickel phytomining makes use of plants that naturally accumulate metals, and there are around 400 species known to do this. But similar species aren't known for the noble metals, those that interest us as jewellers, gold, platinum and palladium. And that's because these metals are not soluble in soil, so they're not easily absorbed by the plant. Because uptake's proportional to solubility, then very little uptake occurs naturally. So you need to use chemicals to make the gold soluble. Well, we've already discussed the risks of cyanide, so you know that that needs very careful use. Actually, maybe you're wondering why I've got a sunflower on this slide, but that's because sunflowers are one of the plants that are most effective at absorbing the soluble gold. And you also might want me to tell you the name of the person who's working in gold phytomining, and his name is Professor Chris Anderson of Massey University in New Zealand. He's a founder of the Croesus project. There's some environmental and social value associated with phytomining. And Croesus Projects is involved with the development of gold phytomining in China, Mexico, and Indonesia. The gold revenue at each location is helping to promote management of mercury in Indonesia, arsenic in China in mine waste, and in Mexico it's being used as a mechanism to create employment in poor areas. Platinum and palladium phytomining has been explored already by Ein Platz, who you know as Anglo-American. And today the technology is being developed by the G8-funded PhytoCat consortium as a mechanism to create nanoparticles of precious metals that they can use to catalyse industrial important chemical reactions. Croesus Projects is supporting this work through the University of British Columbia. And a small note too on nanoparticles, which is maybe even more cutting edge than phytomining. Well, here there's mounting evidence that there's a range of precious metals are stored in plants as nanoparticles of metal. And there's potential that these could be recovered and used in a range of catalytic applications. So none of these initiatives are yet considered to be in a stage that's scalable. And I don't think traditional mining is going to be replaced by these methods, or at least not immediately. It's exciting to look ahead, though, and to consider how these small, innovative, and relatively low-cost methods could help provide sustainable livelihoods for people where these are most needed. And they're already being used to clean up existing mine waste. So maybe one day we really will see money growing on trees. But I like to tell my son about these exciting developments because for his generation, this might become his reality of normal. You know, maybe he'll grow up thinking that this is just run of the mill, or maybe I'll just really confuse him and he'll think that Jack and the Beanstalk is a work of non-fiction. But I think it's just really exciting to consider these futures. So the next one I'm looking at is the blue economy, fusing marine and freshwater conservation with sustainable economic growth. You might have heard the term aquaculture as well within that. A couple of examples of that. So De Beers have a carbon vault. They're working with an organisation called Kelp Blue to basically rewild the oceans with kelp, which accelerates carbon sequestration. And then collaborations between pearl farmers and local fishing right owners, such as J. Hunter Pearls in Fiji, to create ideal conditions for pearl farming. Lastly, a very recent announcement by Gambia's government that they've put in place a sustainable growth roadmap that's geared towards the female-dominated mangrove oyster sector, producing food and shell products like jewellery. You probably know, and I'm sure Laurent has talked about this at some point already over the weekend, but you know, oysters are important marine health indicators, and they offer opportunities for sustainable livelihoods. So I think it's quite encouraging to see what Gambia is doing. I hope that if you take something away from this talk today, it's just some inspiration that you can be part of this positive change and be part of this bright global future. I believe that small is beautiful, and sometimes it's not about scaling up projects. Sometimes it's about replicating those in other locations. Local, low-cost initiatives can make ripples of profound change or generate new income streams that can be significant to development. I've been working on these issues for 20 years, so please take away the assurance that changes have been made for the better, and there is more underway, but also a call to you to please step up on those challenges ahead of us. Meet these with fresh innovation and energy, and keep the horizon in your sights. Keep striving for the best outcomes for people and for the planet. Thank you so much for your attention and for listening to me today. And I'd like to ask Laurent if he wants to move on to any questions. That'd be...
If there's a question, we can take one question. Yeah.
Yes, thanks, Vivian, for this interesting presentation. I am representing a company from Switzerland, which is called PX Group.
I'm sorry, I can't
PX Group, we are gold refining and preparing cold metal for the watch industry and the jewelry industry. And we are very aware about the challenges of saving the environment. And as you mentioned, small is beautiful. So we actually have developed our own label, which is called Pace Impact. And that goes exactly in that direction. And because we think that, as you mentioned, today is maybe an additional bonus for the people who use that, but we think in the future is going to be a necessity. And whoever doesn't do it might be out of the market. What do you think about that?
So, sorry, what was your question?
The non-use of quality or environment-friendly or preserving the environment, responsible, sustainable products might be not only nice to have, but a must in the future.
Absolutely. I think that it's an expectation already of a lot of consumers. And I think, I sort of skipped over the slide about the consumer market to some extent, but I'm really glad you asked that, because I think that the reason that some consumers don't ask the questions is because they already have an assumption that our industry is tending to itself and is addressing these issues. And in actual fact, when there's an expose or there's some sort of, exposure of those that are not doing things in the best manner, then it still comes as a shock to the consumers, because I think they still expect that. They think that at this level of luxury, that this is something that they just come to expect, and they expect responsibility. And I think there's a lot of brands that have stepped up to that, but there are some that have allowed that belief to basically carry on without actually having put any measures in place. So I'm encouraged to hear that you're looking at that. And I think the other thing that's going to become an expectation is to deliver reporting and accuracy on what those impacts actually are, what has changed, what's improved, and what your goals are in future. So I think that's going to become important.
Thank you very much. Hello? Yes, thank you very much. I agree completely. I would add, it's like in any other industry, there are many different certification or labels, and sometimes they are probably misused, over-marketing them, making the people believe that they are better than they are. And that's a risk which also impacts this industry, I would say.
Absolutely. I think, there's a number of different certifications. They have their value, but there's also some that perhaps could go further. There's some, I think, movement for continual improvement. I think there's a position for certifying something that has already happened, and that is valuable. However, I also think that where you really want to see progressive change, then actually focusing on what the strategy for that could be and making it structured in that way can deliver benefits perhaps quite radically.
Thank you very much, Vivian, for this interesting talk.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next conversation will actually be a panel discussion. So we're just going to fix things up here and begin in a minute. If I'm asking you a question and you're staring at me, right, then it makes more sense to look at the audience. I think it's on all the time. You can switch it off and on.
So it's off now?
Now it's on. Yeah.
Locked. Okay, got it. I liked what she was talking
Yeah.
about. That was really good. I'm gonna But I mean, phytomining, that's really exciting. That's really exciting.
Okay, let's get started. So this is going to be a panel discussion. I'm just going to be asking questions, but I have two excellent experts here on the floor with me. The topic is really about diversity and vielen Dank. Danke. Thank you. Diversity and inclusion. It's a topic which is very important, or I think has been highlighted greatly in the fashion industry, perhaps also very much more so in North America. And I think it's important to address this issue in the jewelry industry and also for the kind of European market and more global market. So we have two excellent speakers here. Kyle is the author of a book that was published in 2019 called Bejeweled, The World of Ethical Jewelry. And she writes for Forbes.com, and she also has an excellent Instagram account called Bijou Review, which is a leading source on sustainable jewelry, designs, news, and views. And so you're familiar with many designers, many trends, and you come from North America, so you'll be able to share also some insights perhaps from that market. Ash Alibi is a fashion director and researcher. He also worked as head of fashion and advertising at Gay Times and was a consulting fashion director for ASBO magazine, giving frustrated youth from around the world a voice. Yeah. So you also dabble in fashion, so I think it's interesting to kind of get your insights on that as to what is happening. So my first question for Kyle is the topic of diversity and inclusiveness. How would you define it? How do you think it fits into the jewelry industry? How do we relate to it?
Well, can everybody hear me? I just want to make sure. Okay, good. So what I want to say about that is that as Laurent and I have been talking about the last 24 hours, women are the main consumers of jewelry, and yet you often see that brand representatives are men, the owners are men. There's not a lot of, let's say, female creative directors or marketing directors or this and that. So I feel like what it means to the jewelry industry is like, let's just try and work a little bit towards including women in more than just, sales positions, but in executive positions. But again, having said that, There's age problems. I mean, I feel like some companies, they skew too much towards younger staff. And it could be helpful to have somebody who's maybe my age, who buys a lot of jewelry for their son's girlfriends, right? And people come to me all the time, all these young people come to me all the time asking me, like, what sort of sustainable jewelry can you recommend? You know, like, tell me about brands. And the thing is that a lot of people my age have been tracking that and following that. And so, you know, there's a place for different ages, different skill sets, different genders, but also, you know, people from minorities. So, I mean, you just want a spread, but the spread has got to be in tune with what your message is. So I think diversity actually begins with, okay, what's our brand position, what's our message, or what's our jewelry store's message? And then you build it from there.
Yeah. Thank you. So if we talk about spread, Ash, I mean, you're very familiar also with the fashion industry.
Yeah.
What progress have we seen in fashion and in the jewelry industry in recent years? And what do you think are some of the major challenges or obstacles to there being more diversity and more inclusion?
In terms of fashion, I think it's been a lot. There's been a lot of movement in the fashion industry. I mean, looking at things from the runway, for example, where people like Bethan Hardison and Naomi Campbell have been pushing for, you know, more representation in terms of black models, you know, black creators working behind stage. You know, body positivity is another thing which they've been pushing, but also looking at and amplifying voices. So, for example, you know, we've seen strides in in recent times, back in 2017, when Edward Enninful was named, you know, probably is the most powerful black editor out there, editor-in-chief of Vogue UK, also the editorial director of Condé Nast in Europe. So I think, and just to echo what you're saying, Kyle, I think in order to make real change, you need to have those people in those type of positions, in those creative positions. But also in terms of fashion designers, you know, the late, great Virgil Adewale from Supreme and LVMH, I feel like the industry really get behind, you know, a creative talent. And that's something that I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see if you know, any sort of like talent coming through from jewelry and people getting behind that. So that I think that's where I feel jewelry can learn from fashion. When they find somebody, can really push it forward. But yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. That point, that last point, definitely.
Yeah, because it's like when fashion finds someone and they really get behind them and they champion them as a designer or as a creative, or, I mean, look, as I say, I've mentioned Edward Enninful already, like how everybody's got behind him. But I don't feel the jewelry industry has done that yet. I mean, there's a lot of, you know, designers from ethnic minority backgrounds, queer designers, but there's not anyone that's really been pushed to the forefront. And I think that's where the jewelry industry is lacking a little bit.
Yeah, and then another thing was when we prepared this conversation, we were talking about the lack of knowledge about African jewelry designers, Asian jewelry designers, South American jewelry designers. How many people can name 2-3 designers, you know, from other countries and other continents?
Yeah.
I think that's something that also needs to be supported more.
Yeah, a lot of media people can't even.
Yeah, a lot of media people, even a lot of industry experts.
Right, right.
So,
I mean, because I've always tried to even include people from Oceania, you know, and South America, Central America. I mean, a big global spread.
So what do you think the jewelry industry or a jewelry company that is thinking about diversity and inclusion, what can it do? Like, what actionable steps could it integrate? And do you have any good examples that you could share, Kyle?
Oh, well, yeah, there's actually quite a few, and there's watch companies too that have done good job. Well, I think obviously you begin with, you know, if you have, first of all, you've got to define your goal, and it's got to be in line with, you know, what your brand position is, what your message is, and also, frankly, what your budget is, and how much time, if you don't have much of a budget, can you at least invest your time in good social media? Because things can spread so fast if you use Instagram the right way and TikTok or whatever, you know? I mean, there's so many ways to make a huge ripple effect if you just are strategic and tactical about the hashtags that you use, for instance, or, you know, and you start following other, you know, I tell everybody, just start following other people on Instagram and leave comments, and then, you know, it's social media, right?
Exactly.
So let's get, you know, get into dialogue with people. And people,
It's about having that conversation, isn't it? So, you know, sorry to interject.
No, please.
It is about having that conversation with people, and that's the only way you can make real change. You know, following
Totally.
and supporting like up and coming talent and things like that as well, and sharing like, you know, if there's any designers which you are liking and spreading that word across. So yeah, I totally agree with you.
Yeah, and the other thing that I found in my experience on Bijou Review is that I sometimes hashtag in up to 8 different languages in my, you know, and that makes a huge dent. You know, all of a sudden I've got people in Brazil following me because I've been writing about, you know, Brazilian designers and I hashtag in Portuguese. So
Yeah.
you have to start thinking really in different languages.
Ash, I'm wondering, what role do you think consumers play in this whole movement developing? You just mentioned that in the fashion industry, there are people in the industry who are getting behind certain designers. But
Yeah.
what role do consumers play, or could consumers play in the jewelry industry for there to be kind of greater impact in terms of diversity?
I think consumers have play a massive role. You know, we are all champions of brands. You know, we follow specific brands. So if there's anybody that you're liking and you're following, or if there's any designers that you're coming up, again, using social media, really pushing that message across in terms of why you're liking a specific designer, and, you know, sharing that message across. I think we as consumers don't understand the power and the value that we have when it comes to championing brands and championing designers. So that's something which I think we can definitely incorporate for sure. But also, just to go back a little bit on the point which you made earlier, Kyle, when you're talking about having people in positions, sort of like in executive positions. I've had the chance to walk around the show today, and I was looking at branding campaigns for certain jewelry brands. And as much as I'd like to see that things have got better, it's still the generic, you know, white woman with the blonde hair and, you know, whatever, which is fine. But at the end of the day, as a consumer, I want to buy from somebody that looks a little bit like me, and I'm sure you guys are probably the same as well. So basically, like, challenging that and really sort of echoing our voices and being part of that community and part of that discussion. And I think this is where brands can actually learn a lot more as well, by actually including all of us in terms of those conversations. You know, I've been fortunate to run a show in London called London Queer Fashion Show, where we champion a lot of London queer designers. So again, giving them that platform to amplify. And it's the case, a lot of brands are doing that. They're utilizing, like, you know, their social media to kind of get engagement from the queer community, from the Afro-Caribbean community, or the African-American community. It's basically utilizing social media platforms, amplifying our voices. That's where you can make real change.
Do you think it's also that because jewelry is less branded than fashion? I mean, you buy a piece of clothing, there's always a tag on it. You buy jewelry, it's not necessarily always kind of branded. Does that put more pressure on, like, branded clothes, branded fashion, because that brand needs to respond to something? There's, like, less generic product out there in the market?
Yes and no, because obviously at the end of the day, any traditional jeweler wants to sell their pieces. But if you're advertising and you want to communicate to an audience, you know, why not have something which is representing that audience? You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be the standard, you know, woman. Let's look at engagement rings, for example. I've been on this is my big thing, where, you know, it's not just a straight couple or a heterosexual couple get engaged. You know, there's homosexual couples that get engaged all the time. Why are we not communicating with that audience? You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be like, you know, the standard all perfect, you know, white couple getting married. Why not have a diverse couple, you know, a mixed age couple? You know, it's representing society and actually changing and challenging stereotypes. So I think that's where we as consumers can make a difference for sure.
Do you see that there's a lot more of that happening in the US, Kyle, compared to Europe?
Well, definitely. Yeah. I mean, I've seen, for instance, at the last jewelry trade show, that I went to before this one, the Centurion show. That's a big show in Phoenix, Arizona, and there's a lot of bridal jewelry and engagement jewelry there. And there were images of, you know, gay women couples, you know, getting engaged. And I didn't see anything with men, though, but I saw some gay women things and I don't remember what the brand was, but also, you know, there's this website, Only Natural Diamonds, and they've had images of gay male couples for engagement, and there's also a great engagement Instagram account called Engagement 101. Do you know that?
No, I don't.
Oh my God. The woman is Severine Ferrari. She's fantastic. She regularly shows all kinds of people getting engaged, like guys, ladies, like super old people who are on like their third marriage, like they've been widowed twice, you know, and then they're getting engaged again. And she has videos and still photos, and it's so diverse. It is so fantastic. Engagement 101 on Instagram. Yeah, she's super cool.
Cool.
And probably as the market is changing, I mean, more men wearing pearl necklaces or more men wearing jewelry or more advertising campaigns for different things and more unisex jewelry, as that kind of changes and trickles down, diversity may kind of grow as well, right?
No, absolutely. I think that we are celebrating our uniqueness now. If you look at people like Harry Styles, for example, that, you know, plays around with his looks, plays around in terms of how they present themselves. Someone like me that wears, well, basically I just throw whatever and hope it works, but I think it does.
But if I can just interrupt, you know who is super great at promoting this is the Formula One race driver, Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton is like a jewelry genius.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But I think that, you know, because it's become a lot more acceptable now for men to wear jewelry and start, you know, experimenting with their looks and things like that. So I think we're going to see a lot of changes there. One thing I will say, actually, is that for any like brands in the audience or designers that are thinking about becoming a brand, you know, when you are pushing a message, try and be authentic, because I think we as consumers can see that if something is a bit fake and a bit off. So just be authentic with your messaging. Don't just do it because it's the status quo and everyone expects you to do it. Just be a bit more authentic with it, and I think that will resonate with your audience. So.
And so what do you both see as kind of the future for diversity or for a diverse jewelry industry? How would you kind of envision that? What do you see the trends that are coming up and how that can, you know, how that can be achieved?
Well, I see that people who are even small brands are doing more market research to try and figure out who are their key, you know, key responders, key buyers, you know, core consumers. So I feel like there's more research now being done, so that's helping people figure out how they can reach the people that they want to reach.
Yeah.
Because, you know, there's so many more analytical tools that exist now. So I just feel like it's only going to keep growing and growing because, you know, people who are running brands or even running small independent companies, they are much more aware, actually, I think in part due to the advancement of people like Edward Enninful, who's so influential.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, and so that's, you know, the more people we can have like that, assuming the reins of, you know, important publications, or like the Business of Fashion. The founder of the Business of Fashion is he?
Imran Ahmed.
Yeah, he's
South Asian.
Yeah, I was going to say Southeast Asian, but no, it's South Asian.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly what you were saying. It's Kyle, in terms of having those people in those positions help push the fields forward, but also looking at sort of like, you know, as a fashion forecaster, I'm very much interested in like clusters and, you know, what's going on in terms of different groups. And I tell you what's made a huge difference in that, we've touched on it already, is social media, like really looking at movements which are happening. There's a whole thing about fluidity now in terms of how we dress and how we present ourselves, and I feel that's going to continue to come on now. I know, you know, gender's not really a big issue anymore. It's very much kind of People are it's about identity of who you are as opposed to your gender being an identity. And I can see that coming forward a lot more. But yeah, social media is making a huge difference. I think that's going to continue to influence trends going forward. It's also going to continue to influence the discussions and different sort of tribes or fashion tribes or what have you coming through. So it's an interesting space. It's definitely going to be an interesting space. And I feel that we're going to be seeing a lot more developments happening around that for sure.
Yeah, and from what I've heard from both of you, it seems pretty actionable for if a jeweler or coming up brand is looking at these things to actually look at your community, look at the society that is out there. So there's really a business case also to do it. It's not just this trend, right? You're actually catering to a whole society, and there are so many different kind of micro niches and different communities. Yeah. And many of them are looking for jewelry, so.
Absolutely. But also the jewelry industry can also for example, it can start from different aspects of it. In fashion, we have Graduate Fashion Week. In the UK, I'm very much involved with the international element of it, and it's working with championing, younger designers. It would be interesting for educational platforms, in jewelry that specialize in jewelry colleges. Why not champion the next up-and-coming designer from different backgrounds, and having established brands maybe championing up-and-coming designers from diverse backgrounds as well. You can do that in trade shows. In fashion, there's always things around supporting designers from different ethnic backgrounds. That again could be sort of championed here in jewelry. There's so many different things that you can do. It's about just creating that right platform and supporting that talent, and that way it then pushes forward. So
yeah, is there maybe a question from the audience or anybody who has kind of input they want to provide on this?
Don't be shy.
No, don't be shy. And yet so many topics were covered. A final word, Kyle? A take-home message?
A take-home message. I think if you really want to improve your diversity, it has to be in tune with what your product is, and you just take it from there. You have to think critically, strategically, and tactically, using everything at your disposal, including social media, and but ultimately, customer service, communicating to the community that you care, that you see them. You've got to see other people, and you've got to reach other people.
Thank you. I think there is a question.
Yeah. Maybe it's a really stupid question, but is there an organization in the jewelry industry who tackles these kind of questions about diversity? Does anything like that exist at all? Where people could come in and complain, or you have environmental organizations like Greenpeace, whatever. I don't even know if this is a thing at all about diversity. The question was if there is something like that, even in the fashion or jewelry industry.
Yeah, I mean, I know in the fashion world. So, for example, the British Fashion Council are really pushing diversity. That is one of the biggest messages for the past couple of years, actually. So they're really pushing, we need to, more so since Edward Enninful's appointment as editor-in-chief of Vogue in the UK, there is a real push for diversity and inclusion. So having more people of diverse backgrounds in editorial creative lead positions. The publishing director of Vogue is an African lady.
That's right.
Yeah, I can't remember her name, which is really bad. But yeah, there's a real push for that. And also with the, in the US as well, is it the CFDA, which is the American version?
CFDA, right.
Yeah.
Fashion.
So they're, again, through Beth Ann Harsden, which is pushing for diversity and inclusion. But I don't know if there's anything in the jewelry sector that is like that.
There's no analog, as far as I know, in the jewelry realm.
Yeah. But then I suppose that it's down to the individual brands as well. I mean, obviously, they're educating themselves and finding out what's happening in the marketplace and how diverse the consumer audience are. Then they should be people that are, they are D&I representatives, are employed in companies, and their jobs are to do that through marketing. So, yeah.
I just had a quick statement. Maybe someone should build one. I just was speaking with one of my colleagues about, theoretically it should be CIBJO or maybe RJC that should be kind of tackling that. But it sounds like a white space to me in the jewelry industry.
Yeah.
That some people should come together and start something like that.
That's a very good point.
I'll do it with you, Ben.
I have this other question. You mentioned Lewis Hamilton as being a sort of advocate for this, as being a very prominent figure, being a jewelry master, as you said before.
Yes, he's fantastic. I mean, he's got all kinds. He's got a piercing. He wears necklaces. He wears great bracelets, and he wears all different types of designers. And he tags them on his Instagram. I mean, he's a real booster of, all these different jewelry makers and jewelry designers. And he's like an amazing athlete. I mean, the guy's, Formula One champ. He's mind-blowing. And he's also really into sustainability.
And if you take it back a little bit further, so the real sort of this is when it was metrosexuality. Do you remember that whole phase?
Yeah. No one uses that term
Nobody
anymore.
uses that anymore because it's been phased out, and rightly so.
Yeah.
But if you look at people like David Beckham, for example, do you remember when Bex first came out with again, it was okay to use a face cream. It was okay to wear an ear piercing. So there's been elements which are there, and it's kind of especially on. But definitely, I agree with you in terms of Lewis Hamilton as a real sort of advocate in terms of supporting jewelry and what very big watch buff as well, isn't he? So,
yeah. He's awesome.
Hello. I have a reaction and a question. First, the reaction. As words matter, as we know, I would like to hear less young designers or young creators but fresh designers. That's or whatever we could say. Sorry, I'm French. So whatever we could say to avoid ageism. That would be great. And that's my reaction. And my question is, would you advise a fresh designer to create without mentioning gender, to create everything for male or female or whatever?
Well, thank you for your question and your comment as well. I agree. Sometimes it's old habits slip, so apologies on that. But I think a lot of people now, in terms of how they're designing, it's happening a lot in fashion. It's becoming a bit more fluid. So I would have that in your mindset in terms of when you're putting together. I'm assuming you're designing a collection. So I would have that as I'm not designing it for any gender specific. It's just fluid. Anybody that wants to wear it can wear it. So I would just have that as your mindset. Does that answer your question? Okay.
I also have another question
Sure.
picking up on that. Maybe also about young designers and so on. Also in the fashion industry, I guess Virgil Abloh is probably one of the most prominent.
Yeah.
Also advocates for diversity. Being what he does, being an absolute genius. And I don't know. Maybe my knowledge doesn't go so far in the jewelry industry, but isn't there any superstar designers in the jewelry industry, who could be advocating for this? Not to my knowledge, but maybe I don't know. But it doesn't seem to be that there in the jewelry industry there's these kind of super designers, except probably brands. But is there such a thing? Is my question. And
well, designers are kind of, if you're going to take super brands, for example, the designers are becoming brands themselves. I mean, you look at the people like Stephen Webster, for example, Sean Lane, for example. But I don't think there has been a person from an ethnic background, and I think the reason why people like Virgil have been so successful in the past is because the fashion press have really got behind them. And I don't see that happening much in this industry. I don't see, the jewelry press really championing a young designer. a fresh designer.
But I think that's also because there is such a limited jewelry media.
Yeah,
now
that's
that
very
with
true.
the demise, in the past 3 or 4 years, I don't have the exact figures, but the number of print editions that have gone, they're out, you know, like Hearst shuttered a lot of their print editions, and In Style in the States is only digital now, you know, and so it's problematic because we're in a really difficult publishing environment for things that used to be promoted so much more. There was much more jewelry in the print media, and so there's less print organs.
But social media can kind of cover part of that, no?
Well, but the thing is, there's not a lot of journalists on social media who are articulating what we're talking about here, because social media is these soundbitey, small things that are short form.
Yeah. It's just putting it out there, and then that's it. There's no real kind of continuation or discussion.
And there's no context.
Yeah. And yeah, you're right. I mean, publishing has, because I remember when I was in the jewelry sector many years ago, and everyone's like, how did you say that? You look so young. But that's a whole different discussion altogether. There used to be like, you know, like the Vogue jewelry supplements, if you remember, the W supplement.
Vogue
yeah,
doesn't
exactly.
do the Gioielli anymore.
Yeah.
And that's a real drag because that came out 4 times a year.
Absolutely,
and it was fantastic. And it also had great editorial content in Italian and in English and super ads.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's the case of like, you know, magazines to really sort of, I know that there is a whole thing that jewelry is seen as like as a fashion accessory, but it isn't, because jewelry is its own identity. But maybe we can try, you know, it's down to the publishing houses to really incorporate and have more sort of jewelry within like the fashion pages. I know there's a lot of coverage on watches, but again, you know.
Yeah, and the brands need to advertise. They need to have a budget and.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, thank you both for this interesting conversation and all the input. Thank you also to the audience for your questions. And if you have any further questions, Ash and Kyle will still be here for a little while.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks.
All right. Our next speaker is unfortunately not here. We have a pre-recorded talk. Kylie, you can stay seated if you like and enjoy the talk from the stage. So we get from diversity using maybe new technology such as social media to create impact, to using technology especially for the jewelry industry, such as augmented reality, you know, trying to find new ways of distribution and to create an impact in the industry. In this case, we have Alice Chang. She is the CEO and founder of Perfect Corp. Perfect Corp specializes in the production of AR and AI-driven try-on technology for mobile phones and also for like desktop computers. And she will introduce her technology. And yeah, let's play the video.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alice Chan, founder and the CEO of Perfect Corp. Thanks for the invitation from INHORGENTA, giving me the opportunity to share the interesting topic with you. Today, the topic I want to share with you is how fashion tech enhances the online shopping experience and to transform the industry. Together, let's explore the latest innovation, AI and AR solutions for your brands in the digital-first world. I will take you through and take a closer look on how fashion technology is positively shaping the luxury industry, especially in jewelry and watches. Also highlight what trends brands can look out for, and outline the current digital solutions available to the luxury brands. I would like to start off by sharing the key business trends in fashion tech. It's important for us to have a good understanding on both the current technology trends and the industry trends. So we will fulfill consumers' digital needs and develop the best strategies to cater the shopping experience. In the past 2 years, the fashion industries are experiencing a significant leap in terms of tech. Due to the recent advancements in AI and AR, many innovative virtual try-on solutions are emerging strongly. Fashion is starting to become more digital than ever. Fashion technologies such as augmented reality virtual try-on, as well as other AI-powered fashion tech solutions, are transforming the fashion industries. Brands are seeing exciting opportunities in e-commerce, direct-to-consumer, as well as in-store experience. All of these channels are leveraging digital innovations to drive shopper engagements, and all are playing the crucial roles to be the key growth driver. Based on my observations and seeing what's already happening in the fashion industry, I would like to share the 4 most important fashion tech trends you should be paying attention in 2023 and onwards. First, the use of AR is increasing significantly. Augmented reality is becoming increasingly popular in virtual try-on technology. AR allows customers complete freedom to try on products virtually, both online and offline. In the online channel, experiencing the luxury products makes total sense. In the in-store channels, AR virtual try-on also helps tremendously, especially when shops do not have every single item on the display. Virtual try-on is the best solution to elevate your customer overall shopping experience. Thus, it brings us to the second trend. More VTO integration are happening to luxury shopping. Many luxury brands are integrating virtual try-on technology into their online and offline channels, allowing customers to try on products before making a purchase. This helps customers to have higher interest in the product and more digital engagement to increase the chances of a sale. The third trend is the increasing realistic in VTO. Virtual try-on technologies is becoming more realistic and improved 3D renderings, better graphics, and more natural-looking models. We all agree that in the fashion industry, it's extremely important to bring forth the luxury feel even in the virtual experiences. The advancing rendering technology like PBR enhances the user experience and provides a highly accurate representation of how products could look in real life. The last trend is increasing innovation to enable a more personalized VTO experience via the use of AI, artificial intelligence. By integrating virtual try-on technology with AI, many new innovations are developed to personalize the shopping experience. For example, our fashion techs are using AI auto pupil distance detection, auto ring sizer, wrist sizer to create personalized virtual try-on experience for the customers, allowing your customer to try on products that are specifically tailored to their unique sizes and fitments. As a leading AI and AR solution provider, Perfect Corp started its AR and AI technology roots in the beauty segment and has accumulated years of experiences partnering with brands in the beauty segment. Among this amazing brand partnership, Perfect Corp has pioneered many technology innovations to date. The technology is always evolving, but our mission is always the same. It's to solve users' pain point and provide a much smoother and highly elevated consumer shopping experience to all. I'm seeing a very similar pattern of how fashion industry is also transforming to be more digital and accelerating to take advantage of AI and AR technologies to meet the consumer demands. Since 2019, we heavily invested in AI deep learning and machine learning to develop the next generation proprietary hand AR virtual try-on technology. A series VTO innovations came to life today, including glasses VTO, earring VTO, ring VTO, watch VTO, bracelet VTO, and the necklace VTO. Now, as we are seeing, the fashion VTO tech trend is becoming more sophisticated, highly realistic, and more personalized. The technology is evolving again. There are more AI-powered innovation emerging to give customers a highly realistic and personalized virtual try-on shopping experience. After understanding the current technology evolution in the fashion industry, it's evident that the fashion technologies are positively shaping the industry and helping the brands to successfully transform digitally to deliver a much better, more engaging, and highly interactive shopping experience with your customers. It's a good time to take a quick pause here and show you a short video to see some of our Profit Corp's AI and AR innovations in beauty and fashion. Let's play the video. I'm glad to see digital trends are growing so fast in recent years. In less than 6 years, Perfect is now helping over 450 global brands in their beauty and fashion tech deployments. And these are from all regions. The beauty tech and the fashion tech's adoption are truly global and universal. I couldn't imagine the amount of support and trust we received from our partners when I started this company in 2015. And today, I'm so pleased to be able to do my part and to help each of our partners in their mission. We are humbled to have the opportunity to work with each of you and to give your consumers the best and the finest product and services. Perfect has proven AR technology can create true to real effects for beauty. As fashion tech emerges, we are also seeing a growing demand for fashion VTO categories to vastly improve in terms of VTO accuracy, material 3D rendering, real-time lighting, and true-to-real AR effects. It's my pleasure to share the latest and the greatest fashion tech with you. Among these new demands, there are new AI and AR technologies to elevate the shopping experiences for both luxury products, including watches and the bracelets, virtual try-on your wrist, rings virtual try-on fingers, earrings placement with fixed motions, as well as 3D eyewear virtual try-ons. We feel very excited about this trend, and it's a deja vu for us when we see more fashion, watch, and jewelry brands come talk to us. Just like when we started to work with beauty companies in the past few years, we have the technologies and we'll try our best to help bring a real transformational tech onto this new fashion fields as well. One of the unique implementation in our research is to develop all marker-free hand AR virtual try-on experience. Our proprietary Agile Hand technology delivers fast and accurate hand AR tracking experience and is the cornerstone for the highly realistic hand virtual try-on experiences across multiple product categories. To create hyperrealism, we also learn to understand how real-world materials reflect the light. And with our in-house PBR technology, we are able to create ultra-realistic 3D virtual objects for virtual try-on. In combination of the Agile Hand technology, I'm sure consumers will have a lot of fun trying the latest VTO directly from their devices. I can't emphasize more on we understand how important it is to maintain the premium feel even in the virtual experiences. We have developed our own rendering engine to take advantage of physically based rendering technology, PBR. By computing ambient lights, simulations, realistic material reflections, advanced light scattering, and detailed surface textures, our 3D AR objects, inherently dynamic lighting and reflections, recreating a highly realistic representations of your product with a premium look and feel on users' hands or wrist or on their ears. Perfect Corp has also integrated our industry-leading HDR image-based lighting IBL technology into the physics-based rendering stack. By doing so, we are able to simulate in the highest degree of realness for an object, providing a seamless image composition that includes physics, reflections, textures, shadows, and surrounding environment. This unique way of computing is critical for a VTO experience. Unlike conventional technology, where the object can only be seen in a virtual 3D space with white background on a predefined virtual lighting, Perfect's approach can render the 3D object in the real environment, lighting, color, temperature, etc., to increase realism. In short, in order to recreate the premium look and feel of a luxury product, it is important to master 3 areas. First, a real-time live experience. Consumer can't wait, and they want to see the rendering in live camera. Second, photorealism, to truly show the materials of the product. Third, precision tracking that shows the object on the right place without floating around on the hand or face. Perfect has combined years of research in these 3 fields and give brands and consumers the only solution that is real-time, accurate, and true to real. Here you can see more examples of our proprietary AI-powered hand AR technology in action. On the left, the AR ring renderings fit precisely on the user's fingers. BTO helps your customers feel confident in their purchase decision when shopping for rings for any occasion. On the right, our AI algorithms generate AI bracelet renderings that fit perfectly on bare wrists, with full hand movement support and without the need for external positioning markers. Our earring VTO supports high-resolution textures and material reflections, giving all types of virtual earrings the most realistic appearance. Real motion physics is capable to simulate rigid body dynamics to ensure 3D earrings behave in a completely natural way. Ears are very unique to everyone. And our technology now can detect and place multiple points on the outer ear for the optimal creativities. Even chain stacking is supported with physical algorithm for movement simulation. Our necklace real-time VTO solution is unique to the market and also a highly encouraging breakthrough in the fashion virtual try-on use cases. Before our solution is developed, it has always been a tough challenge to create an accurate, premium, and a smooth virtual try-on experience for necklaces. Our development proves that AI technology has limitless potentials to create new VTO use cases for many luxury product categories. AI personalization is the new paradigm. Consumer wants to track product designs to fit their unique needs. Fashion try-on is also personal category when you consider users with unique body shape and size. So our R&D team is leveraging even more AI technologies and on a continuous mission to create specific AI innovations to help users have the most personalized VTO experience among all product categories. With the help of a PBR and all these VTO technologies to help increasing realism for consumers' VTO experience, the next challenge is to help solve the problem of fitting. How can we help consumer measure the right size for eyewear or rings or watches? Perfect created this pattern painting technology to measure pupil distance using AI. With auto PD technology, consumer doesn't need to hold a credit card on their forehead to measure the eye distance. By using AI, we simply ask users to look straight into the camera, and an auto measurement can be completed in 3 seconds. This technology has a wide range of application to help users on finding the customized glasses and the frames. Besides detecting pupil distance and automatically measuring glasses fitments, Perfect has also developed AI auto sizer technology that can also be used on auto measuring users' ring size, wrist size to find the right fit for rings, watches, and bracelets. The AI auto sizer technology can greatly reduce purchase frictions, especially when users do not know their sizes for the best fitment. Lastly, we want the shoppers to be able to have a highly personalized VTO experience during their shopping journey. We realize many luxury items may come in different styles with a variety of selectable materials and components. For example, a watch may come with different stripes, dial faces. A ring may come with selectable gemstone types, variety of ring materials, and so on. Our 3D viewer technology is aiming to let the shoppers have the freedom to experiment and customize all the selectable elements for their preferred virtual try-on experience. We believe a more personalized VTO experience will ultimately boost the convergence effectively. I hope that I'm able to give you a better idea on the current fashion tech status and how various AI and AR innovations are capable of inspiring the shoppers and create deeper digital engagement and better online and offline luxury shopping experiences with the fashion brands. In the current fashion market, AR, virtual try-on, and AI innovations are already emerging quickly among fashion shoppers. And the trend is now expanding to adjacent industries such as fashion categories and even apparels. In conclusion, the technology is no longer limited to face only. It has expanded to hand, fingers, ears, and has great future potentials for body and foot. Virtually any part of body will soon be digitized to create a whole new level of immersive luxury experience in both physical and the digital world. Finally, I'd like to invite you to learn more about the AI and the AR technologies I have presented and try them out in person with the QR codes on your screen. Thank you very much for joining the section with me. I hope it will inspire you and bring you a whole new perspective in how fashion tech can effectively improve the consumer shopping journey. Thank you.
Okay, we spent a long time trying to research AR and AI technology over the past years, and this is truly, I don't want to advertise for this company, to be honest, but they are really the best thing we've actually seen lately, combining artificial intelligence technology, for all these measurement things, and AR, and the way how realistically it gets. It will always get better, but this is pretty much the best thing which is out there at the moment. So if you're interested, I think it's a great opportunity to, for new distribution ways. Also, we have an interactive book which has other AI technology things over there, especially designs. So if you want to have a look back there, how artificial intelligence can actually create jewelry by just prompting it with text. We have some examples over there, and also tomorrow we have 3 talks about this theme. And now I'm going to hand over to Laurent for the next speaker.
Okay. So, just getting some water. Have you got the clicker, the pointer? No, I don't. Clicker. Wunderbar. Our next speaker is Benjamin Guttery, all the way from Texas. He has an Instagram account called Third Coast Gems, which I believe has over 120,000 followers. Benjamin is a key opinion leader, KOL, and will be speaking to us on the subject of social media. So this is a theme that he's been working on for many years, and he will be sharing really some of his key insights on what the trade, be they jewelers or dealers or anybody else in the jewelry trade, should be focusing on in 2023. Thank you very much, Benjamin, for flying all the way in from Texas, and the floor is yours.
Thank you for having me. Can everyone hear me? Yep. So thank you to INHORGENTA for putting on the Trend Factory again this year. I am very happy to be back in person after several years of Zooms and Instagram Lives. I think it's really important for the jewelry industry to come together. The jewelry industry is an industry that, we like to touch and feel the objects that we wear that kind of carry us through our lives. And so I think it's really important for us. So today we're going to be talking about kind of social media in this new era. I think most people here are familiar with social media, whether if they do it for themselves and their brand, their company, or if they just are kind of a consumer of the media that's on there. So first, the jewelry industry typically has the visuals down. Jewelry is one of the easiest things to kind of put out there because of its beauty. I think where we miss the mark is in the storytelling side of things. Often, I've heard some people say that, my jewelry is so beautiful it sells itself, kind of thing. But there's so many things along the line, from the cutting and faceting, the mining, and depending on which kind of niche of the industry you're in, I think that there's definitely a way to tell your story through social. Our audience. So when you're trying to grow your social media, you might want to kind of cast a wide net. But when it comes down to converting that audience into doing an action, whether if that's purchasing your jewelry, coming to see you at an event, in the media's case, talking about your jewelry, you have to bring that in. So if you do videos, stories, different apps, you can reach different audiences. Some of these slides I'm going to run through because I think that there's some more pertinent items that are happening right now in social that I want to go through. On brands, I think it's very, very important for especially independent jewelry designers to do their own social and not outsource it to a big company. I know that it seems daunting to do another thing and add another thing to your list of items to do. But it's very important that you are hands-on with your social media because it's one of the few times in our history where we're able to tell our own story. And if you use an app or a company that's just kind of maintaining and posting things for you, you lose touch with your audience. So I'm a big believer in if you can't do it yourself, at least have someone in-house where you're directing that. I think this question, I had this slide for the last presentation I gave in Austin. I think that it's been pretty much answered. Phone has kind of beaten out traditional cameras, and I don't mean to, I see people in the audience with amazing cameras here. There's still use for that if you're filming a documentary or maybe a YouTube video, but for social, phone is really the best. And if you go down into different brands, I think iPhone is best for video. I think Androids are best for gemstones and colored jewelry. And macro shots, they tend to show the color better, more true to color. So if you're a gemstone dealer, it's very important, that your rubies aren't too purple or too orange, those kind of things. On the next slide, everything's been done before. A lot of the things in jewelry that I'm seeing right now are really popular, were popular in the 80s. So it's important to stand out from the crowd, but also to tell your individual story. This is an important thing right now, your cadence of posting. A lot of people will post and they get encouraged to post at a certain schedule, and then they maybe drop off. And the social media apps, you have to do a cadence of it. So if your audience is used to you posting something every Fridays, new design Fridays, or doing a talk on Mondays, it's really important for you to keep up something on those days. Even if you're not going to do a full-on interview or a full-on 10-minute video, it's important to keep up the cadence, and that's mainly because of the algorithms. Whenever we first got on social media, I think that there were a lot more humans interacting with things and kind of picking certain things to go viral on social. Now it's all algorithms. There is no person at Facebook that's choosing to shadow ban you, or no person at TikTok that's choosing to put up videos that are 5 minutes long and making them seen by more people. It's all algorithmic. And so it's very, very important to stick to some sort of schedule. I also really, really recommend scheduling apps. This is one of the few things that I think you can outsource. Hootsuite is one of them. You basically will put in your posts, and it sends you a reminder to post. You can't do everything with it, like geotags and certain things, but I think for people that are busy, and especially independent brands where it's 1 or 2 people working, it can really, really do the heavy lifting and be an assist for you. This one's super important here. There's never a wrong time to start. I think that anyone here that is planning on launching a new brand, next year, you should be putting out teasers right now. Because when you do launch your company, or you launch your latest initiative, or anything that you're trying to do, you need an audience there. Otherwise, it's going to fall flat. So I always say, put up something. Having something up is better than it being perfect. And I think in social media, sometimes we can say, this music wasn't exactly perfect, or it wasn't as clear as I wanted it to be, or come up with excuses of why we didn't do something. But it's never too late. And I also think that right now, with all the new apps kind of coming up, which we're going to talk about here in a minute, it's never too late to gain a new audience on a new app. For example, I've been on Instagram and Facebook for years, and recently I've been putting more and more time into Twitter. Because even though you wouldn't think of Twitter as kind of a jewelry app, it actually is really, really good for your search engine rankings. Google, Bing, all those different apps, to be active on more apps. And if you sell on a website, or if you have courses on a website or articles on a website, it's very, very important to be active on multiple apps. So don't just think of the visual ones. And that goes into the next one. So I've been on Instagram now for almost 9 years. And I remember right whenever Instagram was coming up, MySpace was going away. Facebook was starting to become uncool, kind of like what people are speaking of right now with Instagram. You know, TikTok is the new rage. You know, but how many of you remember Periscope? It was a live streaming app that Twitter was doing, or Vine, an app that Twitter spent a lot on, and all of those influencers that were on there, Logan Paul and many people, they ended up jumping to another app. Now a lot of them went to YouTube. Snapchat. How many people remember Snapchat? That was like the really hot thing. And then Instagram cloned it in stories, and now you don't really hear about it anymore. Vero, which was an app that was started with hedge fund money to be like the original Instagram, where you had the chronological feed, and there wasn't as many ads on there, and it was going to be a subscription service where you could pay. Google Plus, the graveyard is long, and now actually Twitter's talking about bringing back Vine because of its short form video content is really, really where the growth is at right now. But I do want to speak about TikTok too. As you can see on there, it's still very new. The audience is very young. You might have colleagues that are on TikTok, but the massive audience, which is almost 3 billion downloads, it's still not as big as Instagram, by the way. Instagram has almost 5 billion downloads. It's a very, very young audience. So I think TikTok is great for going to go see a new movie, a new album dropping, a new flavor of chip or crisp. I think that it's good for large brand things. I'm not really sure that it's good for jewelry. And I've actually spoken with many of my colleagues about this, and they said, how do we do luxury on TikTok, on an app that is so flippant and 10, 15 seconds, sometimes with music or verbiage or language that doesn't necessarily fit with not only my brand but the piece that I'm speaking of. And the way that we've kind of come up with how to do it properly is to maybe come at it from an educational side of things. TikTok is an app where people are learning a lot, and so I think that that's maybe a positive for TikTok. Some negative, another positive is that you can put, music with it. Think about, some of the game shows and some of the television shows that we like, American Idol or something like that. They have to pay a lot of money to license that music. So that's why they always have a band kind of sing it live, because then they don't have to pay to license the music. We don't have to pay to license this music anymore. The apps are doing it by monetizing our private content, our privacy records on our apps. And then they're selling that to marketers, and that's how we're able to kind of use that music on there. I think that music is a very powerful thing to put with powerful visuals from jewelry, so that's another positive. There's challenges and trends that can overlap with your brand. I remember about a year ago, there was a big ice bucket challenge happening, and I know some diamond dealers that kind of turned the ice bucket challenge into their own thing to do with ice with diamonds. Some negative things about TikTok, and let me go here. Yeah, we'll stay on this slide. I'm not sure if it's going to be around much longer. It's been banned in Indonesia, Bangladesh, India, numerous Central Asian countries already. So right then you have about 20% of the world's audience that isn't even seeing the app. Then there's another 30% of the world's audience where it's restricted, and it's becoming more and more restricted. In the United States, for example, you can no longer have it on any government device, or if you're a government employee. You can no longer use it on any public university or public school's Wi-Fi. It's starting to become more and more and more controversial due to its ownership structure. And also due to some of the privacy concerns. I know here in Europe, y'all actually have a lot more privacy on your apps compared to in the United States, and a lot more options that you can choose whenever you go onto a website or you go onto an app. I wish that we had some of those options in the States to protect our data. But just 2 days ago, actually, the European Commission banned TikTok on all of its members' phones. So it's slowly starting to creep out into more and more and more countries. And I think that that's a reason why you want to be on many apps. You don't just want to be on one. Focus only on Instagram or only on Facebook. Put all of your eggs into one basket, like focusing on TikTok, and then all of a sudden it gets banned. And what did all those users do from Vine? They had to go jump to YouTube, and they lost a significant amount of their audience. So I think in the countries that it's been banned, clone apps came up immediately. Instagram, for example, had cloned stories from Snapchat. Now they've cloned Reels from TikTok. I just don't think it's going to be around too much longer, and it makes sense too. Many of the users are under voting age, so they would be very upset. A lot of upset 12-year-olds for a few months, and then they would move to Reels or to whatever new app that comes along, and they will get their fix of being on their phone screen. So I wanted to say the positives of TikTok and some of the things you can learn from it, but also just to be wary and not to put all of your, because it is a significant investment of time and creativity and sometimes money to put into marketing on social media. And you definitely don't want to be in a place where all of your audience is on an app that's now banned in your country. Okay. All of these apps are marketing companies. How do we get to use Facebook and Instagram for free? Because they take our private data, they sell it to marketers, then we see ads. Here, for example, I'm no longer seeing ads for the local restaurant in Texas. I'm seeing ads for vacations from Munich airport and things like that. The apps know where I'm at now. They also are heavily marketing to to smaller companies and smaller independent brands to boost their posts. These apps make a significantly higher margin on marketing with smaller independent brands than they do with larger brands. Universal Studios can have $1 billion budget for the year with Facebook, but the margin on how much their profit they're making on that is a lot less than the smaller independent company that's maybe doing a €500 boost a month, and that's their budget for the whole month. So that's something important to realize. They really are going after the small restaurant owner, the small designer, and those kind of things. I'm all for organic growth and organic audiences. I don't think that any of the social media apps have their marketing targeting down yet for our industry. It's very, very difficult to market to someone that will spend X amount on this specific design collection in this specific country or region. I think that for some of the larger brands, especially some of like the watch brands or some of the more demi-fine stainless steel, sterling silver jewelry, things that are under 2,000 euros, yes, it will work for them to boost things because they have direct-to-consumer sales online. It's easily accessible. The customer's familiar with the brand. But for a brand new company, they are getting introduced to you. They're getting introduced to your designs. And so I think that it's almost a waste of money to spend money on boosting your posts. The next thing you want to remember is that your engagement level will dive significantly once you start to boost. The apps are always giving you notifications. Boost this post. It's doing 95% better than the post before. Those kind of things. it's a ploy to get you to pay. And once you pay them, they turn off the water spigot, so to speak, on your organic reach. You'll start to notice that, let's say you used to get 100 likes and 10 comments on all of your posts, or around that number. Now you'll start to get 50 and 3 comments on your posts, and they'll want you to pay to boost it. These companies are marketing companies. Now they're trying to move to the subscription model, but really what that's going to do is turn off a lot of the audience, and it's also going to not make up for advertising costs. So just remember that if you are going to do ad spend on these apps, you'll want to do significant ad spend, which doesn't really make sense unless you're a direct-to-consumer brand. It doesn't make sense for B2B at all. Look at some of the trade shows, for example. They will boost their post and say, buyers, sign up for XYZ trade show. You look at the post and you look at the likes and the comments, it's almost always exhibitors. It's not the target audience of retailers and buyers that they want to sign up and come to the event. So that's my 2 cents on boosting things. Video's been king for a long time, and for someone that kind of started out on Instagram taking macro photos and trying to style shots beautifully, that has broken my heart a little bit because you know, I did like kind of Instagram was a photographer's app. That's what it started out as. But that being said, video opens up a whole new side of things. Before, where I would have to do a swipe gallery to show someone a convertible piece of jewelry, now I can do that in a 10-15 second video. Where before I would have to describe how the gemstones sparkled from within, now I can show that on a video. There are many, many, many ways to get out video content. There's Reels, IGTV, TikTok, of course. You can go live, boomerangs, and any type of video content, whether if that is a 3-second boomerang clip or a 10-minute long interview, is better than a static image. As far as growth and engagement goes, all of these apps are pushing us to post more content because they're competing with each other all the time. And so now Instagram's actually paying certain creators and brands to post. It's very little money. I think if you get 2 million views within a month, you can make maybe 1,200 euros. So it's a very, very small amount. But the reason why they're doing that is to get more video content on these apps. And they're prioritizing video content as well. I remember when stories first started, people started to notice that their static gallery posts weren't getting as much engagement unless they were posting stories. All of these apps, if they have multiple avenues of being able to post their content, it's best to use all of the avenues that are at your disposal because the apps will then prioritize your posts. If you are partaking in gallery posts and IGTV and live and stories and reels, they will prioritize it. And a lot of that content can be repurposed. You'll sometimes be watching something on Instagram and you'll see the TikTok logo, someone downloaded it from TikTok, or something on YouTube Shorts, someone downloaded it from Instagram, especially for the independent brands that only have maybe 1 or 2 employees. Remember that content can be used a lot of different places. And I save my content, and I try to make my content evergreen, which means content that I can use forever, so to speak. So one little note on videos and on like lives, you want to use live sparingly. As I spoke at the beginning, you know, I'm very happy to be back in person with everyone, and I'm sure many of you are happy to be back here at the show and seeing brands and meeting your colleagues and touching and feeling new designs in person. A lot of people are burned out with Zooms and lives. And in the beginning, I had my notifications on all these apps for whenever people went live because it was always going to be an interesting interview. It was always going to be something where I learned something new. And then it became live selling, and then it became live trunk shows and kind of content that wasn't necessarily you know, I didn't think was purposeful for live. And so many people have turned off notifications now. And so with your individual audience, you'll want to make sure that you use certain things sparingly. If somebody is going to get a buzz on their phone, you want to make it worth that buzz. So that's why I say use it sparingly. I've kind of spoken about this throughout, but every app has slightly different audiences. TikTok's going to trend younger, Facebook's going to trend older, Instagram is going to have kind of the widest audience, and then there's going to be niche audiences on Pinterest, on Twitter. Pinterest skews heavily female and younger. It's great for mood boards. Let's say someone is maybe looking to get engaged. People still use it to put up galleries of their dream engagement ring. So every audience is going to be slightly different on these apps. And like I spoke of before, you can repurpose content for different apps. Just because it's a 15-second video that did well on one app doesn't mean it's going to necessarily do good on another app. And you don't want to just kind of post the exact same thing all the time. So what I would do is change up the hashtags, change up the copy on some of the posts, and maybe even crop it or edit it slightly different for different apps. This is also another pertinent topic. You know, especially during the pandemic, a lot of people put a lot of personal information out there. And I think for smaller designers and brands that are very connected with their audience, sometimes that can be a benefit to you by speaking about where your creativity is right now and where your feelings are right now. But I do think that there is a limit to that. Pricing and availability. I still have met with brands here at the show that say they don't want their jewelry on social media. It's odd to me. It's 2023. One of the brands actually is has a big booth at the entrance to one of these main halls and has windows and everything. And there's people coming by that are snapping photos of the windows. And they said, whenever I spoke to them, they said, we are B2B only. So we don't need to be on social media. There's a way for you to be business to business on social media and not talk about your wholesale pricing, not talk about your availability, not put out certain information out there. But it is becoming more and more important to remind your audience, which is other businesses, that you're going to be at an event, that you're launching a new collection, that you're doing a new endeavor, you're becoming more sustainable in this area, you are becoming more diverse in this area. I think that every business needs to have some presence on social media, even if that presence is just placeholding your name on these apps. Some of the apps that started very early on, there's businesses that weren't able to claim their account name, and so there might be a business that has nothing to do with yours. I know JP Morgan Chase Bank was a big one in the US where they didn't get their Twitter account. A young man named Chase from Dallas actually got the Twitter account, and they tried to buy it from them and tried to do all kinds of things, and he wanted to keep his account. His name's Chase. So I think it's important for brands to at least placehold it. There's so many people in the industry doing it right. I think that there's gemstone hunters like Vincent Pardue. There's miners like Jim Fields and Belmont Emeralds and Fuli that's showcasing these beautiful peridot from China. There's lapidaries like Top Notch Faceting, and there's press. There's people like Kyle Roderick, who was just on the stage from Bijou Review. She shares so many interesting tidbits about these designers and about how they came up with something. There's educational people that are putting out gemology information, and of course designers that are sharing really unique things. I know here in Munich, there's a company, Ceylon's Munich. They're in the Gem Hall. They're doing an initiative in Sri Lanka right now, and they're pretty much exclusively sharing what they're doing there with the miners and with on social media, and it's become it's become a big reason why people are coming by their booths at the show to do business with them, because they're seeing the important work that they're doing there. And yeah, so thanks y'all for having me. And I wanted to open it up to a Q&A because I always tell people on social media, a lot of these things are kind of generalities, but depending on what you're doing, it might be different. So yeah, does anyone have any questions about a specific app, about anything to do with social media? Okay, I will be around. I'm hard to miss. I'm one of the tallest people here, so if you have a question, please don't hesitate. You can find me on social media at Third Coast Gyms on all of the apps. I was able to get my name, send me a direct message. And again, I really, really want to thank INHORGENTA for putting together this Trend Factory again. Not just with my talk, but with any talk that you've seen today. I highly encourage you to post it on social media and tag INHORGENTA and hashtag INHORGENTA Trend Factory. There's been so many amazing talks over the last 2 days that I've learned a lot on. So again, thank you to INHORGENTA for having us all here. Yeah, thank you.
So, guten Nachmittag. Nach der Mittagspause geht unsere Trend Factory weiter. E-Commerce ist natürlich auch ein wichtiges Thema, auch in der Schmuckbranche. Und ich freue mich sehr, jetzt Henry Krause von MoveSell begrüßen zu dürfen. MoveSell ist eine Amazon-Agentur, die Unternehmen berät in diversen Fragen, was auf Amazon Sales geht, Werbung auf Amazon oder wie man eben am besten Produkte verkauft. Und jetzt freue ich mich sehr, die Insights von Henry Krause zu bekommen, wie Schmuckmarken strategisch auf Amazon wachsen können.
Ja.
The stage is yours.
Vielen Dank für die Vorstellung. Mein Name ist Henry Krause, ich komme von MoveSell. Wir sind eine Kieler Agentur für Amazon und Online-Marktplätze, beraten vor allem Markenhersteller aus dem Mittelstand und Enterprise-Segment und unterstützen da auch auf der Plattform Amazon. Ja.
Jetzt unterstöre. If there's anybody English speaking and we have headsets to be translated, so they're just over there. If you can pick up your headsets, if you don't understand German, you can pick them up there.
Guter Hinweis. Genau, und wir wollen uns heute in den nächsten 30 Minuten mal anschauen, welche Möglichkeiten Amazon eigentlich bietet, vor allem eben für Marken, den Marktplatz oder beziehungsweise den Kanal Amazon vernünftig zu nutzen. Dafür muss man übrigens nicht mal selber dort aktiv verkaufen. Und ich möchte mit Ihnen einfach mal so einen Ablauf eines aus unserer Sicht idealen Amazon-Projektes durchgehen, angefangen mit einer Analyse. Amazon bietet sehr, sehr viele interessante Daten, sehr, sehr viele Unternehmen, Marken sind auf Amazon präsent, auch wenn sie dort selber gar nicht auftreten wollen oder nicht wissen, dass sie dort auftreten, verkaufen sehr, sehr häufig Retailer ihre Produkte bereits auf Amazon. Wir gucken uns so die Kategorieanalyse an, also gehen so ein bisschen in Richtung Marktanalyse auf Amazon und dann schauen wir uns auch Wachstumshebel an. Ne? Was bietet Amazon eigentlich an Content-Möglichkeiten für Marken? Und dann schauen wir uns auch mal das Thema Advertising an, also ne, PPC kennt man auch von Google, von Facebook, gibt es auch auf Amazon, ist enorm wichtig geworden in den letzten Jahren. So ein typischer Ablauf sieht eigentlich so aus, ne? Man startet mit einer Analyse, um einfach mal den Status quo zu ermitteln, wo stehen Sie aktuell auf Amazon, wenn Sie schon selber was machen und welche Umsatzpotenziale gibt es auf dem Kanal für Sie. Das heißt, runtergebrochen, wie viel Geld können Sie dort verdienen? Lohnt sich das? Dann kommt meistens eben die Sichtbarkeitssteigerung, SEO, Search Engine Optimization. Kennt man eigentlich von Google, funktioniert auch auf Amazon, weil auch Suchmaschine. Im nächsten Schritt möchten wir natürlich auch ein vernünftiges Markenbild auf die Produktseiten bringen. Je hochwertiger Ihre Marke, je teurer die Produkte, desto wichtiger auch, dass entsprechend diese Hochwertigkeit auch dargestellt ist auf der Produktdetailseite. Ne, dann beginnt das Thema Advertising, das heißt, wir steigern Sichtbarkeit durch Werbemaßnahmen auf Amazon. Ne, und Ziel des Ganzen ist letztendlich ein nachhaltiges, effektives Wachstum in Ihrer Kategorie. Bedeutet, Sie verdienen vernünftig, profitabel Geld mit dem Kanal Amazon. So, erster Punkt, Marktanalyse, wo wir mal reingehen. Ich habe Ihnen jetzt hier mal beispielhaft 2 Kategorien mitgebracht. Einmal Ohrringe, Damen. Sie müssen wissen, Amazon unterscheidet nicht in Modeschmuck oder Echtschmuck. Das heißt, das ist leider ein Problem, gerade für hochwertige Marken, dass es keinen dedizierten Platz auf Amazon gibt für sehr hochwertige, teure Produkte aus dem Bereich Echtschmuck. Und man hat natürlich auch das Problem, ne, jeder kann auf Amazon verkaufen, dass es dort relativ viel, ich sag mal, chinesische Händler gibt mit sehr billigen Produkten. Trotzdem wollen wir uns das mal anschauen. Ne. Jetzt in dieser beispielhaften Kategorie sehen wir keine wirklich dominierende Marke. Gibt andere Kategorien, wo Market Shares 50% an eine Marke gehen. In Ihrem Segment nicht. Ich bringe mal was anderes auf. Bereich Fahrrad. Abus hat im Bereich Fahrradschlösser 50% Marktanteil. So findet man jetzt hier im Bereich Schmuck, Jewelry gar nicht. So, man sieht auch eine mittelmäßige Anzahl an Reviews. Ist jetzt schon sehr, sehr viel, im Schnitt 1000 Bewertungen. Im Bereich Consumer Electronics ist das gar nichts. Da finden Sie teilweise 10.000 Bewertungen und mehr auf so einem Produkt. Relativ gute Bewertungsdurchschnitt von 4,3 und sehr, sehr niedrige Preispunkte. Es gibt ja Ohrringe, die kosten deutlich mehr als 19 €. Das wissen Sie alle. Hier im Bereich Amazon aber eher nicht, weil viele hochwertige Marken aktuell den Kanal auch noch nicht so bespielen und es eben auch sehr viele Billiganbieter gibt. So, was ziehen wir daraus? Aktuell der Einstieg in diese Kategorie ist relativ einfach möglich. Warum? Die Market Shares sind nicht klar verteilt. So, es gibt da keinen klaren Ausschlag, was diese Kategorie jetzt möchte. Möchte die eher sehr billige Produkte verkaufen, möchte sie sehr hochwertige Produkte verkaufen, auch mit hochwertigen Produkten, mit sehr hohen Preispunkten könnte man erfolgreich in diese Kategorie einsteigen. Ne? Dafür muss man entsprechend hochwertigen Content liefern. Wir ermitteln einen sogenannten Product Quality Score, sehen Sie da oben. Der ist hier im Schnitt bei 73, 0 ist das schlechteste, 100 das höchste. Damit geben wir objektiv die Qualität von einer Produktdetailseite auf Amazon an. 73 ist eher Mittelmaß. So, das heißt, mit entsprechend gutem Content könnte man sich hier in dieser Kategorie problemlos platzieren aus unserer Sicht. Armbanduhr Herren, jetzt sehen wir hier auf 1 gleich eine Smartwatch. Was bedeutet das? Es gibt auf Amazon auch leider keine klare Trennung zwischen Analoguhren und Smartwatches. Das ist schade. Fossil Casio sind da sehr, sehr stark in dieser Kategorie mit 23 und 17% Marktanteil. Das ist auf jeden Fall nicht schlecht. Sie sehen jetzt auch hier im Unterschied zu der Kategorie, die wir uns eben angeguckt haben, im Schnitt bedeutend mehr Reviews. Das heißt, da haben Produkte gerne auch mal 4000 Bewertungen und mehr. Das ist schon relativ schwierig aufzuholen. Ne? Die Kategorie ist sehr kompetitiv. Auch hier sehen wir wieder für diesen Bereich relativ niedrige Preispunkte. So, man muss einfach sagen, auf Amazon funktionieren Produkte bis je nach Kategorie 500 €, besser noch Bereich 200 € sehr gut. Alles, was dann hochwertiger wird, teurer wird, ist auf dem Marktplatz einfach schwer, weil können Sie sich ja vorstellen, der Shopper kann das Produkt nicht anfassen, kann es nicht anprobieren. Das ist im Bereich Technik nicht so ein Problem wie jetzt hier im Bereich Schmuck, ne, wo es ja auch ganz klar darum geht, sieht das Produkt an mir gut aus? So, wie fühlt es sich an, wie ist die Haptik? Also je teurer die Produkte werden, desto mehr müssen Sie da auch in den Bereich Branding, in den Bereich Content investieren. Habe ich nachher noch ein paar Beispiele mitgebracht. So, der Einstieg in diese Kategorie ist ungemein schwerer als das, was wir eben in den Ohrringen gesehen haben. Ich sage nicht unmöglich, aber es ist durchaus kompetitiv. Wir haben da starke Marken, die dort bereits sehr gut aufgestellt sind. Das heißt, da muss man sich wirklich eine gute Strategie überlegen und auch einiges an Geld schon mal für Werbemaßnahmen zur Seite legen, um sich einfach Marktanteile über Werbung zu erkämpfen. So, Amazon bringt für alle Markeninhaber hier ein sehr mächtiges Feature mit, das ist das sogenannte Brand Analytics Tool. So, das ist für alle Seller und Vendoren mit einer eigenen Marke auf Amazon kostenfrei und da können Sie einen sogenannten ASIN-Rückwärtscheck machen. Eine ASIN, das ist die EAN des Amazon-Kosmos, die Produktidentifikationsnummer des Amazon-Kosmos und die nehmen Sie hier jetzt einfach mal von irgendeinem beliebigen Produkt, von Ihrer Marke oder eines Wettbewerbers und geben die in dieses Brand Analytics Tool, was Ihnen kostenfrei zur Verfügung steht, ein. So, wir haben das jetzt mal hier gemacht für eine Tommy Hilfiger Uhr, von der wir wissen, die verkauft sich seit Jahren wie geschnitten Brot. Kostet so um die 150 € und ist das dominante Produkt zu den wichtigsten Keywords im Grunde. Uhrenherren, Herrenuhr, Uhrherren, Watch, Uhren, Herrenuhren. Also wirklich diese kurzen, prägnanten Suchbegriffe. Da kaufen Leute diese Uhr für und das ist schon richtig mächtig. Das muss man einfach sagen. Das ist eines der Top-Produkte in der Kategorie Armbanduhren für Herren. Was wir auch machen, ne, wenn wir so eine Analyse machen, ist dann tatsächlich wirklich Business Cases aufstellen. Das heißt, haben wir jetzt hier mal für ein Mehrmarkenunternehmen gemacht. Wir schauen, wie viel Umsatzpotenzial bietet eine Kategorie für Sie. Was ist auf der anderen Seite das Invest in Werbung, in eine Agentur wie uns, was auf der anderen Seite steht und schauen uns dann eben an, hat Ihr Projekt überhaupt eine Zukunft? Ne? Und ja, im besten Fall hat man dann eben ein klar definiertes Projekt und im schlechtesten Fall spart man sich einige tausend Euro und sehr, 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 sehr viele Stunden Arbeit mit einem wahrscheinlich aussichtslosen Projekt. Haben wir hier auch gemacht, gab jetzt 3 Marken in dieser Zeit. In einer haben wir Zukunft gesehen für den Marktplatz Amazon und die anderen beiden Marken wurden dann eben nicht weiter vorangetrieben auf dem Kanal Amazon. Im Online-Shop und anderen Kanälen, vielleicht auch stationär, kann das natürlich ganz anders aussehen. So, wir haben uns jetzt mal den Markt angeguckt, das hat noch nichts mit Ihrer Marke zu tun und schauen uns jetzt als nächstes mal Ihre Marke an, den Status quo Ihrer Marke. Dabei sollte man sich ganz genau angucken, auch wenn Sie aktuell noch nicht selber aktiv Amazon machen, wie viele Produkte sind eigentlich aktiv auf Amazon gelistet? Sind sie in der richtigen Kategorie untergebracht? Wie ist die Markenzuordnung? Na, Amazon weist jedem Produkt eine Marke zu. Wir haben sowas zum Beispiel mal für Happy Socks gemacht. Kennen Sie diese lustigen bunten Socken? Mein Lieblingsmarkenname, den irgendein Händler eingetragen hat, war Ferrari F1 für eine Socke, wo Hamburger drauf waren. So, das hat nichts mit gutem Markenbild zu tun, ist aber relativ üblich dafür, wenn Sie aktuell nicht selber den Kanal in die Hand nehmen, sondern nur über Händler aktiv sind. Natürlich schaut man sich da auch an, wie viele Bewertungen hat man, wie sind die denn im Schnitt aufgebaut. So, jetzt haben wir den Bereich Analyse hinter uns gelassen, das heißt, erster Schritt, wir wissen, wie sieht der Markt aus? Gibt es überhaupt genug Umsatzpotenzial für Sie, damit es sich lohnt, aktiv Amazon anzugehen? Können Sie damit Geld verdienen? Schritt 2, die Markenanalyse. ist Ihre Marke Status Quo schon auf Amazon sichtbar? Entweder über Ihre eigene Arbeit oder über die Arbeit Ihrer Händler, Ihrer Retailer? Und ist dieses Markenbild aktuell eher gut oder eher schlecht? Unsere Erfahrung, wenn Sie es sich selber machen, ist es eher sehr schlecht. So, und als nächstes geht es dann darum, die richtigen Wachstumshebel auf Amazon zu ziehen. Wir fangen mit der Produktseite an. Das ist letztlich der Point of Sale auf Amazon, kann man sagen. Man muss sich erstmal die Frage stellen, warum ist Content auf Amazon überhaupt wichtig? Warum lohnt sich das? So, einmal, Amazon ist ganz klar eine Suchmaschine, wie in Google auch. Und Sie müssen einfach Amazon sagen, mein Produkt passt zu der Suchanfrage eines Shoppers. Mal ganz einfach gesagt, wenn Sie eine Herrenarmbanduhr verkaufen und auf Ihrer Produktseite steht nirgendwo das Wort Herrenarmbanduhr, kann Amazon noch so gut sein, aber weiß einfach nicht, dass Sie eine Herrenarmbanduhr verkaufen. Ganz simples Beispiel. So, dann stellen Sie sich das mal aus Ihrer Käufererfahrung vor. Sie haben eine Produktseite, die sieht super aus. Da können Sie sich über das Produkt informieren. Da stehen Maße drauf des Produktes. Sie haben gute Produktbilder. Sie kriegen vielleicht auch noch einen Eindruck über die Marke, über das Markenbild. Was ist wichtig? Vielleicht ist die Marke sogar nachhaltig. Dann werden viel mehr Besucher zu Kunden, als wenn dort einfach ein schlechtes Produktfoto ist. Irgendwie im Titel steht Ohrringe Damen, aus Plastik, klein, schwarz. So, das war's. Kauft kein Mensch. Kann ich Ihnen sagen, kauft kein Mensch. Da müssen Sie sich schon mehr bemühen. Und dann ist natürlich ganz wichtig das starke Branding, weil begreifen Sie Amazon als Touchpoint auf der Customer Journey. Es ist nicht unüblich, dass ein gutes Auftreten auf Amazon auch einen positiven Effekt auf andere Kanäle hat, weil letztendlich ist Amazon auch ein Kanal, wo sich Shopper über Produkte informieren. Auch der Preisvergleich spielt da natürlich eine Rolle, aber wenn ein Shopper interessiert an ihrem Produkt ist und auf Amazon das Markenbild einfach nicht stimmt, was sie über alle anderen Kanäle mit Agenturen und teuer Geld und tollen Creatives zum Maximum bringen wollen. Und auf Amazon sieht es einfach aus, wie ich es eben beschrieben habe, ja, wie Kraut und Rüben, dann ist es einfach nicht gut und stört einfach Ihre Marke, stört Ihr Branding auf einem sehr, sehr wichtigen und sehr, sehr trafficstarken Kanal. So sieht so eine Produktseite aus. Ich habe Ihnen jetzt hier mal als Best-Practice-Beispiel die Marke Harmonic mitgebracht. Die verkaufen echt Schmuck auf Amazon, vor allem Verlobungsringe. Verlobungsringe im Preiseinstiegssegment. Sie sehen hier 100 €. Zielgruppe, klar, Männer. Und was haben wir? Eine Problemlösung. Denn Mann möchte sich gerne verloben, die Freundin erwartet einen Ring, wir haben ein Problem, wir brauchen einen Ring. So, und entsprechend löst es eben Harmonic, indem sie gezielt eben Männer anspricht und eben auch Hinweise gibt, wie man dieses Problem löst im Content. So, erstmal ist aber ganz wichtig, die Produkte sind super auffindbar. Sie sehen oben umrandet den Titel auf der Amazon-Produktseite. Sie sehen, der ist sehr umfangreich. Wir haben wichtige Keywords wie Verlobungsring, Ring, Damen. Das ist aus Silber, das Produkt. Also eigentlich das Wichtigste, was man schon wissen muss, direkt im Titel. Und ganz, ganz toll, ich habe diesen Screenshot hier zur Zeit rund um Valentinstag gemacht. Da hat das Unternehmen eben zusätzlich noch geschrieben, es gibt auch Rosenblätter zum Valentinstag dazu. Also ein sogenanntes Event-Keyword eingepflegt. Das ist wirklich, ich sag mal, Masterclass im Bereich Suchmaschinenoptimierung, weil das Ziel muss ganz klar sein, Sie müssen auf Suchergebnisseite 1 landen. Schaffen Sie das nicht, werden Ihre Verkäufe negativ beeinflusst, weil auch da denken Sie doch mal an sich selber, wie viel Lust haben Sie sich durch 10 Suchergebnisseiten auf Amazon zu klicken, bis Sie das richtige Produkt haben? Nein, meistens finden Sie schon auf Suchergebnisseite 1 das passende Produkt. Mein Tipp, wenn Sie neue Produkte haben, die Sie neu auf Amazon bringen, erhalten die von Amazon einen sogenannten Boost. Wir nennen das spaßeshalber die Honeymoon-Phase, weil Amazon neuen Produkten natürlich eine Chance geben möchte, sich auf dem Marktplatz zu etablieren. Wenn Sie ein neues Produkt auf den Marktplatz bringen, sollte dieser Bereich SEO-Content schon top sein, weil Sie von dieser initialen Boostphase, geht so etwa 3 Monate, wirklich nachhaltig profitieren können, was die Sichtbarkeit Ihres Produktes angeht. A+-Content, das ist der Rich Content auf Amazon. Das heißt, Sie können da schön bebilderten Content auf die Produktseite bringen, hat überhaupt keine Relevanz für Ihre Sichtbarkeit, aber sehr für Ihre Conversion. Sie sehen, wie schön das hier gemacht ist. Wir haben da einige Unique Selling Points, schön bebildert, das Produkt toll dargestellt und es gibt auch die Möglichkeit, hier so eine Vergleichstabelle, sehen Sie unten, einzufügen für Cross- und Upselling-Möglichkeiten. So, das heißt, Sie können da auf Ihrer Produktseite weitere Produkte Ihrer Marke präsentieren, vielleicht auch passende Produkte, die ein Shopper auch kauft, um den Warenkorbwert zu erhöhen. Das ist wirklich richtig, richtig stark und auch sehr, sehr einfach im Baukastenprinzip zu bauen. Wenn Sie ganz, ganz faul sind und Amazon trotzdem im Bereich Branding nutzen können, gibt es die Markengeschichte. So, auch das, so ein Rich-Content-Bereich auf Amazon und das ist ein Content für all Ihre Produktseiten. Den können Sie einmal bauen, darstellen, warum Ihre Marke super ist. Einige Produkte, von denen Sie wissen, die sind sehr, sehr gut, sehr erfolgreich, verkaufen sich sehr gut, in diesem Content darstellen und sich so als Top-Marke positionieren. Wie gesagt, Sie erstellen das einmal und rollen das auf 10, 100 oder 1000 Produktseiten rauf. Das ist unglaublich effizient. Sie sehen, man kann hier so schön durchscrollen. Das ist wunderbar, sieht sehr, sehr schön und hochwertig aus, hat Amazon letztes Jahr eingeführt, sollte man auf jeden Fall nutzen. Letztes Branding-Tool hier ist der sogenannte Markenshop, ein Online-Shop im Amazon-Kosmos. So, das ist der einzige Ort auf Amazon ohne Werbeplätze. Kommen wir gleich noch mal rein. Das heißt, dort sind Sie sicher vor Ihrer Konkurrenz und können erzählen über Ihre Marke. Gleichzeitig ist dieser Online-Shop, dieser Brand-Store im Bereich Amazon auch eine Landingpage für einige Werbeformate auf Amazon. Und Sie haben dort die Möglichkeiten, Dealseiten, wenn Sie Angebote schalten, zu etablieren, Anleitungen zu geben, Tipps zum Beispiel zur Pflege Ihrer Produkte zu hinterlegen und richtig schön zu gliedern, zu präsentieren, nach Produktsegmenten eigene Informationen zu geben. Das ist unglaublich mächtig und wir wissen, Shopper, die in diesen Markenshop gehen, danach auf die Produktseite gehen, konvertieren eher, weil sie einfach die Möglichkeit haben, dort richtig schönes Branding zu betreiben. Wird häufig vergessen, der Markenshop. Ehrlicherweise wissen die meisten Online-Shopper auf Amazon auch gar nicht, dass es dieses Prinzip Brandstore Markenshop überhaupt gibt. Die glauben einfach, das ist irgendeine Auflistung von Amazon. Trotzdem sind die positiven Effekte da und klar messbar. So, jetzt kommen wir zum spannenden Teil, Werbung auf Amazon. Es ist ein unverzichtbarer Umsatzbooster, muss man klar sagen. Denn 50% der gesamtverfügbaren Sichtbarkeit auf Amazon ist für Werbung reserviert. 50%. So, und wenn Sie das richtig machen, kann diese Werbung auch sehr profitabel sein. Das heißt, Sie können damit Geld verdienen. Werbung ist auf Amazon auch die Möglichkeit, um systematisch Neukunden zu gewinnen. Zum Beispiel, indem man gezielt auf Produktseiten Ihrer Konkurrenz Werbung schaltet oder auf Markensuchbegriffen Ihrer Konkurrenz Werbung schaltet. Zum Beispiel kann Garmin ganz, ganz einfach die eigenen Produkte auf die Markensuchbegriffe von Fossil schalten. Passiert auch, schauen Sie sich das gern mal an. So, wir wissen, dass in einem professionell gemanagten Account 40 bis 60% des Amazon-Umsatzes durch Werbung generiert wird. Wenn Sie es professionell und gut machen, dann ist das auch gar kein Problem und Sie haben damit sehr, sehr viel Spaß. So, wir schauen uns das jetzt hier mal an auf einer Suchergebnisseite von Amazon. Sie sehen das, die ersten vier Produkte, die Sie hier eben sehen, sind Werbeanzeigen. Ganz oben haben wir eine sogenannte Sponsored Brands Anzeige, ist auch eine Werbeanzeige. Das heißt, in diesem Fall sieht der Shopper 7 Produkte durch Werbung, bevor das erste organisch erzeugte Produkt überhaupt sichtbar wird. So, und das ist krass. Das muss man einfach beachten, wenn man sich überlegt, ob man Amazon-Werbung machen möchte, ja oder nein. Auf der Produktdetailseite hört das Ganze aber nicht auf. Mein allerliebster Slot ist hier dieses Produktkarussell, was Sie unten sehen. Dort sehen Sie in ganz klein und grau ganz links den Hinweis gesponsert. Damit sagt Amazon, dieses ganze Produktrad das ist alles Werbung. So, der Amazon-Shopper nimmt es aber nicht so wahr und sucht sich dort gerne, besonders bei teureren Produkten, Vergleichsartikel raus. Amazon-Shopper vergleichen sehr, sehr gerne Preise und Bewertungen. Das heißt, ne, auch ein mühevoll eingekaufter Shopper, den Sie auf Ihre Produktseite gebracht haben, kann dort über Werbung noch verloren gehen. Und das kann man eben einerseits verhindern, indem man seine eigenen Produkte für Cross- und Upselling auf seine eigenen Produkte mit Werbung schaltet und gleichzeitig natürlich mit passenden Produkten auf den Produktdetailseiten Ihrer Konkurrenz sichtbar und präsent ist. Funktioniert sehr, sehr gut. So, unser Tipp, machen Sie das Ganze softwaregestützt. Das ist nicht trivial und es ist auch ein gewisser Aufwand dahinter. Das muss laufend gemonitort werden und laufend auch angepasst werden. So, es ist aber eine Chance, weil die Klickpreise sind häufig günstiger als bei Google und sie stehen nicht in Konkurrenz zu Blogs, Newspapern, Vergleichsportalen oder sonst was, sondern lediglich in Anführungszeichen zu anderen Marken und Verkäufern. So, wenn wir einen Kanal übernehmen, steigern wir im Schnitt die Sales um 70%, bei einer Profitabilitätsverbesserung um 20%. Amazon ist auch ein ganz klarer Neukundenkanal. Wir haben das mal ausgewertet bei ein paar Marken von uns und festgestellt, dass 90% der Amazon-Shopper Neukunden sind, die vorher noch nicht im Online-Shop gekauft haben. 90%. Das müssen Sie mal überlegen, wie viele Leute das sind. Und das beantwortet so ein bisschen die Frage, kannibalisiere ich mit Amazon eigentlich meinen Online-Shop? Die Antwort ist nein. Ungefähr ja, die 10%, die Sie jetzt hier sehen, sind natürlich Kunden, die vorher im Online-Shop eingekauft haben. Das gleicht sich aber aus, da auch 10% der Shopper auf Amazon dann in ihren Online-Shop gehen und dort einkaufen. So, also da haben Sie Ausgleichseffekte. So, häufig ist die Neukundengewinnung über Amazon aber deutlich günstiger als für den Online-Shop. Ne? Müssen Sie sich mal überlegen. Ne? Man denkt, ja, im Online-Shop habe ich vielleicht nicht so hohe Kosten, aber auch da machen Sie nachher Social-Media-Kampagnen. Sie machen Google-Advertising, was das alles an Geld kostet. So, und auch eine Website ist nicht umsonst gebaut. Und letztendlich ist es auch ein Synergieeffekt, den Sie erzielen können, wenn Sie neben Ihrem Online-Shop, neben dem Auftritt im stationären Handel auch auf Amazon präsent sind und gut aussehen mit Ihrer Marke. So. Und wir sehen auch den zunehmenden Trend von Verschiebungen von Umsatzanteilen in den E-Commerce, das heißt in den Online-Shop hinein oder eben auch zu Marktplätzen wie Amazon, weil die Shopper sich natürlich auch durch Corona daran gewöhnt haben, auch die älteren Zielgruppen sind jetzt so ein bisschen vertrauter mit dem Einkaufen im Internet. So, und jetzt muss man sich einfach mal fragen, wann sollte man mit Amazon denn überhaupt anfangen? Und meine klare Antwort ist, machen Sie es jetzt. So, das ist mal ein Vergleich der relevantesten Marktplätze hier auf Deutschland. Ne, Zalando auch für Schmuck interessant. Otto sicherlich etwas, was in Deutschland aufstrebend ist. Aber hier in Deutschland ist die Nummer 1 aktuell, und das wird auch auf absehbare Zeit so bleiben, Amazon. So, Amazon ist Produktsuchmaschine und häufig erster Kontaktpunkt zur Brand. So, viele Shopper kaufen auch ausschließlich über Amazon, wenn sie online einkaufen, weil sie einfach einen Trust haben. Was Amazon manchmal für Unternehmen schwierig macht, macht Amazon für Shopper umso einfacher. Die wissen, das Produkt kommt auf jeden Fall an. Wenn es irgendwelche Probleme gibt, können sie es zurückschicken. Und das Produkt ist dann gerne auch in 1, 2, spätestens 3 Tagen da. Es ist einfach unfassbar einfach zu bedienen. So. Und sie haben da einen immensen Traffic und ein immenses Umsatzpotenzial. Und jeder zweite Euro im deutschen E-Commerce wird auf Amazon verdient. So, und wenn Sie mit Ihrem Online-Shop 13 Milliarden in Deutschland machen, sagen Sie mir Bescheid, dann arbeite ich gern für Sie. Daher muss ich einfach sagen, ne, wenn ich mir das angucke, auch hier in Ihrer Branche, die auf Amazon jetzt noch nicht so weit ist, noch nicht so weit entwickelt ist im Schmuck, wie es vielleicht andere Branchen schon sind. Consumer Electronics ist da natürlich ein Vorreiter, Fashion auch sehr stark im E-Commerce, ist Amazon ein sehr attraktiver Kanal, weil es aktuell noch richtig günstig ist, den vernünftig aufzubauen. Das heißt, gucken Sie sich das doch mal an, analysieren Sie, welches Potenzial Amazon für Sie hat, ob Sie dort schon zu finden sind und dann gehen Sie den Kanal strategisch und sinnvoll an. So, dann danke ich für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit. Wenn da gleich noch Fragen sind, auch gerne auf Englisch, dann stellen Sie die gerne. Und ich bedanke mich schon mal, dass Sie hier so zahlreich meinen Ausführungen zugehört haben.
Ja, herzlichen Dank, Henry Krause. Und gibt es jetzt noch Fragen im Publikum? Are there any questions in the audience? No? Don't be shy. You can ask questions. Keiner Fragen? Okay, gut. Dann vielen lieben Dank, Henry. Und der Vortrag war offensichtlich, lässt keine Fragen mehr offen.
Also, sollten noch welche sein, sehen Sie ja meine Kontaktdaten gerne. Ich habe auch LinkedIn, melden Sie sich gerne einfach. Ich laufe hier auch noch eine Weile rum. Das heißt, wenn Sie sich einfach nicht getraut haben, kommen Sie gerne auf mich zu.
Vielen Dank. All right. So we're going to switch back to English now again. Okay, we're just going to wait for Ash to arrive. So our next speaker is no stranger. Probably you have seen him this morning in our diversity panel discussion. Welcome to the stage, Ash Alibi. He is a fashion editor and researcher. And his second talk today will be about the power of visual imagery, especially forecasting colors for the year 2023. And we're just going to wait a little bit for the technical team.
5 minutes, I think that's fine. They're going to condense my laptop to the screen.
Oh, right. Okay.
So they have 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm just going to leave my bag here.
Sure.
We're just getting set up.
Okay, just 2 more minutes till we connect the laptop to the screen.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. So if I was to present to you, because I want to see my notes on there, would my notes be on screen?
You need power also, or you good with battery?
I'm okay, battery. I'm fully charged.
Thanks. Do you have any audio in your presentation?
No. I'm the only audio I need. So how do I do this? Yeah, go on. You're the tech person, I'm not.
Also, maybe just anybody who's not so good in English, German speaking, we have translators here, so we have headsets on the side, so if you need translation, please pick up headsets. Wer in Englisch jetzt nicht so gut versteht, kann gerne noch Headsets hier links am Concierge abholen. Wir haben Simultanübersetzer da, falls das ein Problem sein sollte.
It has to be me causing problems as well.
That's right, makes it more exciting. No?
And I've had an outfit change as well.
Yeah, you did, yeah.
We'll talk to my colleague if everything's all right. The next time I give you a talk, okay?
Okay.
All right, I think we sorted it out now. So welcome again, Ash Alibai, fashion editor and yeah, researcher and in many ways a genius in your trade. So give it up for Ash Alibai.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I apologize about the technical issues which we had. I'm also going to talk a little slow because my accent's a bit weird. Because I lived in London, I lived in the US, and my accent's a bit all over the place. So I will try and speak a little slowly. Okay, so as Eve has very kindly introduced me, my name is Ash Alibai. I am the fashion lead for a forecasting company called F-Trend, which is a fashion forecasting service. And so I'm going to tell you a little bit about what F-Trend does. They are a specialist in decoding and decrypting, buying and bring actionable insights to the fashion, jewelry and retail industry. So we provide all insights, information, etc. to the trade. It's all there in terms of what we do. So we both use comprehensive reports, macro forecasts, micro forecasts, anything which is anything really to do with the sector. We also specialize in providing reports around the different fashion weeks, so New York Fashion Week, Paris, Shanghai, Delhi, Mumbai, and Tokyo. Okay? So what I'm going to talk about today is our key fashion themes and these color directions which are going to be shaping 2023 going into 2024. Okay? Now, these themes are related to different markets. One is related to menswear, one's related into women's wear, and one's more of a unisex trend. But what I'm going to try and do, because obviously this is a jewelry audience, I'm going to try and relate it to jewelry as much as possible. Okay? So let's start with our first theme, which is escapism. Now, this is a macro theme, and this leans more towards the menswear market. These themes draw color inspirations from all living beings of the natural world. Everything is growing widely for revival, and for the very beginning of the day, the color shift and sky chants are the most beautiful in rhyme. The charming landscapes in the spring reflects the purest of hues and inspired our daily lives, and things are fused as one to provide liveliness. Okay? Some key words to look out for in this particular trend are decompression, healing, natural space, elegant function, and artistic edification. If you want to take pictures of the presentation, you can, so I urge you to do so. Okay, so now I'm going to just talk a little bit about the design sensibility around this theme. So things like plant fibers, blended fabrics, soft knits, sustainable fashion fabrics are selected the most. So things like a lightweight and durable drapery fabrics. But when it comes to jewelry, think about shapes, think about organic natural surfaces. Those are the kind of things which you would be looking at if you are going to try and decipher this trend within either your product development or if you're shopping around. These are the kind of things which you need to be looking for. Now, as this is a color forecast, I'm going to now talk a little bit about the color stories behind them. So there's about 4 or 5 different color themes, which I'm going to break through to you now. Okay. The color themes I'm going to look through, and I'm going to break them down individually. We're going to look at things like explore nature, urban microfunction, back to origin, and summer escapism. Those are the 4 key components in this particular trend story. I'm going to break them down for you bit by bit so you've got some reference. So let's start with our first one, which is back to origin. Now, the changeable colors of the sky from dawn to dusk are made into lithe and elegant tones. Back to origin combines a gentle neutral tones with pastel mixes, and it mixes different artistic perceptions. They use a delicate and soft materials and perfectly fuses these light tones with a sense of luxurious ease. The great thing is the fantastic changes of light convey extraordinary peacefulness and wonderfulness, expressing the most persuasive relief and the most expected hope. Now, this really works well because if you think about, there's a lot of sort of like translucence, think about pastels, you know, really sort of kind of clean, light shades of different sort of like pinks and reds, etc. This works really, really well in this particular theme. Okay, so the next theme we're going to look at is explore the nature. Now, this is originated from natural power. So think about mineral tones, think about different shades, think about extremely clear visual effects that build a unique sense of style. And having the natural colors of plants at the core, this is the understated neutrals of the raw tints of the natural world. What I love about this as well, the things of flame and tender yellow really sort of reveal the liveliness of nature. The natural space brought by peacefulness, harmonious tones, hills, and modern urban people. When it comes to jewelry, think about natural, think about fluid tones, think about sort of greens and anything that relates to like earthy tones. So different shades of browns, for example. Think about, you know, the fusion of yellows, like if you're looking at yellow stones or citrines, etc. These work really, really well with this particular trend. Okay. Our next one is urban microfunction, and to break this down, this is more relaxing. This is free touch by urban microfunction, and it's also inspired by cities. It's inspired by the underlying relationship between color and light, and the functional elements are added to provide where we're looking for distance. The mix and match of fabrics and ready-to-wear lends itself really, really well, and it actually creates a brand new elegancy. There's accurate movements and unveil the rationalism of urban. And finally, on this particular story, summer escapism. Its comfortable healing space is built on a peaceful vase, and walking on a beach with a granite boulders palette, almost no extra tints, reflects the tenderness of water, and the artistic scent of the air lends us to feel more ideal and positive utopia. In terms of colors, again, think about sort of like your real beach colors. Think about sort of beiges, pale pinks, translucents when you're looking for stones, for example, so real clear stones. That works really, really well with this particular story. Okay? So that's our first story. That's escapism. That lends itself really well to the menswear market. I'm now going to present our women's wear story. And this is basically, again, it does lend itself to spring, summer, but with many trends now in fashion, they can actually move forward to fall, winter seasons as well. So it's basically just upscaling it and changing it. Okay? So our women's wear story is switching identity. So where those people that joined my talk earlier today when we did a panel discussion all about gender and identity, this kind of lends itself well to this. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this particular theme here. As I say, it lends itself more to the women's wear market. Switching identity conveys these unconventional crossbodies people's desire, a carefree and unlimited lifestyle, and a diversified background. That we're always switching between different characters, different scenes, enjoying the fun of being a multifaceted player. The fashion world is also trying to break away from the restraint of design to meet customers' needs of multi-dimensional symbolism. Keywords here to look out for, which you can see on the presentations, are things like multi-layer designs, undefined, active player, identity crisis, which I'm sure we've all had an identity crisis in our time, crisscross silhouettes, dramatic, freedom, blurred dynamics, multi-patch. Okay. And some hints of the sorry, let me go back. Hints of the Pantone references, as you can see, Sea of Life, cherry tomato, yellows. You've got your core colors as well, which are looking at chime and thunderstorm, fondant. Again, these are just key colors and themes within that. Okay. I now want to talk about the color schemes, and I'm going to break it down a little bit in terms of key color schemes which relate to this trend. So cherry tomato and pureed pumpkin. No, I'm not making a soup. It's just basically what the themes are here. So positive represents a sportive touch, and the fresh hue cherry tomato is a suitable development in spring, summer. I think this really lends itself well to sportswear. But also it's great for sports watches, and it kind of gives a bit of fashion jewelry accessories as well. So anything which you use for like mixed media, plastics, that type of thing, it really does lend its well to that particular trend. This one we call natural taffy, and it has a wide application in the market. It's an inclusive tone, and it uses more practical performance garments and development in classic communicating wear and workwear. Okay. And our double cream or yellow iris alternative, again, double cream is bright, it reveals a clear uptrend on the runways, it's monochromatic in terms of design, it's very small scale in terms of decoration, and double cream endows lightweight active items and vitality and freshness, as a yellow iris alternative. So let's break down the color palettes a bit more. So this is where I'm going to show you how this actually comes into application. So I'm going to go through some of these themes in terms of different color palettes. The first one being retro dynamic even. And again, the dominating cherry tomato is paired with a dark red. It's paired with a dark green to create a retro dynamic palette. A tint of brightness is infused to break the classic atmosphere. When you're thinking of jewelry, think about mixed media again. Think about mixed media pieces. This works really well with fashion jewelry. Think about using things like resin, epoxy clay, and creating different kind of combinations of colors. Urban outdoor, there is a huge appetite. We are now, going out more. We're traveling and going on holidays and things like that. There's a huge appetite. I don't know so much about in Germany, but in the UK, there's a huge appetite for glamping, which obviously leads as a popularity for an outdoor clothing style. The fashion industry is adding details into clothing. The palette sources hues from earthy tones, different types of brightness and saturations. The palette of urban outdoor presents highly practical, so things like pocket cargos, trousers, skirts, and suitable several occasions. Nylon tie trousers and skirts improve the luster. Outdoor veils inject a bit of personality, and the waistline looks. Pleated skirts and stylish dresses exude sexual appeal of the wearer. Again, in terms of jewelry tones, things with bright oranges and earth tones work really, really well. And they work really practically with this particular story. Bold scale, industrial futures. I really like this story because it really does show the artificial green creates a lively palette with an industrial touch. Bright orange is infused to catch the eyeballs, and the colours and scheme is suitable for luxurious fabrics and knitted fabrics and dresses as well. When it comes to jewelry, the combination of green and yellows cannot be beaten. It works really well, again, with fashion jewelry. If you're thinking about sort of brighter colors, brighter greens and oranges work really well when you can combine the two together. So again, green stones with citrines, for example. So think about mixing and matching, thinking about the highlight of those colors also. Okay? So those are switching identities. That's our women's wear story. I'm now going to go into what we call our unisex story, which is MetaLife. Oh, sorry, I missed one out. Apologies. Working leisure. Sorry, this is the last part of the story, and I'll go back into MetaLife. Now, this is Skinny Ping presents a look of active lifestyle wear. It's practical, it's neutrals added to the palette, and it meets the needs of working leisure and active wear, so active suits, outerwear, etc. In terms of jewelry, think about sort of like clear quartz colors. Think about rose quartz, frosted materials. This works really well with that. It really does translate. Okay? Cool. Thank you. Right, so we're going to go to our last story now, which is MetaLife. And as I say, this is our unisex story. And we are coming out of a post-pandemic era, and people in place have great importance on their own health, their physical health, their mental well-being as well. So this trend basically showcases that. It's very much kind of talking a little bit around, medical care, the concern tracks in global capital and technology market. Mental wellness is more of a realistic approach than entertainment. Health is the eternal theme here, and human beings are the premise of human development. Okay, Some of the key colors for this story, Capri. The natural blue Capri gives the extreme vibrance of the pleasant mood. Its high saturation reflects the people's excited and positive attitude towards health and a healthier lifestyle. And the combination of athletic materials shows a high performance and visual comfort. The water-like surface and fluidity of Capri also draws well within technical drives as well. The other key color component is nectarine. Again, nectarine is a softer orange. It lends itself really, really well to spring, summer, which makes us think of sweet fruits and balanced diets. The charming color delivers of the concept of the summer, the sunshine, and vitamin C and health. Visual assimilation nurtures both senses and minds. A great snapshot of the color palette, and I'm going to break down a couple of stories and the components and how these are applicated. So when we look at trends, we basically come up with the concept, we then look at the color, and then we start to look through the product application of how this is going to look through, okay? We're all excited. The 2024 French Olympics is happening, and sports will be spread and gather. The sports field has achieved a combination of high technology, glamour, and outdoor sports, which is more inclusive and suits a wider range of people experiencing the vision of national sports. The high-tech colors are perfectly matched with urban clothing and silicone and nylon, reflecting the high dynamics of functionality inspired by the refreshing water sports in the summer. The combinations of blues and dynamic rippled textures creates a delicate and exciting visual experience. So now let's look at the applications of this. Again, water sports is going to be one of the main popular sports in the Summer Olympics. The saturated blue smudges of gradients to improve the practicality. But when looking at products, again, works really, really well with sports watches, fashion jewelry. So again, think about your coral colors and mixing it with different types of yellows. It's very sort of hyper color. So that really kind of gives you a bit more of a reflection on there as well. Okay. Our next theme is thermal wellness. Now, red and orange are the dominant palettes in this particular story of thermal monitoring, displaying people's temperature on clothing. Technologies and simply accurate body monitoring are the way that we can obtain health data. Now, based on the maturity of 5G, about cloud computing and artificial intelligence, virtual reality and other technologies, the metaverse-based layer technology is moving towards a breakthrough in metaverse medical application. So it's accelerating the improvement of medical health testing and monitoring equipment and construction of medical and digital ecology, and realizing the visual of the universal health in the metaverse. So now we're going to start looking at some of the key color components here and how those are then applicated. As I've mentioned, orange is a very heavy color in this particular color story. And it's the embellishments of metallic accessories and workwear elements to create a technological and an industrial style, and the conflicts between warm and cold stimulates the effect of thermosensors. Again, as you can see, there's the mixture of different types of mixed metals in the actual fabrication of clothing. But then in terms of watches, again, think about, you know, anything which is kind of multi-sensory, very sort of metal-based. These are the kind of things that you're going to be looking out for in this particular story as it develops a long time. And the final element here is mirrored futures. So this is the future of fashion. It's the nature of the long-term health of human beings and Earth. Key color components to look out for are grayish, blue and pink creates a more comfortable and relaxing visual effect. A little bit of a bright orange looks like the polarization of prism, and the additional promoting of glass of culture, and the also color response to this concept of the environmental. Okay, so when we're looking at the contrast lines are added for casual looks to give more of a mirrored effect. When you're thinking about jewelry, think about contrast, think about mirrored pieces when you're shopping around or when it comes to design, if you are looking to do anything around this particular theme or trend. So mirrored jewelry, different types of ways that you're stacking, you know, those are the type of things that you need to be looking at. This also lends itself very well to the urban market. So it really works very well with sportswear, sports watches, etc. Okay, That is it. Thank you very much for your time. I do appreciate, obviously, being here and talking to you all. We do have reports available on ftrend.com. Do go onto our website, have a look through. It's got all of our latest reports and analysis on different sections of women's wear, menswear, different seasons, materials, etc. That's all for me. Does any questions?
Any questions in the audience? Don't be shy.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. I'm just curious regarding to the topic of jewelry, because most of these trends are related to the wear, menswear, women's wear, and if, for example, you mentioned very saturated colors, very saturated clothing styles.
Yeah.
What would be, according to you, recommendations for jewelry in this case? Should it be contrasting or should it be neutral? Or what do you think?
That is a very good question. I get asked this a lot as a fashion forecaster because I come in and I think it's important for the jewelry trade to understand the fashion trends because obviously everything does come from the fashion and the runway side of things. And it's a combination of both of what you said actually. Do we contrast? Yes, we do. Do we kind of like, it's kind of mirroring what's going on in fashion. So if there's anything which is kind of more sort of diluted and over the top, how does that reflect in jewelry? So then you look at things like the different types of stones. You look at things in terms of like materials. So if there's something which is more sustainable, then you look at more sustainable materials. So if you're going back to like escapism, which is one of the themes that I've mentioned, and one of them is going back to escape to nature, then you're looking at sustainable materials, you're looking at finishes, you're looking at stones which relate to that. So it's kind of combining the intelligence of the fashion side of things, but interpreting it in a way which works well with jewelry. I hope that's answered your question.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think yeah, thank you.
No worries.
Yeah.
Hello, I love your outfit.
Thank you so much. I keep staring at your ring like the entire presentation.
You kept staring at what, sorry?
I keep staring at your ring.
What, this?
It's so gorgeous. Like for the entire presentation, I'm like, ooh. Yeah, also I wanted to ask kind of the same question and just to give a small comment because like all these trends you show is like really beautiful, but I don't really see how it could match with like fancy high-end jewelries like diamonds. For that, I feel like that's way too casual maybe. And
well, again, it depends of how you interpret it. So, for example, if you're looking at the trends, then you're looking at things like, you know, one of the things, this is a color forecast. So we're looking at color and giving you color references. So you're talking about, oh, yeah, this looks a bit too casual, but you want to try and get into that trend, right? So then you look at things like, okay, what kind of stones can I get that reflects that color? What kind of finishes can I do that reflects that trend? What type of materials am I going to be looking at? So that's how you incorporate. And obviously, jewelry is completely different, but I still see that there is elements of jewelry which does take from fashion. So whatever the key fashion colors are, you know, you'll look at those and you'll then start to interpret that in terms of your own collections. So if you're doing something which is like, oh, okay, how do I incorporate the Olympic trend that I've just mentioned? Okay, so let me look at different types of stones. Am I looking at sort of like topazes? Am I looking at tanzanite, which is like deep blues, which reflect the deep sea? That's how, again, I'm not a designer, but that's how I would think about interpreting it. Does that make sense?
it makes sense, but if you work with the diamonds, you can't take different stones just to be trained.
I mean, to be honest, I mean, a lot of different...
only diamonds and that's it.
Again, I mean, it's completely different. I mean, obviously, diamonds, you're setting what you're doing, but if you're looking at sort of like colors and things like that, then you are going to be looking at what's going on in the fashion industry. I mean, obviously diamonds is its own thing, but you can get sort of references in terms of design, you know, like maybe design something like a specific type of bracelet or something like that, and then incorporate that style and then incorporate the diamonds around that. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
Cool.
Totally. Thank you very much.
No worries. It's my glasses twin.
Hi. Hi. So I'm very interested in knowing what your research turns up about people who are teenagers and colors. Is there anything that you can say about that?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at, it's really interesting because I feel like the next generation coming up, like Gen Z, are very much kind of focused on color. Now, we are about to go into like the world of, you know, AI and things like that.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of interest around sort of hyper colors. And the reason we get information from that, we look at things of what's going on, which we talked about earlier. Social media is where we get a lot of our references from. It's very much kind of like the way that colors are playing within that. Having said that, there is a bit of a shift away from sort of like the big, bright, beautiful colours. People are becoming a bit more sort of sustainable in their terms of their thinking. They're becoming a bit more environmental in terms of their thinking. So they're looking at much more natural tones. So it's a case of watching, because I would say this next generation of Gen Z coming up, they are a lot more politically and environmentally in tune than where the previous generation was, where everything was very much kind of out there and big colours and bold and what have you. It's all about sort of sustainability. It's all about natural tones. It's all about something which is a bit more real. So it really does depend. But I think that when we look at our intelligence, especially when we're looking at colours, we basically look at all aspects from how they're purchasing, their interactions on social media, you know, what kind of like what's going on in society. I always say that trend forecasting or call hunting is basically us watching you. It's literally seeing what's going on, what's happening, and then we then decode that information. And that's how we then able to decode, okay, well, this is what's going to happen in colour, this is what's going to happen in material, this is what's going to happen in this. So we watch people like you to get information, to decode it and present it to, again, the marketplace. So I hope that's answered your question.
Totally.
Thank you. And I love your glasses.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions? It could be anything. Anything to do with trend, anything.
Any more questions?
I'm not telling anyone where I got this ring because it's a one-off.
All right, if there's no more questions, then thank you so much, Ash.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Interviewing Katerina,
but that's at 3, is it? Or is it at...
that's like now.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm doing it now. Okay.
Do you
I
want...
just got to get my phone, which is plugged in.
Sure.
Here, but where is she?
She's there.
Okay, good.
Yeah, she's already here.
I'm going to leave that there and get my phone to it's charging. Because I need to ask the questions from the phone.
Okay, 2 more minutes, and then we will continue with a person I'm sure you all know. It's Katerina Paris. She's a jewelry influencer for many years, and Kyle Roderick, she will be interviewing her to her 10-year anniversary, and she will tell us about her success and how to be successful on social media. We just take a little minute to get the technical setup done. Just 1 second.
Hast du die Frau Paris irgendwo gesehen? Ja. Ah, okay.
Kyle, do you? Kyle, do you want to do this with a hand microphone? Or? Yeah. Yeah? Okay. As you wish. I mean,
I'll use the phone. Hey, Laura.
Okay, I'm going to get a microphone.
I'll do the mic, thanks.
Okay.
No, I speak with Kyle.
Yeah, it's going to be a conversation.
We sit down.
You want some water?
Oh, you can sit.
Yeah, water would be water's good.
Without or with?
Still.
Do you want to?
I'm very easy. Let's sit. I'd rather sit in these chairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chairs.
I don't want to sit next to me. Go. I want to sit. Not at all. I'd rather sit. I think about it. I'm just pulling up the questions. All right.
That's all right. Okay, please give your hand to Katharina Paris and Kyle Roderick for Katharina's 10-year anniversary. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You will be talking to each other about your success about the last 10 years and how to be successful in social media, right? Okay, give it a hand.
Among other things, yeah. So thank you everyone for coming. We're here to get straight from the source. An internet phenomenon, Katharina Perez, celebrating her 10th anniversary as not only a person who has a blog, but when it comes to high jewelry, she really is an opinion leader, because I don't know how many of you know this, but she is a graduate gemologist. She's a real gemologist. She's not just somebody who decided to start blogging. And there's a great deal of passion and knowledge and commitment underlying what Katharina does. And so it's her 10th anniversary in business as a key opinion leader in high jewelry and fine jewelry. And globally, I also think it's important that we acknowledge she is working in several languages. Russian is your native?
Mother tongue, yeah.
And then there's English, and she lives in Paris. She's speaking French. I mean, she's a one-woman UNESCO doing it all. So to begin with, I did want to say that you have a varied background, and it takes more to be a success in social media than just doing social media. So why don't you start by telling us a little bit about your gemological know-how and your sales background and that sort of thing.
Okay, so we'll talk where I'm coming from, how did I start, right?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, thank you for the introduction. And guys, thank you all for being here and wanting to find out my story. How did it start? How did these 10 years go by so quickly, and what I'm here for? So today I'll be very happy to tell you my story, and I'll be more excited to answer your questions because I love conversation, like a dialogue, and this is what I do on my social media. I talk to my community about jewelry, my favorite subject, and this is how it all started actually, from my desire to talk about jewelry. I come from retail background. Like maybe some of you, I used to be a manager and I used to be a salesperson in different boutiques in London and Bond Street. And I remember clients would come and they'll ask, how many carats is this ring and what's the price? And we sitting here, we all know that there is so much more to jewelry than carat weight, gold weight, and price. The price is formed based on so many different aspects, like design ideas, originality, techniques, skill of the craftsman, brand name, and so many other things. And I frankly just wanted to talk to everyone out there about jewelry, to share my passion, to inspire women to understand jewelry, to love jewelry, to introduce it in their daily life, to really be confident with their jewelry choices. And what is the better place to talk to the whole world than online, right? And I remember at that time, so 10 years ago, right? Who used Instagram 10 years ago? Can you raise your hand? Like few people, because Instagram was founded in 2010. So I started using it in 2012. And frankly, in the beginning, people were like, you write about jewelry online? Like, who needs that? And who wants even to know about jewelry? At that time, jewelry was more like a museum piece or a private collection. It's something you don't show too much. It's something precious that you hide and keep it for yourself.
But that's true, but also remember how the mediascape was different. It was still a more print-centric world.
Exactly.
So people were not used to scoping out jewelry and learning about jewelry from people like you.
And I thought, why not?
Yeah.
You know, I tried to think outside the box. I thought, why don't I bring jewelry online so people in every part of the world can enjoy and join me on this journey. And of course, by nature, I'm very curious and I like to gain knowledge and I like to share it. So the whole purpose is, yes, to inspire women to wear jewelry, but also to share my knowledge with them, which I've accumulated over these years. As you said, I've done gemology course. I've been in retail for a while, facing clients. I knew their requests. I knew what they knew and what they didn't and what I can share.
Plus, as a manager, that's really valuable experience too, because you see all kinds of questions and customer complaints, but also customer praise and what they love.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. But actually, before I go further, when people ask me, like, where does your passion for jewelry come from? There you go. I was born with it, I believe. You know, this is me, 3 years old, wearing my grandmother's jewelry, because this was actually my favorite thing, to raid her jewelry box, to try everything on, to style it the way I could at that age. And, you know, what do I do now? Kind of the same thing, right? Like,
Good styling. Good.
and then the other one was my mom, you know, and look how I'm grabbing her necklace. You know, the passion was always there.
So what I've got here is, because of the unregulated nature of the internet, many content providers find that their blog posts, their content, their Instagram posts get, shall we say, appropriated and or translated by people in other countries. And I'm wondering if you've had that experience, considering that you've been doing this for such a long time and you were one of the first avatars, if you will, of high information jewelry storytelling online.
Well, it's a good question, because in the beginning, when I was one of the first few who started writing about jewelry online and creating my content, not just reposting something or taking photos which you can find online, but actually creating content.
Right.
I did have an experience of many people using my pictures and without credit. At some time, I would think, you know, it's not good to do that, and I would worry about that. But then I'm like, instead of trying to find each person who uses my pictures, I'm going to go and create more content. So this is my take. And when I speak with jewelers and they say, oh, we get copied, I say the same. You know, they can copy your piece of jewelry, but they can't copy your mind. So the same with me. You know, you can take one of my picture, but you can't copy everything, right? So I'll go and create more.
And when you began KaterinaPerez.com and the Instagram, were you at the time working in a sales position or a managerial position, or what was your day gig?
Yeah, so in the beginning, when it was 10 years ago, I was still working in retail in a management position. And I was kind of using my earnings to support my passion. Because frankly, when I started, no one really could tell me what to do and how to do this. I never planned to be any famous jewelry blogger or a key opinion leader. I just wanted to do what I really enjoy, talk about jewelry and share my passion with everyone else. And the key thing was, yeah, I was working in retail by day, writing my blog and doing Instagram by night. And I was working like a donkey. You know,
yes.
It was 6-day week every week, 12 hours a day. I remember that very well. And I believe you have to go through these stages, because if you want to reach success, you can't just like wake up and reach something. You have to really put all the efforts into this. And I think what was important in the beginning is to really understand my style, to find out what is this that makes me tick about jewelry. Why am I doing this? Because if you asked me in the beginning what kind of jewelry you like, I wouldn't be able to answer that question. It took me 2 years to actually establish what I'm passionate about.
Yeah, and that's an important point, because if you don't have a focused point of view, that's what you're saying that you developed. You developed a focused point of view in those first 2 years. So I think that's worth thinking about if you haven't already.
No, exactly. For me, I love design and jewelry, and I love colored stones. And actually, I mean, guys, do you follow me? Do you have you seen my Instagram? Raise your hand. Ah, perfect. Okay. Okay, so if you follow me, you know that it's all about colored stones, it's all about design. I'm interested in stories. I'm interested in how you can see the soul and the character of the person who creates jewelry translated in what they make. So.
And artisanship, too.
Yeah, exactly.
You write very well about the level of, I guess, craft and labor-intensive techniques that the master jewelers
I believe that
use.
It's very important to translate that, because sometimes when a consumer, so my work is predominantly for a consumer who wants to learn about jewelry and who wants to buy a piece of jewelry. And this is what I used to explain when I was in retail, how jewelry is made, because sometimes we look at a piece and we think it's so easy and sparkly and beautiful, but we don't always understand how much work goes behind the scenes to create something. So for me, that's why it's important to talk about those things.
So moving on to your content creation and the editorial processes that you developed over time. How has your editorial process and your content creation and your sort of image banking, et cetera, how has that evolved over time, or has it stayed pretty much the same, but it's just more developed in terms of volume?
I think we all have noticed that Instagram has changed. I'm sure, guys, have you noticed the big change of Instagram, how much more time-consuming and demanding it is to create content nowadays with the arrival of Reels?
Yeah,
For you?
yeah.
Okay, some of us can really relate.
Yeah.
I think nowadays, so when I started, okay, it was myself and a couple more people. So I had a small team. Now I have 10 people in the team. Not everyone is dedicated to social media. I have half of the team dedicated to my website and half to social media. But social media is so much more demanding nowadays to create content which is interesting. It's not just about clicking a picture or taking an average reel, I want to translate.
There's a lot of competition.
Yeah, no, it's not about competition. It's more about like how do you really show what exactly you want to show and how you make it interesting for others. Because my idea is to engage, to create, to make jewelry a subject which people will be hungry for, that they want to know about.
Right.
And not just look and think, oh, this is sparkly, this is pretty, but actually want to learn about it. And how do you actually see a piece of jewelry, establish what's so interesting about it? Because it's a long process of understanding what you see, how you want to show it, and who is going to see it, and how the person will perceive it. What will they take out from seeing your content? So I think the biggest change is the volume of work that you need to do.
Yeah.
And the biggest change also is coming up with all these creative ideas all the time. How can you show a piece of jewelry in an interesting way, but without devaluing its worth? Because if you start doing like TikTok style videos, which are now everywhere on TikTok and on Reels, you kind of devalue this high value jewelry, right? So yeah, it's a long thinking process.
So you started in 10 years ago, and I'm wondering, is it possible for you to pinpoint some specific areas in which the jewelry industry has changed and grown, or maybe cut back in a way? Did anybody hear that question? Okay, sorry, I spaced out there. 3 major ways since you started working that the jewelry industry has grown or backslid possibly, or how has it changed in the 10 years that you've been doing this?
I think, actually, I would be curious to hear also from the audience that if you agree or not. In my opinion, one of the biggest changes actually is the role of jewelry in our life. When I started 10 years ago, it was mostly an investment piece. It was a piece of jewelry for a special occasion. It was something that you cherish, get for a birthday, wedding, or some memorable moment in your life. And I was watching how fashion fine jewelry started emerging and establishing yourself, meaning that nowadays we use jewelry not just to show, our status or to invest our money in, but also to show our personality, to really highlight our quirks and our differences, and by the way we style jewelry, by the way we combine it, and what we wear and how. So I think nowadays it's more about self-expression. It's more about completing your wardrobe with jewelry, which wasn't the case 10 years ago. For me, this is one of the biggest changes. If we talk more about business, I think it's the way we advertise jewelry, which has changed a lot, right? Because social media really made a big change to the way that you talk about your jewelry, the way you communicate and advertise it. Print is no longer as strong as it used to be, unfortunately, and the way you advertise is different. If in the past it was enough to print a pretty picture of a model and put a Cartier, whatever name on it in the magazine, nowadays it's more about selling through inspiration, through education, and this is what social media dictates. I think it's what also changes the way jewelry is being sold. If we talked about selling through WhatsApp, Zoom, online 10 years ago, people would think I'm crazy. What is this? Who is going to go and buy, a beautiful diamond online? And during COVID, one of the most expensive diamonds were sold at, I don't remember, Sotheby's or Christie's for so much money. And it wasn't even seen in real life. So these are the biggest change.
And another change that I think that has happened in 10 years is that we're seeing major global fashion brands like Prada coming out with, they're using recycled gold, and they're really investing in this whole space of certified sustainable goods. What do you want to say about that? Because was that really a thing 10 years ago when you started Caterina Perez?
No, frankly, no one really asked questions, where does this gold come from, or where are these stones from? There wasn't really talk about sustainability or traceability or anything related to this. And I think it happened at the right time. We're all ready that, we have to know where jewelry is from or where stones are from, because we want to trust the person who sells the jewelry. We want to know that what we buy does good. Not just for us, but also the stone comes from the source where, the miners get the fair salary and that they're not enslaved, or that our diamond is not a blood diamond, and so on. And I think the audience, the consumer is really ready for it, and they are curious and they are learning. Now, I think you asked me about 3 differences, so I only mentioned 3, but I think another one, which is very important now, is the education, the level of education of consumer and people who look at jewelry. Now, thanks to even people like myself who talk about jewelry publicly, or different educational courses which are available online, and general curiosity, they get a chance to learn so much before they want to buy, that sustainability and traceability are important things that they can also learn about before they go to their favorite jewelry.
So did we do all 3? 3 different?
I think we've named 5 now.
There's one other thing, too, that I wanted to ask about, is how has the whole gender fluidity of the jewelry industry also seems to be a much more recent development? Like when you started, was that even part of the conversation?
Well, I think jewelry for men 10 years ago was about maybe a leather bracelet and a signet ring.
Cufflinks.
Cufflinks, shirt studs. You wouldn't see anything flamboyant and out there. But I think jewelry should be accessible and desired by everybody. It's, as I said, because we're expressing ourselves through jewelry, why can't men do the same as women? So I'm actually really excited about seeing this change, and I hope it will continue. And I want to see men wearing a brooch or even bracelets and necklaces. I mean, they'll style it maybe differently, right? More subdued, but I appreciate when a man has a piece of jewelry on them.
And earlier today, there was a panel about diversity in the jewelry industry. And I think that's also worth talking about in the context of high jewelry and high luxury jewelry, which is your area of expertise. So what can you tell us about developments in that realm?
In terms of diversity, I would say that we can see that jewelry business just generally becomes a bit more open. We know so much more what happens behind the scenes. We know who the craftsmen are. Now I can see that jewelers communicate about who is in their team and who creates enamel, who does micro mosaic, or who's the artist behind setting, and it's kind of another change which is important. And, diversity is welcome, not just in jewelry business, but everywhere. And I think it's a wonderful thing that happens nowadays. And I think it comes to awareness that people know it's happening, and we're more vocal about it.
And on that subject, or further on that subject, when it comes to the global haute luxe jewelry brands, do they have a lot of diversity as creative directors of those brands? Are they mostly women, or are they half and half, do you think? Or what can you tell us about the gender parity in that?
I'd say that, frankly, I mean, in the past, there were probably more men designing jewelry. But I'm not sure because of diversity or something. I think it's more because men get enchanted by gemstones. And they just, I don't know, I think design is the next step for them. Maybe women are also becoming more brave and vocal nowadays, and they're kind of ready to show what they can do. To be honest, I don't think there is a huge change in that. I mean, for me, jewelry is not related to gender, it's about creativity.
Right. But isn't it true, though, that there's a few more like female CEOs of like watch companies and things like it, right? This is an
yeah, I think
improvement,
so.
I would
Yeah,
say,
yeah.
since in the past 10 years. And, getting back to how you started, I think people would be really interested to know what were the toughest challenges and obstacles that you had to overcome when you were trying to get, let's say, imagery, whether still or videos, for your website. How did you engage with these brands who had never heard of, let's say, a high jewelry opinion leaders? Somebody who's a gemologist saying, hey, I've got this website, I want to showcase your work.
I think one of the things that really helped me is the perseverance and believing in my work. I think nowadays what the difference is that if there is a new blogger, and blogging is nowadays a norm, people know what it is, they come on board and they expect to, I don't know, make money right away and be successful in a blink of an eye. For me, it took a couple of years to establish myself and to actually prove that I'm worth something. Because I didn't know how to do things, and no one guided me. I didn't know it was even needed. I did it out of passion. And I think one thing that really helped me is that because I was an editor in a print magazine at the time.
Good.
So the only reason I could get to view jewelry with high jewelry maisons and to go on the behalf of the magazine and then share something online. I don't know, if I didn't have that, I'm not sure I would be sitting here. Because it was really tough. If you say 10 years ago to a brand, I'm writing online, they'll be like, yeah, what are we going to do with you, So, yeah.
So you were in the right place at the right time with the right energy level and the right vision.
Yeah, and hard work.
Yeah, and you had a good tolerance for lack of sleep, right? You could go without sleep.
Yeah, I mean, in my line of work, you have to deal with that a lot, and especially after I have a child, 7 years old now, but at that time it was pretty much in the beginning of my career, 3 years after I started writing, that was tough, but come on, when you're passionate about something so much, you just go with the flow.
So what kind of, given that the climate is fairly, shall we say, saturated now with bloggers and opinion leaders and different fashion and jewelry reporters in all of these different media, what's the best way to just continue and build something so that you're building the road to success?
The key thing here is to understand your own style. What do you bring to the table? How are you different from everyone else? Because even though there is a number of us now, I don't know, maybe 20, 30, maybe 50 bloggers of jewelry, we're all different. We have different focus. We have different style. There is no other Katerina Perez because I have my own vision. I talk about jewelry that I personally like. I do it in my own way. I'm not scared to experiment and think outside the box. I think nowadays I'm the only one who brings editorial shoots in my work, showing jewelry in a different way. Those of you who follow me, maybe you remember I did this really crazy creative artwork where I wanted to express how I see jewelry and how it runs through my veins, how it's on my mind and how it's on my heart. And there was this series of artwork where you can see like how to explain, like the head is open and jewelry flying out, which means it's always on my mind.
Yes.
And there was one with the hand where you can see jewelry flying out. Like
the jewelry thoughts spring out of
basically.
your head like wild energies.
Exactly. I want to translate my passion for jewelry into art, into photography, into collages, into reels, and so on and so forth. So
you're also, what you're pointing out is you've developed a very strong dynamic visual element to your work.
Well, I would love to believe so.
Yeah. No, but it's true, you have. So we are at 3:24. Should we take questions from the audience?
If there are any questions, of course, with pleasure.
Yeah. Are they here to pass out the, I don't even know if they're here to take the...
Maybe we can ask to bring another microphone for the questions.
Yeah, or I could pass mine. Oh no, here comes Eve. Eve's to the rescue.
Yes. How can I help?
Fantastic.
Are you done?
Well, we wanted to give the mic over to the floor if anyone has questions.
Of course,
Some people
because
do
we have another
questions.
half hour if you know.
Oh, we have another half hour?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
There's the lady who wants to ask the question.
Let's open it to
Let her
the-
ask her question.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Thank you very much for this interview. I have one question, and do you think people buy now more high jewelry if you compare it for 10 years ago?
You mean online or generally?
I mean generally.
For sure. First of all, because thanks to people like myself, they have more visibility of jewelry, so they can find something they will want to buy with their phone, on their phone. When before it wasn't the case, they had to physically go to the boutique or they had to look in the magazine to really find something they might want to buy. So for sure. And I think also thanks to information being out there, they're more knowledgeable about what they look at, and they're more comfortable with buying high jewelry nowadays.
Okay, thank you.
I was thinking it might be also good to define, we actually didn't define high jewelry. We didn't get your definition of high jewelry. Maybe you want to share that with the audience.
Okay. High jewelry, I even wrote an article about what is the difference between high jewelry and fine jewelry, because I get asked this question quite often. For me, high jewelry, it's obviously an exceptional piece, one-of-a-kind piece, which often features an amazing, rare, large size or high-quality gemstone. It's a piece that takes a long time to create quite often, because if you put a big diamond in a setting, I don't feel this is a piece of high jewelry. Oh, okay, maybe because it has a huge stone, but there has to be a high level of craftsmanship. There should be an originality of an idea. The piece should make you go, wow, when you look at it. And of course, if you look at the piece of jewelry, you have to look on the front and the back and the sides. Is there harmony in the design? Is there, the colors match very well? You know, is it comfortable to wear? Did the designer pay attention to the back and embellish the back a little bit? Because with high jewelry, you often appreciate it from every single angle. How is this related to the idea in terms of inspiration, right? Does the inspiration really translate through that piece of jewelry? So I believe in high jewelry, it's like a magic formula. You know, you take all these aspects I talked about, but there have to be two of them, otherwise it's not going to work. So if it's just a big stone and nothing else, there's no craftsmanship or there is no originality of the idea, in my opinion, it's not really high jewelry. So it has to combine a few things in one.
Okay, and I did want to ask too about what is your take on the whole lab-grown diamond situation? Is it possible for things that are synthetically grown, to be considered high jewelry? Is that possible?
I don't want to speak for the whole industry, but I believe it's like being...
Well, it's your opinion.
Yeah, for me, it's like being a vegetarian and a meat eater. We coexist, and it's fine. So it's the same with lab-grown diamonds and natural diamonds. The key thing, of course, is to disclose. I think what went wrong in the beginning is that lab-grown diamonds were marketed against natural diamonds, that natural diamonds are bad and lab-grown diamonds are suddenly so good, you know. I don't think you should bring something up by bringing something else down. So I think they should coexist.
I agree, and it's not really realistic because there's different types of lab-grown diamonds. There's lab-grown diamonds that are created in facilities that are powered by coal, you know, so the energy grids that produce a lot of lab-grown diamonds are horrific energy grids from the environmental point of view.
But as I said, I think there's room for everything as long as there is a clear message that this is lab-grown.
Yes. Okay. Does anybody have a question? Let's mix it up.
Yeah. You can ask me any kind of questions. Today I'm open. I'm ready to answer anything. So.
Okay. It is Hakan Pekin from Izmir, Turkey. Thank you for the interview. In my opinion, there have been always different categories in consumer as a customer. Okay, jewelry business is a very big world, but there have been always different customer categories. So every category has got his own rules in this game. The offer side, the companies offering the jewelries and the customers asking the jewelries are really different each categories. Even high jewelry, it was X, Y generation, now it is Z generation. It was shopping in shop by face-to-face. Now there is a shopping on screen. So believing the jewelry as a company in shop is different. Believing in screen is different. Advertisings are different. The reason to buy jewelry are completely different, but it is categorized. So shouldn't we consider, or shouldn't we focus when we are talking about advertising and marketing the jewelry according to categories? It cannot be one type of advertising and marketing for all jewelry world. If it is Z generation, it is different. If it is high jewelry, it is different. If it is a family that have been buying jewelry for 30 years, it means that a lady or family has got a small shop in their home. It is different marketing for these customers and different marketing for the new married couple. Do you think it is like that? And laboratory-grown diamonds, recently, 5 years or 10 years since then, don't you think that it should affect and create new customer line?
So one of the things I do in my line of work is consult brands. And this is quite a good question you ask, because when I have a consultation, I say that before you start thinking of your advertisement, you have to understand your target audience. Because to define your strategy, you have to know who you're trying to reach. You can't reach everybody. And if you're trying to do that, this is wrong. You have to be very laser focused on your work, know exactly where you want to be, and then you'll be able to reach it. So here, to answer your questions, once you know who your target audience is, not just necessarily their age and male or female and where they're based, but also where do they shop, how do they style their clothes, where do they go for holidays and for chilling out, because this will be something that will dictate who you're trying to reach and how you will reach it. If it's more younger audience who potentially use the phone all the time, you can maximize into your online presence. If it's somebody who is more of a mature generation, they're not necessarily going to check their Instagram, but they will go and look at their favorite magazines because that is what they want to do. And then you'll capitalize into magazine advertisement. So once you've defined what your target audience is, you can really understand where you want to advertise and who are those segments of clients you need to reach.
Hello, thank you for the interview. Could you tell us about your favorite piece of jewelry? We don't see you wearing any, or maybe I'm sitting from far, but maybe you could describe one, the one that you own.
This is like the very hard question, It's like pick your favorite child. Now, the reason why I don't wear jewelry at exhibitions is because I have to try so many pieces on. And frankly, in the past, I did lose 2 pieces of jewelry because I was like, I love jewelry, I want to wear it all the time. And then you try things on, you go here and there, and then you forget. So I learn from mistakes, and now I go to exhibitions without jewelry. But it doesn't mean that I don't wear it on any other occasions. My favorite piece, I've just been to the Doha show, okay? And this is the exhibition where they bring the best of jewelry, because this is a consumer show. And I frankly can't even tell you like a favorite piece of jewelry, because there are so many amazing designs. But maybe I can share with you how I choose what I show to my audience, because I think maybe you'll be able to appreciate what I show more if you understand the way I think about it. And one of the first things that's very important to me and how I pick the piece of jewelry to show is, do I feel anything? Do I feel my heart beating faster? Because it has to be love at first sight. If my heart doesn't beat faster, I don't want it. I have to really feel the emotional connection with the piece of jewelry I look at. And when I come to see jewelry first, I'm like, okay, let me just look and feel which pieces I prefer and which I want to show. And then, of course, it's about originality of the idea, the creativity, looking at the piece from all angles. I prefer to show something, and I do show something of quality. And yes, maybe it's not something which is wearable every day, but for me, jewelry is an art form, and this is why I started doing what I'm doing. I'm coming from a family of artists, so jewelry is my form of art, and this is why I focus on high-end, because for me, there is so many details, there is so much thought behind it, there is so much heart and soul of the creator in the jewelry which I show. What's important also, as I was saying, the balance and the design. There is a butterfly that can look super fantastic, and there's a butterfly can look ugly just because the proportions are not right, just because the colors that embellish the piece don't work together. Maybe there are diamond cuts which look a bit odd and other will look amazing. So it's about proportions and balance and colors and comfort. You know, we're women, we want to wear jewelry. I want women to wear jewelry. So if it's a beautiful piece of high jewelry, but it's not wearable, then also I think it will be like dooming this piece of jewelry to be on the shelf forever. So there are so many different aspects, but as I said, the first one is, do I fall in love with that piece of jewelry? I'll never show something which I don't like. But at the same time, I'm sure you've noticed that I show variety, because I'm a woman. One day I love diamonds, next day I love emeralds, third day I want to wear something wearable, on another day I want a wow piece of jewelry for the red carpet. So I would like women to see the variety of jewelry, but still made with high quality and with good stones.
Any more questions?
Morning, and thank you very much. It's interesting, you mentioned, I'm sorry to bring it up, it always comes up with these things, lab-created diamonds, but to hear it from a marketing person's perspective is interesting. Do you think there would be any way of marketing or a market for lab-created diamonds if natural diamonds didn't exist? I mean, on what basis could you market them? I mean, on aesthetics or what else, if you didn't have a comparison for a natural thing?
First of all, I don't think lab-grown diamonds would exist if there wasn't a natural form of them, because frankly, I believe lab-grown diamonds are there to have a better price. It's like, I mean, I might sound really harsh, but this is my personal vision, that I might want to have a Birkin bag, but I might not be able to afford it, so I'll go and buy a knockoff. I'm sorry, I don't want to offend anyone, but this is my personal opinion. I feel that lab-grown diamonds are wannabes of natural diamonds, and there is market for them because I appreciate that maybe a student might not have the means to buy a big diamond for his girlfriend to propose with, and maybe he'll save the money and buy it later. But for now, a lab-grown diamond is a good solution, so it's like a temporary solution for me. Or it's something that you can wear when you travel, right? If I'm a diamond lover and I want to wear my diamonds, but I don't want to wear a big 10 carat on the plane.
Absolutely. I think that they're an option that has a lot of practical value. And in the case of third-party certified climate neutral lab-grown diamonds or third-party certified carbon neutral diamonds, that appeals to the very green, sort of, you know, sustainably oriented consumer. So,
but also it comes to the energy of stones. I mean, look, I don't know if any one of you believe or understand the energy that natural stones have that have been in the ground for for million years sometimes. For me, lab-grown diamond doesn't have that, and this is such an important part of a gemstone.
But having said that, there are some lab-grown diamonds, though, that have been grown by solar power. So I would wonder about, you know, I would wonder about that.
I think for me it's about the time, you know.
Yeah,
I like things which
I mean, I'm not trying to argue, but I'm just pointing out that there's, you know, LVMH invested with 2 other partners, or was it 3 other partners, $90 million last June into a company in Israel that's doing solar-powered lab-grown diamonds.
I think there was a gentleman also with the question.
Hello, Katerina. When we buy jewelry, I think we often expect it to last for a long time. And if you look forward, say, 30 years, what do you think the future of jewelry is going to be? What's high-end jewelry going to look like another generation on?
I frankly believe that there will be not new ways of wearing jewelry, but there will be styles which are unconventional. Like now I see more, I don't know, ear cuffs or shoulder brooch or clips that you can put on the lapels, and then you can transform and wear them on the, how do you call these things?
Cufflink?
Like a cufflink, yeah.
Yeah.
I think there will be more and more transformable jewelry, because as we see, jewelry is becoming a part of daily life, and we want to see more of those day and night jewels. And I think also when it comes to high jewelry, I see lots of pieces which transform, because you want to invest so much money, but you want to wear it in many different ways. I think, well, we're talking about lab-grown diamonds. They're here to stay. It's a good thing. So there will be more jewelers that use lab-grown diamonds. But also there is more jewelers who are using stones which are not of a super high quality. You know, I feel that it's such a shame when we mine emeralds and we have jewelry quality emeralds and the rest goes to waste. And it shouldn't be the case. I think gemstones are beautiful in any shape and size and color. It just depends on the artist, on the jeweler, how to use them. So I see that there is more and more jewelers who use emeralds which are more paler or with inclusions, and they still make beautiful things with them. So, and it also comes to sustainability and traceability and all these ethics and understanding, you know, that we have to protect our planet and use its resources wisely. So I hope that's what's going to happen.
Any more questions?
Hello, Katerina. I just want to say I love what you're doing. It's always a great read and a visual delight.
Thank you.
Thank you. The question is, who buys high jewelry nowadays? Has it changed? Is it men, women? Which age category? As the demographic change? Nationality?
I think, I mean, it's very hard to define. I think jewelers will be more capable of answering this question, but what's definitely changed that there is more women who buy jewelry for themselves. And this is a beautiful thing. You know, they don't wait for that special occasion when a man can bring them a beautiful piece that they desire. They feel free to treat themselves for an achievement, for a milestone in their life. And thanks, you know, to fashion fine jewelry, there is also jewelry that's priced affordably. Kind of, you can spend a few thousand on a diamond ring, and which is smaller, but still it will make you happy. So, but otherwise, I don't think there is a huge change in that sense. Maybe that jewelry is being bought more frequently than before. That's for sure. That's why we see so many new brands and designers, you know, emerging every year.
Age-wise, have any idea which age category? Older, middle, younger?
Well, jewelry, I think it's for every age. But again, now younger audience takes more interest in jewelry. And they buy, also thanks to fashion fine jewelry, to diamonds being cool and not just for a gala dinner, to designs being a bit more edgy. So I'd say younger generation is more enchanted by jewels nowadays, yeah.
Any more questions?
Thank you, Katerina. But how these young people learn about jewelry? Because I don't know if you have experience entering shops in streets in all around the world. Do you think really the jewelry shop teaches you or tells you about what is diamond and how to buy or how to value?
Social media does that nowadays. People like myself, you know, they're always, younger generation is always on their phone. You can go, even on TikTok, there are some educational, funny and interesting videos there to learn about diamonds and 4Cs and things like that. So there is a lot you can learn online, and not just from social media, but from the websites, from online courses. You can, I don't know, you can have a WhatsApp chat with the representative of a company these days. Not necessarily you have to go to the boutique anymore. And I think this is the beauty of it. Jewelry becoming more accessible and more approachable. When I was in retail 10 years ago, I remember the fear on some people's faces when they would come in. And they're like, oh, we're not sure we're supposed to be here, and maybe they'll try to sell us something we can't afford. I think nowadays people are more relaxed going into boutiques. Not to all the boutiques, but majority is they can come and browse, have a look. If they don't like anything, they'll leave, they'll come back later. So, but yeah, younger generation, I feel they learn mostly from online. And they shop online as well, so.
Okay. Thanks. Any more questions or comments? I have a question. I just talked to Laurent, and we were just talking about a person who has a jewelry store in the Hamptons, and he asked her, answer me honestly, do the people who buy the jewelry from you care where it comes from? And she said 1 out of 2,000. So the question is probably, you know, I guess the general notion is if you have these surveys, where people are being aware what they want to buy and so on, and the psychology, of course, probably, you don't want to say, well, I don't really care where it comes from. Of course, it should be environmentally sustainable and so on. What is your take on this or your experience on this, do people really care or do they not? It probably picks up on this question also, whether, of course, you can inform yourself online and so on, but do you really care once you go to the store? And in the store, they probably can't tell you anyways where the stone or the pearl or whatever comes from.
I think it's not that people don't care. I think there is lack of information and lack of communication on this subject. It's all changing, but it's in progress. It's still such a new conversation, relatively new, that even professionals in the industry are not always sure how exactly to define the terms. And if they're not sure, then how can we communicate? I did a talk about my 10 years also at a different exhibition, and there was someone who was asking me and telling me that actually it's my job as well. And I'm very happy to communicate about it because I truly believe in sustainability and mindful mining and ethics. But if people in the industry don't give me the right definitions, like how can I communicate about it? Otherwise, I'm there to blame that I'm giving the wrong information. So I think the key thing here is to come to the definitions of all the terms, understanding where they should go to, and then we'll be ready to really make it big and maybe even encourage and inspire jewelers to talk more about ethics and where their jewelry and gemstones come from. But it's happening, more and more designers that do emphasize that they use recycled gold, that they use repurposed diamonds. And I think it's a beautiful thing when a person purchases something from them, they also feel like they belong to this group of people who really care. So yeah, let's meet in 5 years' time and see if it's still the case.
Yeah. Super interesting about it. And do you think through your work you made, that you made a difference or in the awareness of, the issues you talk about, maybe also about sustainability and so on? It's a difficult question, I know, but do you have the feeling that through the work you do and your peers, that this whole thing has actually really picked up in the industry and also in the general public, people who buy jewelry and who visit your blogs and so on?
Yeah, I do talk about sustainability from time to time, but I think if it's just me, it's not going to make a huge wave, right? It has to be a group effort. So I would love to be able to sit here in 5 years' time and be proud of myself and other bloggers that we made a difference. So I think it's coming. We're just waiting a little bit longer to really know how we can do this correctly, and then we'll be happy to communicate about it.
Okay, great, thank you.
It's it's like the same with jewelry. When I started, I remember there was lack of awareness about jewelry, and this is why I started doing that. I think the more we communicate about the subject, the more we place the subject like jewelry or sustainability in wider resources and not just magazines for trade or something focused on jewelry. If more subjects like this were mentioned, I think in Vanity Fair there was a wonderful article. So if it goes mainstream, the more people know about it and hear these words, the more they're interested and they'll be asking the right questions. So it has to be a group effort from the whole industry to really make it happen.
Yeah, I really hope that actually happens and that the awareness will rise on that. I saw a hand over there. Anyone? No? No one anymore? Okay, I think that concludes our wonderful talk. Thank you so much, Kyle and Katharina. And let's meet next year anyways, but in 5 years' time and see how things progress, right? Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you all for being here. I really enjoyed, and thank you for all your questions.
Thank you.
All right, in 10 minutes, we will continue with our next talk. Here we will go into the retail side of things. We have two wonderful architects from Bloch Architekten who design most of the Bucherer stores in Germany, and they will tell us how to create bespoke experiences through interior architecture in the jewelry sector. So that's going to be coming up in about 10 minutes. So stay tuned. Thank you.
ist ja auch okay, wenn es früher vorbei ist. Ja.
Schauen wir mal. Ja, ja.
Wir haben Amazon viele Leute mit Headset.
Ja, die sind alle so, boah, am Anfang hat das schon angefangen. So, Moment.
Ja.
Weißt du was schon? Englisch? Keiner? So diese 4 Uhr nachmittags
Hello, nice to meet you.
Not in person.
Yeah.
You're so tall.
Talking on social media.
You're so tall.
It's the shoes.
No. I'm wearing flats. So I'm actually meeting both of you the first time.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
This is all East African sapphire.
Oh, nice. From Kenya or Tanzania?
I still owe you my statement, right? I will.
Oh, that's okay. I was just coming over to acknowledge I was first starting to ask you questions. I'm obsessed with the half hour.
Yeah. I apologize. I didn't.
No. It's my bad.
You forgot. I was like, oh my god, you've got an hour. I was so into this half hour thing. It's like because
Well, I
talked
was
to
into the
Katerina,
half
it's
hour
like, yeah,
thing
an
too.
hour.
I screwed it up.
Because Katerina always does an hour usually.
Right.
I was just wondering, Kyle, hi, thanks so much. It was really super interesting. I was wondering if I could ask you a couple of questions just for like a story.
Sure. What is it for?
I'm a personal stylist. Actually, today I'm with Katerina based in Munich.
So you work
Yeah, I work really in styling in Alessia. Nice to meet you. And I was just wondering because I'm here, I focus mainly on clothing, but of course, jewelry is a part of an outfit and a part of your look. So I was wondering if I could ask you 3 questions.
Ich bin ja eine, die ich finde immer nie ein Ende und ich denke mir immer, da geht noch was. Und das muss man mal schauen, das nächste Jahr passiert sehr viel. Sehr viel.
Solche Pasquale Bruni, die waren dann auch nicht da. Und dass man dann mal sieht, ist jetzt auch
Wir müssen die Steine vorziehen. Die Diamanten müssen vor, die Perlen müssen vor, die müssen alle. Das ist so ein wichtiges Business. Du als Designer weißt das.
Ich meine aber, dass die überhaupt was ein Zeichen. Vielleicht kommen sie mit dem kleinen Stand jetzt. Aber es ist überhaupt ein Zeichen, dass sie überhaupt wieder kommen. Das ist ja schon irgendwie was, das über die Jahre.
Ja, machen bald. Also darum würde ich die Organisation bringen. Ne? Ich meine, im Prinzip spürst du es da rein. Aber für das Potenzial, das am Markt wäre, zu wenig umgesetzt. Das liegt mir nicht.
Das kann ich verstehen, weil auch seit die Basel World weg ist.
What do you like about the outfit?
Love is in the air. Ihr haltet auf Deutsch, ne? Der
Ja.
Vortrag. Okay. Wie ihr möchtet, also Deutsch. Nee, dann machen wir auf Deutsch. Das sage ich nur vorher an, weil mir ist nämlich vorhin aufgefallen, was, also 90% der Vorträge sind auf Englisch. Und vorhin war auch ein Deutscher von Amazon da und dann haben die sich alle Headsets geholt erstmal. Deswegen wollte ich das nur fragen. Dann sage ich das jetzt im Vorfeld, damit die Leute noch Zeit haben. Our next talk will be held in German, so anybody who does not understand German, we do have headsets and we have simultaneous translators. The headsets can be picked up over there at the concierge and you can listen to the talk then in English. Gut, dann kommen wir zu unserem nächsten Vortrag. I just want to repeat, anybody who does not understand German, because this talk will be held in German, you can pick up headsets at the concierge over there. We have translators who translate this talk simultaneously. Wonderful, Mrs. Bergman over here. Thank you very much for your service, by the way. Okay, I'm going to switch to German. Wir in der TrendFactory beschäftigen wir uns schon seit einigen Jahren immer wieder über das Thema Retail, auch Future Retail, Luxury Retail, wie man einen Unterschied machen kann. Und sehen uns da verschiedene Techniken an, wie Technologien auch. Morgen haben wir auch über AI in Retail Design und solche Geschichten. Schauen wir jetzt in The Future is Now, was das auch ein Teil unserer Trend Factory ist. Aber jetzt freue ich mich erstmal vom Blocher Architekten. Katrin Cook ist die Teamleiterin von Interior Design. Und Jörg Becker ist Creative Director vom Typenraum. Und Blocher Architekten werden Sie bestimmt selber jetzt noch introducen, aber Blocher Architekten machen viel auch für Bucherer und für das Luxussegment. Und ja, Applaus bitte für Jörg Becker und Katrin Cook.
Wir sehen es hier ein bisschen. Gell? So. Wir freuen uns ganz arg, dass wir heute hier sein dürfen. Mein Name ist Katrin Cook. Ich bin Teamleiterin bei Blocher Partner schon seit ganz vielen Jahren. Betreue da hauptsächlich Kunden im Luxus-Retail-Bereich, unter anderem seit fast 13 Jahren Bucherer, wo wir jetzt auch nominiert sind für den Store in Frankfurt, für den neuen Fine und High Jewelry Store. Und neben mir ist mein Kollege Jörg Becker.
Ja, ich bin Jörg Becker. Ich bin Kreativdirektor beim Typenraum für Kommunikation und Corporate Design. Das ist eine Tochter von Blocher Partners. Genau.
Und wir wollen heute über das Thema bisschen Future Retail sprechen, aber auch, wie schaffe ich eine einzigartige Customer Experience im Retail-Luxusbereich. Anhand eines Beispieles haben wir eine Zukunftsstudie gemacht für Bucherer selber. Ja, wie führe ich den Kunden durch meinen Laden? Aber vielleicht noch kurz, bevor wir mit dem eigentlichen Inhalt beginnen, kurz was zu Blocher Partners. Wir sind ein ziemlich großes Büro, 250 Leute. Wir arbeiten transdisziplinär, das heißt, also wir vertreten jetzt hier schon zwei Sparten. Wir haben Architekten, Innenarchitekten, Kommunikationsdesigner, Bauleiter, also alles Produktdesigner. Und wir bedienen demnach auch alle Leistungsphasen im Bauen von, was für uns jetzt auch in unserem Vortrag extrem interessant ist, Leistungsphase 0. Das heißt, wir beginnen schon vor der eigentlichen Architekturleistung, indem wir mit unserem Kunde gemeinsam definieren, wo wollen wir eigentlich hin. Wir haben 4 Standorte. Stuttgart, Berlin, in Indien und in Mannheim, arbeiten weltweit und dann übergebe ich an dich, Jörg.
Ja, schön. Also wir sind ein bisschen in 2 Teile eingeteilt. Vielen Dank. Wir haben erst so einen ganz, ganz kleinen praktisch-theoretischen Teil und sagen dann, wie das umgesetzt wird. Vielen Dank. Also Prozess und Anwendung. Theoretisch ist es gar nicht so sehr, das ist wirklich praktische Theorie. Es geht eigentlich darum, dass egal wie groß, egal wo, egal wie, es ist immer eine Marke, weil Marke kommt eigentlich von Markierung, irgendwas muss markiert sein. Und dann ist es halt so, dass mit unterschiedlichen Prozessen gibt es natürlich unterschiedliche Ergebnisse. Oder es gibt halt ein Ergebnis, was dazwischen liegt, weil man einen Prozess macht, dann gibt es einen Break und dann macht man den Store-Design. Das ist gar nicht so unüblich im Übrigen, dass der Prozess nachher nichts mehr mit dem Ergebnis zu tun hat. Und da gibt es ein schönes Zitat von Annie Berthoff, das war eine Schriftstellerin in Amerika. Und die hat nochmal darauf hingewiesen, dass der Prozess einer Arbeit genauso wichtig ist wie das Arbeiten selbst, wie alles, was stattfindet. Also der allererste Startpunkt, der allererste Satz im Prozess entscheidet über alles, was kommen wird. Das heißt, die User Experience ist für uns auch nicht unbedingt das Ergebnis, was nachher stattfinden wird, sondern die beginnt viel früher. Die ist die Schnittstelle von Prozess und Design, also von Prozess und Schaffen. Da entsteht schon die User Experience. Und der klassische Prozess ist eigentlich, dass man damit beginnt, was wird es eigentlich, was können wir eigentlich tun, also Definition, was. Und dann sagt man, wie es gemacht wird. Und wir beginnen mit unserer Leistungsphase 0 einen früher, nämlich mit der Frage, ist da überhaupt was? Das ist die Frage nach Identifikation. Und die ist tatsächlich weit verbreitet, wird die übersprungen. Das heißt nochmal, der klassische Prozess, man sieht hier auf der linken Seite, es gibt die Aufgabe und dann wird analysiert, das wird immer kleiner. Analyse heißt, es gibt immer weniger, immer präziser. Dann macht man in der Kreation nochmal auf und dann macht man wieder zu. Und wir beginnen halt ganz links. Die Aufgabenstellung ist der kleinste Punkt, dann wird geöffnet. auf alles, was möglich ist, also auf die Frage, ist da was? Und dann geht man wieder runter. Und das ist halt Sense und Typenraum sind bei Blocher Partner so die beiden Instanzen sozusagen, die beiden Expertisen, das war das Wort. Das heißt, wir gucken uns das nochmal genauer an. Es gibt eine Wirtschaftstheorie von Herrn Schumpeter, eines der schlimmst zu lesenden Bücher in Deutsch, kann ich gleich sagen, empfehle ich keinem, aber der Inhalt ist gut. Und da ist es halt so, es gibt eine neue Technologie und das ist immer ein gleicher Kreislauf. Und dann ist diese neue Technologie noch weniger effizient als die alte. Und dann entwickelt sich die neue Technologie, dann sind sie beide gleich so ungefähr, existieren zum gleichen Zeitpunkt. Dann wird die neue Technologie effizienter als die alte. Dann verschwindet die alte Technologie und dann geht der Kreislauf von Neuem los. Und das ist immer wieder dasselbe. Und das ist auch ein Grund dafür, dass man, wenn man über Future Retail redet oder darüber nachdenkt, mehr über Technologie nachdenkt als über alles andere, weil die Technologie den Diskurs steuert.
Und ich springe jetzt kurz mal rein. Das kommt, ja, sorry. Das kommt dann nachher auch später noch, wenn wir ums statische Bauen sprechen. Wir haben bisher immer Jewelry Stores gebaut für die Ewigkeit, ja. Aber jetzt kommen wir in den Zirkel der kreativen Zerstörung. Wie permanent bauen wir noch? Das ist so eine Frage, die wir uns stellen. Wie schnell muss ich denn flexibel sein? Wie schnell handle ich denn eigentlich? Also nur als...
Und wie viel Mut habe ich zur Zerstörung, zur positiven Zerstörung, zur konstruktiven
und Fehler
Zerstörung.
zu machen.
So, und wir befinden uns heute, wie jedes Zeitalter, in diesem Mittelmaß, wo beide Technologien nebeneinander existieren. Und wir wissen auch schon, ja, von Google und Konsorten, morgen wird die künstliche Intelligenz da sein. Und die wird irgendwas bewegen und es wird Algorithmen geben. Aber wir kennen noch nicht die Auswirkungen unserer Erfindungen von morgen. Deshalb ist eigentlich jeder Diskurs über Retail, Future Retail, reine Spekulation. Und das wird auch so bleiben. Und wenn das auch nicht so wäre, wenn man schon wüsste, was die Auswirkungen unserer Erfindungen von morgen wären, dann hätten wir keinen Fortschritt mehr. Der wäre einfach nicht mehr da, obsolet. Das heißt, wir können hier unten zwar berechnen und nachdenken und mit Definitionen arbeiten, aber schon hier hören Definitionen und Berechnungen auf. Da kann man nichts mehr machen. Da kann auch kein Computer was vorberechnen. Und wir haben jetzt bei Blocher Partners und bei Typenraum, versuchen wir einfach vor die Definitionen reinzugehen. Man muss sich überlegen, wenn man definiert, kann man nur mit Worten arbeiten, mit Definitionen und man ist festgefahren. Man kann nur mit der Vergangenheit arbeiten. Das heißt, es gibt dann so Prozesse, die Sie bestimmt auch alle kennen, wie Lego Serious Play, wo man ohne Worte arbeitet, wo man wirklich versucht, Definitionen zu umgehen. Da gibt es einen schönen Satz, den können Sie jetzt, ich kann Ihnen sagen, damit er übersetzt wird. Wichtig ist es, den Mut zu haben, Entscheidungen zu treffen und dabei auch Fehler einzukalkulieren, damit es keinen Stillstand gibt. Der Herr Gigerenzer ist in der Gehirnforschung für laterale Intelligenz, das heißt für Intuition, am Max-Planck-Institut. So, das heißt, für diese Marke oder User Experience oder was auch immer Future Retail ist, ist es wirklich viel spannender und viel effektiver, empirisch zu arbeiten und empirischen Prozess zu haben, statt nur definitionsgeladenen, um den Mehrwert zu erreichen, um Wandelbarkeit zu erreichen. Wandelbarkeit beginnt bei der Sprache und dafür kann man natürlich Corporate Design, Corporate Language, Corporate Behavior, das gehört natürlich alles dazu. Das heißt, ich übergebe mal wieder an Katrin.
Ja, und was wir versuchen in dem ganz frühen Prozess ist, dass wir sagen, wie schaffen wir gehen in die Fußstapfen unserer Kunden und versuchen Erlebnisse zu generieren, weil der Kunde der Zukunft oder der jetzige Kunde schon, der lebt viel mehr von Erlebnissen als von der Tatsache, dass er ins Geschäft geht und etwas kauft.
Eine Sache kauft.
Eine Sache
ein Antrieb,
kauft. Also
eine Befriedigung.
Wir haben auch gesagt, das ist eigentlich dieses Thema der Multivalenz. Also
ja.
Ich gehe nicht nur mehr in einen Department Store, in einen Retailer, um eine Sache zu machen, sondern ich will ein Erlebnis. Und das Erlebnis bindet mich an den Kunden, an die Marke, an den Retailer. Und natürlich die neue Kundengruppe oder die jetzige Kundengruppe, die teilt auch gerne ihre Erfahrungen, die teilt ihre Erlebnisse im Internet. Und wir glauben, dass die Zukunft des Handels ist, Erfahrungen zu schaffen, die nicht unbedingt nur mit dem Produkt zusammenhängen, das ich verkaufe Und die Frage ist natürlich jetzt für jeden Einzelnen, Frage ist, wer ist denn Uhrenretailer hier auch ist oder Schmuckretailer? Sind gar nicht so viel, gar niemand.
Okay, reden wir
Hätte
über
mich jetzt
Fußball.
mal interessiert, genau, reden wir über Fußball. Die Frage ist, wie schaffe ich für meinen Store großartige Erlebnisse? Und das, was wir anfänglich schon gesagt haben, ist, also ich versuche in die Schuhe des Kunden zu schlüpfen. Und jetzt kommen nachher auch in dem Beispiel, das wir mitgebracht haben, einfach User Stories, um zu zeigen, wie wir an diesen Prozess drangehen. Und für manche sind es vielleicht erstmal ganz fiktive Geschichten, die wir dort erleben. Aber je mehr man sich natürlich mit den Kunden beschäftigt, die den Laden auch betreten, desto näher kommt man dem Lebensstil, den Wünschen, den Erlebnissen, die die Persona nacheifert.
Ja, wichtig ist dabei halt, es gibt keine Zielgruppen mehr. Das ist halt eine der Grundprämissen dabei. Es gibt Personas und das ist wirklich ein ganz entscheidender Unterschied. So, jetzt gibt es die Hermeneutik, kennt wahrscheinlich jeder. Wenn ich sie jetzt hier zeige, der Hörer, nicht der Sprecher, entscheidet die Bedeutung einer Aussage, die Grundsubstanz eines jeden Ehestreits unter anderem. Und wir haben das jetzt noch ein bisschen umgemünzt, weil es tatsächlich zutrifft. Es ist der Kunde, die die Marke entscheidet und nicht das Unternehmen. Und das ist ein ganz wichtiger Perspektivwechsel, den man nicht nur einfach sprechen sollte, sondern der wirklich im Prozess schon stattfinden muss. Und das heißt, was die Katrin eben schon gesagt hat, dafür muss das Unternehmen natürlich Möglichkeiten, plural, bereitstellen, damit er überhaupt was zu entscheiden hat. Wenn ich in ein Uhrengeschäft gehe und eine Uhr kaufen will und eine Uhr kriege, habe ich nichts zu entscheiden außer Uhr. Das bleibt eine Sache. Also braucht es da ein bisschen mehrere. Es gibt Beispiele natürlich, in Metzingen ist einfach dieser Store, dieser Outlet und dann machen die eine Vogue-Modenschau, das ist schon mal ein Mehrwert. Es gibt, wie wir jetzt mehr und mehr sehen, natürlich auch Stores, die dann irgendwie ein 4-Sterne- oder 3-Sterne-Restaurant haben, wie hier. Das ist natürlich auch ein Mehrwert. Es gibt noch ein Beispiel, Design Offices, die kann man halt Office Space mieten, aber die machen unglaublich viele Events. Also man geht nicht hin, um Office Space zu mieten, man geht auch hin, weil man ein Event hat, weil man Informationen hat über die Wirtschaft, über alles drum und dran, was ein unglaublicher Mehrwert ist. Und das alles gesagt, vom Denken her im Prozess früher anfangen, Vordefinition anfangen, dafür zeigt Katrin jetzt Anwendungen.
Beispiel Bucherer, Concept Store, Studie. Und wie wir gerade schon gesagt haben, was macht eine Customer Experience wirkungsvoll? Ich schlüpfe in die Schuhe meines Kunden. Und wir zeigen das am Beispiel jetzt von 2 Persona. Einer Persona, das ist der Martin Breuer, 56 Jahre aus Zürich, CEO, verheiratet, 2 Kinder. Der ist schon Teil des Bucherer-Universums. Und dann auf der anderen Seite beleuchten wir, es kommt nachher noch, den zweiten Kunden, der bisher noch nichts mit der Welt zu tun hat. Ja? Wie ziehe ich den jetzt in mein Universum versus wie halte ich meinen bestehenden Kunden weiterhin in meinem Universum? Und da sind ganz viele Ideen dann. Natürlich, Bucher ist eine andere Skalierung. Wir können es aber auch runterskalieren natürlich auf eine kleinere Größe. Was sind denn neue Business-Ideen? In diesem Fall, Marcel Breuer ist Geschäftsmann, CEO, reist viel. Da gibt es jetzt ganz viele Dinge wie Mobility Service, Event Service, Travel Service. Das sieht dann so aus. Seine Erfahrung mit dem Touchpoint Bucherer ist, er landet morgens in Hamburg, er ist Teil des Bucherer Clubs, es kommt schon seine Limousine angefahren. Er weiß, oh Gott, in 2 Tagen ist Hochzeitstag, ich habe bisher noch nicht geschafft, irgendwas für meine Frau zu besorgen, aber ich weiß, Bucherer Store Hamburg, da ist auch immer, komme ich nachher auch noch kurz drauf, mein Personal Shopper, der da ist, der kennt meinen Geschmack, der kennt den meiner Frau und geht kurz zum Bucherer, trinkt dort seinen Kaffee, bereitet sein Meeting vor und lebt diese ganze Community der Gastfreundlichkeit. Hier bei Nummer 4 sieht man unseren Personal Shopper, der ihn sehr gut kennt. Er kauft dann das Collier für seine Frau, geht zum Business Meeting und fliegt dann abends wieder mit dem Mobility Service, wird er gebracht zum Flughafen und fliegt wieder zurück. Das ist zum Beispiel eine Persona, die dann dort gehalten wird. ist im Moment noch nicht so, aber es ist Teil dieser New Business-Idee, wie sowas funktionieren kann. Und dann gibt es den jungen Julius Gabel, 29 Jahre alt, aus Köln, Marketing, Strategy Consultant, Single, lebt in Shared Housing. Und seine Berührung mit dem Bucheruniversum ist komplett anders. Er wird getrackt über Instagram und wird zu einem Sushi- und Watchmaking-Event eingeladen. Perfection in Craftsmanship, Sushi wie Uhrmacherkunst. Ja? Und er ist bei diesem Event und hat eigentlich nie groß Berührung davor mit Uhren gehabt, ist aber total fasziniert plötzlich vom Uhrwerk, wie eine Uhr eigentlich auch funktioniert. Und kommt nach Hause und ist total angefixt von dieser Idee, jetzt sich mehr mit Uhren auseinanderzusetzen. Begibt sich auf die Internetrecherche und erzählt es dann am nächsten Morgen auch seinen Freunden beim Frühstück. Und dann entscheidet er, okay, ich gehe jetzt tatsächlich mit meiner Begleitung zum Store und schaue mir das Ganze an, ist total überrascht, wie eigentlich offen das ist. Für ihn war bisher Uhren- und Schmuckhändler, geschlossene Fassade, Doorman. Sicherheit, genau. Und er kennt, also hier haben wir jetzt auf dem Rendering dargestellt, einen Racecar, aber es könnte, in dem Fall wäre jetzt das Sushi-Event, irgendwas, was er als Wiedererkennungswert direkt wiederfinden würde. Und hat auch überhaupt keine Hemmschwelle, dort einzutreten. Und befindet sich jetzt auf der Stage. Ich zeige es nachher auch noch mal im Grundriss, dass man auch die den Phase und das Fading von Offenheit zu Privacy sieht in dem ganzen Store. Und die Bühne ist der Teil des Ladens, der stetig im Wandel ist. Ja? Er läuft, er bewegt sich durch den Laden durch, ist überrascht, wie viele unterschiedliche Marken, auch mit welchen unterschiedlichen Persona. Der Verkäufer ist nicht mehr der typische Verkäufer, sondern es gibt den Feel-Good-Guy, es gibt den Welcome-Manager, es gibt den Watch-Expert, hier unser David Beckham
ein
steht
bisschen
für den
Companion,
Watch-Expert. Ja, ein bisschen Companion, also ist nicht mehr dieses, ich sitze an einem Verkaufstisch und es gibt Kunde und Verkäufer, sondern es ist ein flüssiges Bewegen, es gibt unterschiedliche Möglichkeiten der Hospitality. Er interessiert sich dann für eine Omega-Uhr, teilt die dann gleich mit seiner Community und das war das, was ich gerade gesagt habe mit den flüssigen Übergängen. An mehreren Orten gibt es immer die Möglichkeit, sich wieder hinzusetzen, gegebenenfalls mit anderen Uhreninteressenten zu sprechen. Ja, und der Uhrenkauf, der hat nichts von Steifheit oder von Anstrengung oder von, ja, er kauft dann auf alle Fälle spontan seine Uhr. Mit seiner Begleitung läuft er dann noch durch den Schmuckbereich und findet dort die Möglichkeit auch der individuellen, wie sagt man, Customization im Schmuck, aber er kann natürlich auch seine Uhr, das Uhrenband, alles auswechseln und ist eigentlich so relativ einfach in das Bucheruniversum gekommen. Das entwickelt sich dann weiter durch weitere Events, also es ist nichts Statisches, sondern es tritt immer weiter. Und wie wir das auch jetzt in der User Story gemacht haben, versuchen wir das jetzt in den Laden zu übertragen, ja? Oder übertragen es in den Laden. Also was uns interessant ist, ist das Nicht-Statische, das Wandelbare, das unterschiedliche Zonen zu schaffen. Wie schaffe ich, dass sich unterschiedliche Generationen wohlfühlen? Und wir haben dafür so ein Grid-System auch gemacht. Klar, wir sprechen hier über Skalierung mit unterschiedlichen Nationalitäten und unterschiedlichen Standortgrößen. Aber dieses Grid, da baut das ganze System auf, im Boden wie in der Decke. Und es ist ganz wichtig, dass wir immer auch, wenn wir den Laden betreten, unterschiedliche Highlights setzen. Also der Kunde wird durch den Laden durchgezogen durch eine visuelle Stimulation. Und je nachdem, wo ich mich, in welchem Standort ich mich befinde, ob ich jetzt in St. Gallen bin, da habe ich sicher ein anderes Klientel als beim Flagship Store in London. Und je nachdem hat so ein Store dann auch unterschiedliche Einheiten. Und genau, das war das, was ich gerade gesagt habe. Bei einem ist zum Beispiel ein höherer Produktanteil drin, bei dem anderen ein höherer Erlebnisanteil. Ein Flagship Store hat sicher einen höheren Erlebnisanteil als ein Retailer in St. Gallen. Jetzt geht es nicht weiter.
Ende.
Jetzt? Nee, doch, ja. Genau. Und was wir auch gesagt haben, ich zeige es nachher nochmal genau auf den Renderings, wie mache ich das denn, dass ein Store wandelbar ist? Ja? Das ist einmal sicher, dass die Beleuchtung einfacher zu handeln ist, dass ich schneller, weil viel von den Stores, von den Produkten aus der Decke beleuchtet wird, dass ich flexibel bin mit Akustik, dass ich flexibel bin mit Raumteilung, indem ich größere Schienen in der Decke einlasse. Und wie bekomme ich das alles hin, dass es noch hochwertig aussieht? Dann ein anderes Thema, womit wir uns auch beschäftigt haben, ist das Thema der eigentlichen Möbel. Wie schnell kann ich zum Beispiel Marken wandeln, wenn ich jetzt SES, Shop-in-Shop-Systeme habe, wenn an einem Platz Cartier war, danach kommt Omega rein, dass es ein ganz einfaches Klicksystem gibt, wo ich die Fronten auswechseln kann. Und jetzt habe ich Grundrisse mitgebracht, an denen man das eigentlich ganz gut erklären kann. Ganz im vorderen Bereich sehen wir die schnellst wandelbare Fläche.
Links.
Ganz links, wo das Auto auch drin ist, das haben wir unsere Stage genannt. Dort sieht man eine gestrichelte Linie, das ist zum Beispiel der erste Sicherheitsabschluss. Ja? Das heißt, ich kann ein Event machen, der sich wirklich nur in diesem Bereich, stattfindet, wo der Kunde dann aus Sicherheitsgründen gar nicht weiter nach hinten geht. Dann gibt es eine verbindende Treppe, danach gibt es einen zweiten Sicherheitsabschluss, sodass der ganze vordere im Teil plus die Bar oben, das sieht man nachher später noch, für Events genutzt werden kann. Und man sieht auch vom vorderen Teil, vom Ladeneintritt bis ganz, ganz hinten in der Ecke, da ist dann der VIP-Raum, dass von der Öffentlichkeit es immer privater und privater wird. Ja? Entlang der Wand sind weiterhin die Marken positioniert. Es gibt klassische Verkaufsbereiche, wo es tatsächlich auch noch Tisch- und Sitznischen gibt, aber es gibt viel auch loungeartige Dinge. Und die Customer Journey als Entdeckungsreise, es gibt immer Highlights, wo ich mich interessiere, dass ich durch den Laden durchlaufe. Also auf der Stage ist immer das aktuellste Motiv, ob es jetzt Formula One ist, ob es Sushi-Event ist, ob es Karneval ist, ob es in München vielleicht zum Oktoberfest irgendwas Bestimmtes gibt. Dann gibt es diese Bubble-Boxen, das sind mit digitalen Inszenierungen große Boxen. Dann gibt es Pop-up-Tische und diese Pop-up-Tische, das kann man zum Beispiel sagen, es ist nicht nur Produkt, es kann mit dem tollen Blumenhändler sein, der nebenan ist, dass ich mit dem mich gemeinsam zusammentue und die tollste Blumendekoration macht, die es überhaupt gibt. Und da zwischendurch ist Ware ausgestellt. Dann gibt es das Wohnzimmeratmosphäre hinten. Es gibt eine Artwall, die immer regelmäßig neu bespielt wird. Also dass ständig auch ein Wandel ist. Es ist wenig Statisches, außer der Ladenbau. Genau. Und hier sind einfach so ein paar Einblicke. Da sieht man die offene Decke, die Stage, einen großen Screen, der bespielt werden kann. Das sind diese Flächenelemente an der Decke, die dann auch drunter gesetzt werden kann, wenn man privatere Zonen haben möchte, und Vorhänge. Das ist dann ein Einblick, wie zum Beispiel aussieht der Wohnzimmercharakter. Und wenn man das Geschoss hochgeht, wo wir jetzt den Schmuck und ihre eigene Marke und die Certified Pre-Owned Watches angesiedelt haben. Certified Pre-Owned Watches ist oft auch mit der jüngeren Kaufsgeneration verbunden. Also jüngere Kaufsgeneration oder ganz spezielle Liebhaber. Da gibt es eine tolle Bar, eine tolle Sitzlounge mit Ausblick ins Grüne. Dann gibt es das offene Atelier mit Customization. Und eben auch wieder diese Bubblebox, diesmal in Gold. Hier sieht man einen Einblick in die Bar, wenn man nochmal auch auf die Decke achtet. Das sind akustische Elemente, die eingehängt werden können. Es gibt auch Elemente aus Glas, wo drauf projiziert wird. Dann gibt es manche Marken, die sich nur digital darstellen. Hier sind noch viele dargestellt, Showcases mit Uhren hinter Glas. Im Panerai Store in Zürich zum Beispiel ist gar nichts mehr, keine Uhr mehr hinter Glas, sind alle Uhren offen gesichert, die man anfassen kann. Also man versucht überall eigentlich diese Hemmschwellen abzubauen. Und auch im Schmuckbereich, es gibt schnell wandelbare Räume mit Vorhängen. Genau. Und einfach als Vergleich, ich dachte, es ist ganz interessant, nochmal zu zeigen, wo wir heute stehen. Das sind ganz viele Zukunftsideen. Ich könnte jetzt noch das ist nur die Quintessenz, was wir davon gezeigt haben. Was bisher so einer der neuesten Stores ist, jetzt zum Beispiel Bucherer Fine Jewelry in Frankfurt, wo unten Fine Jewelry und oben High Jewelry platziert ist. High Jewelry funktioniert ganz anders als Fine Jewelry. Fine Jewelry unten ist noch eher, sage ich mal, Verkauf und oben ist dann wirklich Apartment. Da gibt es einen Esszimmerbereich, da gibt es einen Loungebereich, da gibt es Vanity-Atmosphäre, also Boudoir-Atmosphäre. Es sind auch bewusst andere Materialitäten eingesetzt, es ist viel mit Kunst gespielt. Und als ganz anderes Beispiel, was im November eröffnet worden ist, ist der Bucher in Berlin, wo auch die Marke relativ mutig war. Wir haben die Sich-Betonwände behalten, wir haben die vorgefundenen Backsteine behalten. Auch die Marken haben hier richtig gut mitgespielt. Die sind in unsere vorgefertigten Präsentationssysteme, Wandsysteme gegangen. Oft haben die eine extrem große Power und wollen die ganze Rückwand rot Cartier oder grün Rolex haben. Und es wurden viele gute Kompromisse auch gefunden. Ja, und der ganze Store ist eigentlich ein bisschen mehr industriell. Genau, einfach ein paar Einblicke auch der Wohnlichkeit, der anderen Produktpräsentation. Es wird auch hier sehr viel schon Wert gelegt auf anderes Verkaufen. Also diese klassischen Verkaufstische gibt es eigentlich vielleicht 3 Stück noch im ganzen Laden. Und das ist noch ein Store, der wurde 2021 eröffnet, das Bucherer in Düsseldorf, wo auch schon viel mit Sichtbeton gearbeitet worden ist. Es war so der erste Store, wo wir so ein bisschen zeitgemäßer geworden sind. Aber hier sieht man, haben noch die Marken eine viel größere Präsenz. Also die ganzen Rückwände werden noch von den Marken selber bespielt. Und die Mittelzonen, große Lounge, trotzdem oben, ich meine, wenn man sich überlegt, wie viel Fläche versus Produktdisplay ist schon eine große Wohlfühlatmosphäre da und nicht so viel Produkt, was aber wahnsinnig gut auch angenommen wird. Und im oberen Teil gibt es wirklich nur noch einen großen Tisch und diese Lounge zum Verkaufen und im Schmuckbereich eigentlich auch. Ja, das war es jetzt eigentlich von unserer Seite.
Was Katrin auch schon erwähnt hatte, also wichtig dabei ist auch tatsächlich mal wieder sowas wie ein Sushi-Verkauf. Ist ein Fehler im System Schmuck und, also noch von der Definition her ein Fehler im System Schmuck und Uhren. Es passt ja da gar nicht rein. Wenn das ein Kind machen würde, würde man sagen, das passt doch gar nicht zusammen, Sushi und Schmuck. Also nochmal auf Giga-Renzer zurückzukommen, diese Fehler zu machen, ist tatsächlich wichtig. Jetzt haben wir einfach nochmal was adaptiert. Es gibt einen wunderbaren, wer ihn noch nicht gelesen hat, nur zu empfehlen, Robert Frost, ein amerikanischer Dichter, der hat mal geschrieben über Schreiben, keine Tränen im Schreiber, keine Tränen im Leser. Und das läuft hier über einen Prozess tatsächlich so, keine Excitement, es gibt keine richtige Übersetzung in diesem Falle für im Management, dann gibt es auch kein Excitement im Klienten. Also man muss selbst überrascht sein während des Prozesses, auch als Store-Inhaber oder wer auch immer, um Überraschung zu schaffen. Sonst gibt es überhaupt keine Überraschung. Danke.
Und bei Fragen gerne noch auf uns zukommen.
Also wir machen jetzt noch ein bisschen auf das Publikum, falls Fragen bestehen. Ich habe da eine Hand gesehen.
Ja, hallo, vielen Dank. Ich würde gerne wissen, wie sich das wirtschaftlich ausgewirkt hat.
Bei welchem Teil? Das ist eine Zukunftsstudie bisher.
Aber es gab ja schon Läden, von denen Sie berichtet haben, die umgebaut sind.
Ja.
Mit Wohlfühlatmosphäre etc. Haben Sie da Informationen zu?
Wir wissen nur, dass alle gut laufen, aber ich habe jetzt keine Zahlen oder sowas. Das ist auch wirklich was forciert wird zum ersten Mal bei dem Laden in Zürich. Das war 2018. Da wurden die ersten Lounges gebaut und nicht mehr diesen klassischen Setup. Und das wurde dann verstärkt, je nach Geschäft ausgebaut. Also gerade auch Erweiterung Zürich, ich weiß nicht, ob Sie schon mal in dem Store waren, da wurde jetzt eine ganz neue Certified Pre-Owned Watches Geschoss eingebaut, wo es eine riesengroße Bar gibt und einen großen Community Table und eine Lounge und 2 Hochtische.
Aber da das ein langjähriger Kunde von uns ist, können wir schon eine Antwort geben und die ist empirisch, nämlich wenn er das nächste Mal und das nächste Mal und das nächste Mal wieder nach dem gleichen Prozess fragt,
und es noch
wissen wir auch ohne
versteigert.
Zahlen, dass irgendwas funktionieren muss.
Gut geantwortet, ja.
Ja, gerne.
Auch weitere Fragen? Ich hätte noch eine Frage.
Ja.
Und zwar, es wurde jetzt im Konzept, also diese User Journey besprochen und so weiter. Vielleicht wissen Sie es, vielleicht auch nicht. Wie hat sich denn jetzt auch bei den bestehenden Konzepten die Verweildauer des Gastes oder die User Journey verändert in dem Sinn? Also gibt es da auch irgendwie Informationen drüber, ob der Gast jetzt eine Stunde länger bleibt, weil er noch ein paar Drinks nimmt oder keine Ahnung?
Also es gibt eine Verschiebung. Also wir wissen natürlich nicht alle Daten, wir können die auch nicht tracken in Deutschland und wollen das auch gar nicht. Aber es gibt schon eine Tendenz, dass die Klientelen sich ändern. Das heißt, es kommen völlig andere Leute in den Laden. Es gibt wesentlich mehr Stoßzeiten, zumindest von den Szenarien, die ich kenne. Und ob jetzt und wie viel jetzt zum Verkauf führt, da dürfen wir keine Daten drüber erheben. Also da
Und was man vielleicht noch sagen muss, was natürlich ganz stark auch gefördert sind, Special Events. Also ob es irgendwie zu einer bestimmten Uhr, wenn die gelauncht wird, Schmuckkollektion, Ladies Dinner in Frankfurt jetzt zum Beispiel.
Und Social Media, die Anzahl von Social Media Aktiven, die hat sich erhöht und das muss ja auch irgendeinen Grund haben.
Okay, super. Herzlichen Dank. Gibt es noch eine Frage da hinten oder habe ich es falsch gesehen? Gut.
Doch, einer gibt's noch.
Wo?
The Women in Red.
Hi guys.
Hi.
I have a question. What you show in the presentation, those amazing, beautiful shops.
Thank you.
They are quite big, and you know, for example, for my brand, we have several shops. They're really tiny and small. You know, we don't have much space in the shop, but we still want to make like this customer-friendly experience and to be like super Instagrammable and cute shops. You know, that customers want to be back and enjoy spending time there. But you know, it's quite challenging to make something cool, you know, when you have like 5 square meter shop, when it's just like basically the vitrine and a few chairs. So is there any solutions for this type of like small shops?
Soll ich in Deutsch oder in Englisch antworten? Should I respond in English or in German? I don't know how the translation system works, but I can respond in English, that's okay. These are some examples with super large stores, but some of them, for example, Selfridges in London is only 30 square meters. And obviously, it's important to understand where you want to head to and what you want to highlight. And I'm 1,000% sure that we'll find a solution to highlight certain areas and certain values of your brand, of your family, or and there are some built examples that are only like 30 or 40 square meters large.
And even if I penetrate now what I've said before, it's not a question about what it is, it's really a question about what the operations may be. And by the way, creativity only blossoms in resistance. There is no creativity without resistance. So sometimes it's also extremely difficult to implement that stuff in a huge floor plan because it's expensive. And it's much cheaper, or not as expensive, to do it for a little small event. And it depends also on the business, on your customers, on your personas. If it's not the most high-ranked personas, it's even better if it's small and a little bit more on eye level, the excitement or the possibility that evolve during this process. So we would have to know what you're doing. But there is a possibility.
Thank you very much, guys. I got a lot of inspiration from this exhibition. So when I'm back to Dubai, I'm going to change all our shops to do like this Instagrammable quotes printed on all the walls, you know. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Okay. I think no more questions. Thank you very much, Jörg and Katrin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ich glaube, wir wechseln das Schild nochmal ab und die filmen da oben mit der Kamera. Also einfach, dass es weiß. Ja, also. Willst sicher, willst kein Wasser? Nee. Ist okay.
Wenn das jetzt da stehen würde, würde ich es nicht trinken.
Okay.
Ist nachher voll noch da.
Ja. Ich hol den. Also unser nächster Referent ist Dr. Tom Stephan, der stellvertretende Leiter der Deutschen Gemologischen Gesellschaft in Niederoberstein. Und er wird einen gemologischen Vortrag halten über die neuesten aktuellen Fälle in der Welt der Edelsteine und Gemologie. Und Tom, vielen Dank, dass du hier bist.
Danke.
Und anybody who does not understand German, there are headsets over there and there's simultaneous translation going on, so you're welcome to take a headset. Oder der Vortrag findet ja auf Deutsch statt.
Genau.
Ja.
Danke, Laurent. Super, klasse, vielen Dank. Dann, wie Laurent schon sagte, werde ich ein bisschen was wir so in den letzten 2-3 Jahren an neuen Fällen in der Gemologie gesehen haben, was wir ins Labor bekommen haben, mal vorstellen und wird direkt mit Spinell loslegen. Das war so ein ganz großes Thema jetzt für uns die letzten 2-3 Jahre und zwar insbesondere bezüglich kobalthaltigen Spinellen. Das heißt leuchtend blaue Spinelle, die aus neuen Vorkommen kamen. Spinell als Edelstein, mal zum Einstieg, kennen wir insbesondere in roten Farben. Auch viele ursprünglich mal Rubin genannte Steine wurden dann später als Spinell identifiziert. In anderen Farben pink und dann geht es ins Blau und da sind wir meistens bei keiner allzu hohen Leuchtkraft. Spinelle kristallisieren kubisch, häufige Kristallform dann das Oktaeder, wie wir es hier unten sehen. Und wenn wir dann kurz auf die Chemie mal eingehen, dann ist die Spinellgruppe tatsächlich relativ groß. Als Spinelle bezeichnen wir eigentlich den Magnesiumspinell, in der Spinellserie im engeren Sinn, Magnesium, Aluminium, Sauerstoff. Und dann gehören aber auch noch andere Spinelle dazu, zum Beispiel die Garnitte. Und bei den kobalthaltigen Spinellen ging es tatsächlich mit Garnitten dann letztendlich los. In Edelsteinqualität finden wir insbesondere dann die Spinelle, die Garnitte und dazwischen die Garnospinelle, die in reiner Form als Zinkspinell relativ selten sind. Farbursachen bei den Spinellen, bei der klassischen roten Farbe sind wir bei Chrom. Die blauen Steine sind in der Regel durch Eisen 2+ gefärbt und dann gibt es eben selten mal welche, bei denen Kobalt eine Rolle spielt. Und Kobalt, wie wir es auch rechts auf der Seite schon sehen, produziert relativ leuchtend bis intensiv blaue Farben, was man von den klassischen Spinellen weniger kennt. Spinell an sich kann das Kobalt einbauen, insbesondere auf der Magnesiumposition. Deswegen gibt es die auch zum Beispiel als Kobalt-Saphire oder so nicht, weil Saphire die tatsächlich nicht einbauen können. Die Garnospinelle, die man dann findet, die werden meistens violett sein und die Garnitte sind in der Regel dunkelgrün, wie wir das unten links sehen. Und als Vorkommen waren da insbesondere Sri Lanka, Brasilien, aber auch Nigeria bekannt. Und hier ging es dann los mit einer Neuheit, das ging so um 2020 los, dass wir leuchtend blaue bis zum Teil sehr dunkelblaue Spinelle zur Untersuchung bekommen haben. Und da hat man dann festgestellt, dass die gar nicht auf dem Refraktometer ablesbar waren. Das waren keine reinen Spinelle, sondern Garnitte. Und als wir sie dann weiter untersucht haben, haben wir auch gesehen, dass Kobalt eine sehr bedeutende Rolle spielt, was die Farbe anbelangt. Das hat so ein bisschen auch den Kobalt-Boom nochmal ausgelöst. Von diesen Garnitten, da würde ich jetzt eher Sammlerstein zu sagen. Da kamen immer mal wieder sporadisch ein bisschen aus Nigeria. Das sehen wir hier auf der Karte. Dort, wo Jos in der Mitte steht, aus der Region unten drunter, Jema, kamen dann die kobalthaltigen Garnitte auf den Markt. Und Garnitte an sich in der Regel relativ hohe Lichtbrechungsindizes, das heißt, die kann man auf dem Standardrefraktometer auch gar nicht ablesen. Das, was wir jetzt hier beobachtet haben, lag vom Lichtbrechungsbereich so bei 1,791 bis 1,798. Dichte relativ hoch, das passt schon für relativ reine Garnitte. Das heißt, in dieser Mischkristallreihe Magnesiumspinelle bis Zinkspinelle lagen die am Ende der Zinkspinelle. Kommt man dann auch chemisch untersuchen und wir sehen unten bei den Endgliedern, das ist das einzig groß Wichtige, Bei diesen Steinen liegt man bei ungefähr 90 bis 91% Granit. Das heißt, die gehören wirklich in der Milchkristallreihe zum Ende. Dort, wo man seltener Steine in Edelsteinqualität findet. Und dann sehen wir oben bei den chemischen Zusammensetzungen an dritter Stelle noch das Kobalt auftauchen. Und da sehen wir die Kobaltkonzentration sehr gering, so zwischen 0,015 bis 25 ist der höchste, 15 bis 25. Das ist wahnsinnig wenig, das sind Gewichtsprozent. Eisengehalte sehen wir sind viel höher, aber trotzdem wollten wir dann genauer untersuchen, was hat das Kobalt überhaupt für einen Einfluss auf die Farbe nachher. Chemisch gesehen sitzen die dann oben in der Ecke beim Granit, aber das hatten wir eben schon angesprochen. Wir haben die dann spektroskopisch untersucht, das jetzt mal relativ technisch, spektroskopisch untersucht und haben die Spektren mathematisch ausgewertet und wir sehen letztendlich zu einem Stein oben links, diese dunkelblaue Farbe, der ist mit dem Unterteil nach oben fotografiert und nebendran die Farbe dieser Kreis, das ist die Farbe, die aus dem Spektrum errechnet wurde. Und unten sehen wir dann links in der Abbildung, das ist der Farbeindruck, der durch das Kobalt entsteht und rechts der Farbeindruck, der durch das Eisen entsteht. Das heißt, bei diesen Steinen war es tatsächlich so, dass die Farbe zum Hauptteil durch Kobalt verursacht wurde. Das war auch wichtig für unsere Kunden dann, die wollten wissen, kann ich dazu Kobalt-Granit sagen oder muss ich das lassen. Die Steine kann man auch erhitzen, das haben wir zu Versuchsexperimenten mal gemacht, das sehen wir hier. Und wir sehen beim Erhitzen von einer relativ schönen blauen Farbe gehen sie dann in ein sehr dunkel olivgrün, fast schon schwarz. Das ist also nichts, was kommerziell bedeutend war, aber trotzdem spannend zur Untersuchung. Bei diesen Steinen war dann auch spannend, dass die besondere Einschlüsse gezeigt haben. Und zwar zum einen Sphalarit-Einschlüsse. Sphalarit ist relativ selten. Auf der anderen Seite sehen wir aber auch einen schönen hexagonalen Einschluss. Die hatten tatsächlich Beryl-Einschlüsse. Das heißt, ein Mineral, was wir so in Spinell gar nicht erwarten würden. Diese Kobaltspinelle, die wurden dann gefolgt im letzten Jahr tatsächlich erst 2022 von kobalthaltigen Spinellen aus Tansania. Die haben dann erneut so einen kleinen Boom ausgelöst. Es kam aus der Region Mahenge. Mahenge ist ganz bedeutend als Produzent in Tansania für pinke und rote Spinelle. Und dort kamen Ende 2021 tatsächlich schon erste Steine auf und es kamen Gerüchte auf, da kommen aus der Region neue blaue Spinelle. 2022 hat man dann mehr gefunden und auch auf den Messen angeboten, zum Beispiel im letzten Jahr auch hier in München auf der Gemworld wurden einige angeboten. Sehr große Steine zum Teil, bis 40 Karat hoch und auch Karatpreise in die Zehntausende. Auch diese Steine haben wir dann mal genauer untersucht. Das hier war ein Stein, die haben wir von Paul Wild bekommen, hier also nicht in Ida Oberstein bei uns, sondern Kirchweiler am Nachbarort. Aber auch hier sehen wir eine schöne, offene, leuchtend blaue Farbe. Das heißt, da war auch die Frage letztendlich, sind das Kobaltspinelle oder nicht. Die hatten Lichtbrechungsindizes, wie wir es jetzt sehen, im Bereich, wo typischerweise Spinelle liegen, also deutlich niedriger. Auch die Dichte deutlich niedriger, also das hat gepasst zu relativ reinen Spinellen. Eben also das Zink-Endglied Garnit gesehen, jetzt haben wir das Magnesium-Endglied Spinell. Interessant bei den Steinen war, dass man mit dem UV-Licht drauf leuchten kann und die fluoreszieren extrem kräftig grün. Das heißt, das ist auch eine besondere, eine schöne Beobachtung, was recht typisch für diese Kobaltspinelle aus Tansania, aus Mahenge ist. Und die hatten noch wahnsinnig schöne Einschlüsse. Wenn man mit starkem Licht seitlich reinleuchtet, dann hat man solche kleinen, feinen Lamellen gefunden und die hatte fast jeder Stein. Die sind relativ typisch, die gibt es auch in anderen Spinellvorkommen, aber gerade bei blauen Kobaltspinellen ist das was relativ typisches für Tansania. Das heißt, man konnte tatsächlich über Fluoreszenz und die Mikroskopie relativ einfach schon bestimmen, dass die aus Tansania kommen. Diese Lamellen an sich, die wurden schon in den 90er Jahren beschrieben als Mineral Höckbömit, etwas, was wir so als geschliffenen Stein eigentlich kaum finden würden. Die Lamellen sieht man dann auch in anderen Richtungen relativ schön, die liegen wirklich schön parallel im Stein, zeigen auch kräftige Interferenzfarben und wenn man von oben drauf leuchtet, ebenfalls bunte Farben und die kleinen Blättchen werden sichtbar. Also ein sehr schönes Herkunftsmerkmal für uns. Oftmals dann eben auch so kleine staubartige Partikel, das ist aber was man bei Spinellen häufiger sehen kann. Und auch bei diesen Steinen haben wir dann spektroskopisch untersucht und das Spektrum, was wir hier sehen, das ist auch wieder typisch, wir sagen dazu auch gern so ein Backenzahn, so bei 600 Nanometer die 3 Banden. Also auch bei den Steinen ist Kobalt das Hauptchromophor, was die Farbe beeinflusst, plus ein bisschen Eisen. Die haben also auch den Titel Kobaltspinell verdient. Und wir sehen auch hier die Kobaltkonzentration relativ gering, wieder 0,02%, aber das ist eben das Besondere auch bei diesen Kobaltspinellen. Ein klein bisschen Kobalt reicht tatsächlich schon aus, um die Farbe maximal zu intensivieren und die Leuchtkraft zu erhöhen. Ebenfalls neu, das haben wir letztes Jahr auf der Gemworld dann entdeckt, kamen in Sommer 2022 immer mehr Gerüchte auf, dass auch in Äthiopien neue Saphire gefunden wurden. Äthiopien an sich hat sowieso die letzten Jahre einiges an neuen Edelsteinen produziert. Insbesondere ging es 2010 ungefähr los, 2008 bis 2010 mit den äthiopischen Opalen, die immer noch sehr, sehr bedeutend im Handel sind. Dann über andere Edelsteine bis 2017 auch Smaragde aus Äthiopien aufkamen, und zwar aus der Region, die hier als Shakiso gezeichnet ist. Und dann kamen in den Jahren in der Zeit ungefähr auch aus der Region Aksum im Norden von Äthiopien Saphire auf. Und jetzt eben seit letztem Jahr auch aus der Region Shakiso. Das sind die Steine, die wir hier unten dann letztes Jahr für die Referenzsammlung kaufen konnten. Da gab es auch einige geschliffene Steine schon auf der Messe in München im Herbst im Angebot, und die hier sind wir jetzt gerade am Untersuchen, am Identitätsmerkmale feststellen. Wir sehen schon, die sind relativ deutlich farbzoniert. Wir sagen zu diesen Steinen, das sind basaltische Saphire. Das ist typisch für Äthiopien, das heißt, die kamen in einer Schmelze nach oben. Kräftige Farbzonierung, Zwillingslamellen häufig zu sehen, Bemittleisten, typisch, was wir eben für basaltische Saphire erwarten würden. Da stehen aber genauere Untersuchungen jetzt noch aus, die werden wir im Laufe des Jahres dann abschließen, und dann bleibt auch die Frage wieder, wie viel kommt nach von diesen Saphiren. Jetzt ganz neu, kürzlich in Tucson auf der Messe wurden dann auch diese Steine hier ausgestellt. Topaz an sich als Edelstein ist weit bekannt. Topaz-Katzenaugen sind ebenfalls bekannt, aber in Blau und dann mit so einem kräftigen Katzenaugeneffekt bis hierher sehr relativ selten zu beobachten. Diese Steine, die wir oben links sehen, die sollen aus Mosambik kommen. Die haben wir jetzt gerade zur Untersuchung die letzten 2 Wochen bei uns im Labor gehabt. Die Katzenaugen, die wir hier sehen, dieser Katzenaugeneffekt, der extrem kräftig ist, der sehr schön ist. Wir sehen das rechts im Einschussbild, das sind Scharen von sehr, sehr feinen Hohlkanälen, und die Steine sind wirklich voll mit Hohlkanälen. Das heißt, die haben einen wahnsinnig starken Katzenaugeneffekt, und bei blauen Topasen kennen wir das auch. Die sind üblicherweise künstlich bestrahlt, um die Farbe zu erzeugen. Bei diesen Steinen sagt zumindest der Händler, der sie in Tucson ausgestellt hat, der Herr Schneider, der hier genannt ist, der hat die in Tucson gekauft. Aber der Händler, der sie in Tucson ausgestellt hat, sagte, die sind Naturfarben. Das kann man aber leider zerstörungsfrei nicht prüfen. Also lassen wir da ein Fragezeichen dran. Auch die werden wir jetzt mal weiter untersuchen. Ist ein ganz besonderer Typus von Topaz, eben mit diesem kräftigen Katzenaugeneffekt, was jetzt, wie gesagt, seit kurzem dann bekannt ist. Mein persönliches Highlight, so die letzten 2 Jahre, war dieser Kristall hier. Das ist ein Aquamarinkristall, den haben wir letztes Jahr in Idar-Oberstein auf der Intergem-Messe gezeigt bekommen. Den haben vielleicht die einen oder anderen auch auf der Gemworld wieder gesehen, hat die Firma Kreis dabei gehabt. Das war ein relativ schöner Kristall an sich schon, den wir hier links sehen. Der ganze obere Teil, also die oberen 2 Drittel wären auch schleifwürdig, könnte man also zu schönen Aquamarinen facettieren. Und relativ unscheinbar, so links im unteren Bereich steht so eine helle weiße Spitze nach oben. Und die ist auf der rechten Seite mal fotografiert und dann im kleinen Bild umrandet, weil man sie auch im Foto relativ schlecht sieht. An sich ist es schon wahnsinnig selten, dass ein Aquamarinkristall oben Kopfflächen zeigt. Also der ist einfach auch schon sehr schön kristallisiert, und dann hatte der einen wahnsinnig großen Flüssigkeitseinschluss. Wir kennen das insbesondere von Quarzen, dass man dann auch bewegliche Blasen beobachten kann. Bei dem Beryl hier konnte man ebenfalls mit bloßem Auge die Blase bewegen, das sehen wir gleich in dem Video. Und zwar über einen Bereich von fast 3, 4, 5 Zentimetern wackelt die Blase hin und her, aber das schauen wir uns einfach hier mal an. Ich weiß nicht, ob es direkt startet oder ob ich nochmal Play drücken, da kommt es. Das heißt, wir sehen die Streifung obendrauf relativ deutlich, aber hinten dran diese Riesenblase. Die Blase, die wir hier sehen, hat einen Durchmesser von 1 Zentimeter. Die kann man dann auch so ein bisschen in 2 unterteilen mit Fingerspitzengefühl und dann eine kleinere hin und her wabbeln lassen, und dieser Hohlraum in dem Kristall ist knapp 5 Zentimeter tatsächlich lang. ist wahnsinnig selten, dass man es sieht und auch Glück gehabt für den Sammler, weil der Stein ist wirklich tatsächlich leihwürdig und den Wert, den kriegt er eigentlich durchs Facettieren. Die Firma Kreis, die steht auch drüben in der Halle, aber ich habe schon gefragt, der Kristall ist leider nicht da, wenn den jetzt jemand anschauen wollen würde. Zur Jamworld nehmen sie ihn wieder mit. Gucken wir mal, ob es nochmal losgeht. Ja. Nehmen Sie ihn nochmal mit. Also eine wirkliche Rarität und dann wirklich, dass der Flüssigkeitseinschluss auch so groß war und deswegen denke ich verständlicherweise so eins der Highlights die letzten Jahre. Genau, lassen wir noch kurz durchlaufen. Tatsächlich konnten wir die Flüssigkeit innen drin als Wasser bestimmen. Da ist also tatsächlich ein Wassereinschluss und die Blase, da ist ein bisschen Wasserdampf drin und insbesondere CO2 und Sauerstoff, was man da noch nachweisen konnte. Also wirklich eine Besonderheit. Dann auch eine schöne Sache, die wir im Labor hatten, das war diese Platinbrosche hier. Hatte ein Wertgutachten dabei, da wurde ein wahnsinnig feiner Smaragd ausgelobt, war tatsächlich Platin, die Steine außen herum Diamant und den feinen Smaragd, den haben wir dann genauer unter die Lupe oder bei uns das Mikroskop genommen. Und man hat dann relativ gut und relativ schnell gesehen, dass es da einen Übergang schon oberhalb der Rundiste gibt. Und wir sehen auch auf dem linken oberen Bild, dass das Oberteil, das sind tatsächlich die Oberteilhauptfacetten, die hier runterkommen, dass das kräftiger glänzt. Kräftigerer Glanz heißt, auf dem Oberteil muss es einen höheren Brechungsindex geben und dann zum unteren Teil wird der Glanz schwächer, das heißt, der Lichtbrechungsindex muss niedriger sein. Das ist eine Granat-Glas-Dublette gewesen. Das ist gerade bei diesem, in Anführungszeichen, Antikschmuck typisch, dass die dort verarbeitet wurden. Wie die im Wertgutachten dann auf Smaragd kamen, das weiß ich nicht, das hätte man relativ einfach unterscheiden können. Man sieht im Übergang dann auch rechts im Bild rot umkringelt, da sind so kleine Luftbläschen drin. Das heißt, aus dem feinen Smaragd, der mit über 50.000 € bepreist war, wurde dann relativ schnell relativ wenig nachher. Auch ein sehr schöner Fall, den wir da hatten. Diese Granat-Glas-Dubletten, die werden heute gar nicht mehr hergestellt, aber die findet man, wie gesagt, insbesondere im Antikschmuck, muss man immer drauf achten. Und dann haben uns die letzten Jahre immer stärker auch Anfragen erreicht zu speziellen Moissaniten. Und zwar Moissaniten, wo dann auch die Händler, wo die Mitglieder von uns, Fachmitglieder, Probleme hatten, dass sie mit ihren Diamanttestern diese Steine als Diamant angezeigt bekommen haben. Dieses Problem gab es schon immer bei Moissanit. Es gibt schon immer Moissanite, die der normale Multitester nicht erkennen kann. Aber wir haben dann auch mal nachgeschaut, warum rufen uns jetzt tatsächlich so viele an und fragen genau nach diesen Moissaniten und sind dann auf Alibaba fündig geworden, dass tatsächlich diese Moissanite auch angeboten werden, wie wir es oben sehen, 100% Promise Pass Positive Diamond Tester. Das heißt, sie sind tatsächlich speziell so hergestellt und angeboten. Aber es galt schon immer gemologisch und gilt auch weiterhin gemologisch. Man testet nicht nur mit einem Testgerät. Das heißt, selbst wenn der Diamanttester thermische, elektrische Leitfähigkeit bei diesen Steinen Diamant anzeigt, hat man eine Lupe zur Hand. Moissanite sind doppelbrechend. Das heißt, kann man bei diesen Steinen eine Facettenkantenverdopplung beobachten. Im Polariskop wird man sehen, dass sie doppelbrechend sind. Oder auch mit weiterführenden Testgeräten, mit denen man Typ 1 und Typ 2 Diamanten unterscheiden kann man heute diese Moissanite erkennen. Aber das ist tatsächlich eine Sache, die dann auch erklären konnte, warum kamen diese Nachfragen so häufig auf, weil sie tatsächlich auch genauso angeboten wurden. Gut, das waren also die speziellen Moissanite. Wir haben dazu dann mal, weil eben viele Fragen kamen, auch nochmal eine kleine Info geschrieben, die Sie in unserem Blog über diesen Link finden und haben einfach mal ein kleines Roundup als PDF veröffentlicht, auf welche Tricks und auf welche Stolperfallen man mit diesen Diamanttestern achten muss. Da sind auch diese Moissanite nochmal angesprochen, wer da nachschauen möchte. Ein besonderer Fall dann auch zu diesen Moissaniten war dieser Ring hier, der sehr spannend war. Da war ein sehr flacher Stein drin und der sollte auch wurde als Diamant bezeichnet. Könnte typisch sein, so ein wirklich flaches Diamantspaltstück. Die Steine außen herum, die wurden, wie wir es unten rechts sehen, tatsächlich einfach ins Silber hineingedrückt. Das waren Rosenschliffe und das waren auch alles echte Diamanten außen herum. In der Mitte dieser flache Stein, der wurde auch mit dem Diamanttester als Diamant angezeigt. Wir haben den dann auch wieder weiter untersucht natürlich, haben festgestellt, das wäre oder ist ein synthetischer Moissanit. Und tatsächlich im Polariskop mit dem Konoskop konnte man schon ein Achsenkreuz für diesen Stein sehen. Ein Diamant wäre oder ist einfachbrechend, würde niemals ein Achsenbild zeigen. Achsenkreuz heißt, der Stein ist einachsig, das bedeutet, das ist sehr typisch für den Moissanit. Man hat dann auch unter UV-Licht gesehen, dass die Diamanten außen herum tatsächlich alle fluoreszieren, haben alle im langwelligen UV-Licht kräftiger fluoresziert wie im kurzwelligen UV-Licht. Das ist typisch für natürliche Diamanten. Heißt, die Besatzsteine außen herum waren natürliche Diamanten, nur dieser kuriose flache Stein innen drin, das war ein synthetischer Moissanit. Wir sehen um den Stein herum, der Mittelstein, der auch gar nicht fluoresziert, dass es da auch bläulich fluoresziert, das ist Klebstoff. Der wurde tatsächlich auch einfach in diese Fassung hineingeklebt. Dann noch so ein paar kuriose Synthesen, die aufkamen. Diese Steine hier oben links, die wurden zu uns ins Labor als synthetische Achate eingeliefert. Quarze gibt es synthetisch. Achat könnte man mit Sicherheit auch synthetisch herstellen, ist aber unüblich. Da hatte jemand mehrere 100 Gramm von dabei gehabt, als synthetische Achat gekauft. Gut, die konnte man relativ schnell dann als künstliches Glas bestimmen. Diese Gläser, die wir hier sehen, die hatten unglaublich viel Gasblasen, deswegen so trübe. Die waren auch auf der Rückseite gar nicht poliert, sondern die wurden auf der Rückseite rau gelassen, sodass auch dieser milchig trübe Eindruck von einem Achat entsteht. Farblich gingen sie so ein bisschen in Richtung Chrysobras oder so, das heißt, könnte man tatsächlich imitieren. Andere kuriose Synthesen jetzt mal, letztes Jahr habe ich über synthetische Diamanten gesprochen, deswegen das rausgelassen. Andere kuriose Synthesen, die wir so die letzten 2-3 Jahre beobachtet haben, das waren oben links, man findet immer mal wieder synthetische Tansanite. Tansanit gibt es nicht synthetisch, aber es gibt das Mineral Forsterit. Wir kennen besser den Perido, den Olivin. Forsterit ist das Magnesiumendglied. Die kann man in Blau herstellen und die sehen dann Tansanit ähnlich aus, kann man aber relativ einfach über das Refraktometer schon bestimmen. Dann haben wir einen Stein als synthetischen Rubelit, als synthetischen Turmalin ins Labor bekommen. Der kam auch mit dem Hinweis, hey, im Kurs bei Ihnen habe ich doch gelernt, es gibt keine synthetischen Turmaline, jetzt habe ich hier einen. Das war ein synthetischer Rubin, der im Hydrothermalverfahren hergestellt wurde. Und dann im Allgemeinen haben wir unglaublich viele synthetische Turmaline, Paraiba-Farben, Rubelitfarben, aber auch synthetische Kunzite und. Also andere Minerale synthetisch bezeichnet, bekommen, was insbesondere Hydrothermalsynthesen Beryl waren. Gerade diese Hydrothermalsynthesen, das sind Dinge, die sieht man relativ häufig und diese Verwechslung, dass das ein synthetischer Tansanit oder ein synthetischer Turmalin oder ein synthetischer Kunzit ist, das kommt auch häufig dadurch auf, weil die Hersteller die einfach als Kunzitfarben, Turmalinfarben und so weiter anbieten und dann wird sehr schnell synthetischer Turmalin oder was auch immer daraus gemacht. Gerade diese Hydrothermalsynthesen, die kann man auch wieder relativ gut erkennen, zeigen in der Regel sehr kräftige schlierige Wachstumsstrukturen, wie wir es in den beiden linken Bildern sehen. Häufig haben die nagelartige, spitz zulaufende Einschlüsse, wie wir es oben rechts sehen. Und die Farbzonierung in diesen Steinen, unten rechts ist jetzt der Rubin, den wir auf der Vorderseite gesehen haben, die ist auch häufig sehr mosaikartig, schlierig ausgeprägt. Also auch was man relativ einfach bei der Untersuchung feststellen kann. Aber Hydrothermalsynthesen, das sind gerade auch die dann so ein bisschen im Vormarsch sind. Gut, zum Abschluss habe ich das hier mal noch reingebracht, weil das auch so ein bisschen Werbung im eigenen Sinne dann, was ist noch neu? Seit Anfang des Jahres haben wir unsere praktische Edelsteinkunde, die der Dr. Henn insbesondere die letzten Jahre rausgebracht hat, nochmal überarbeitet herausgebracht. Das heißt, auch das aufgekommen. Und damit danke ich Ihnen auch für die Aufmerksamkeit und bei Fragen stehe ich jederzeit zur Verfügung oder Sie kommen bei uns in die Nachbarhalle an Stand, wenn Sie auch was getestet haben möchten müssen. Dankeschön.
Also falls es eine Frage gibt, Zeit hätten wir noch. There's a question. Okay.
Dann danke
Keine
für die
Fragen?
Aufmerksamkeit.
Okay. Vielen Dank, Tom.
Gut, gerne.